And we are live.
Good morning, B.O.
Our first ever live stream. I'm Alice always. This is Sir Thick Adam.
The thick one.
And our wonderful first guest, our brother from another mother, Doug.
Douglas.
Hello.
Oh, wait.
Hi, guys. Thanks for having me.
Oh, yeah.
Voyage, man. Hopefully it goes better than the Titanic, huh?
I certainly hope so.
Well, we all know how it worked. That had a happy ending. I mean, if you're paying attention to the canon of Ghostbusters 2, they eventually made it to the island. So,
well, and Titanic's also all about perspective. I mean, the lobsters in the kitchen were happy the boat sank.
Yep. You ever watched the SNL sketch they did when that movie had first come out, where it was Tracy Morgan? It was like all the black cast members, and they were playing like the band on the Titanic as it was going down, and they were like, women and children, now loading all the life rafts, women and children. And like, all right, women and children, that makes sense. And it's all the women and children. All right, third short order, cooks and toilet scrubbers. Okay, that makes sense, I guess. The cooks got to be saved if they're going to feed the surviving women and children. It was just like they went down the list of everybody except for the black band playing. They were the last people. We got no more life rafts. I don't know what about that.
I went to see Titanic so many times in the theater, it's almost embarrassing. So I don't even really like that movie anymore.
I never liked that movie.
me and two of my buddies thought that it was like more of a documentary, like kind of how like the first 20 minutes or whatever it was. So we all took like 3 orange gel caps and went to the local movie theater and sat there for 3 hours. Like, what the fuck?
That's the way to do it, man. I'd argue.
Yeah, you know, just then, because I mean, you could just make your own, make your own reality at that point in time.
Oh, I saw when.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. No, you go ahead. You're the host.
Paul is telling us to turn up our mic volume in StreamYard, but I don't know how to do it in StreamYard.
Oh, in StreamYard, go into settings at the bottom of the screen where it says mute, stop cam, settings, present
audio.
And then you go to the audio button, and then it'll have a mic volume bar at the bottom.
How's that?
Play around.
Is that better?
Well,
is that better?
I had no problem with it.
Well, he's
Paul
not
would be the one to.
Yeah. Is that better?
You sound good to me, Paul. I'm putting up chat right now.
Flex for mommy.
She always has to flex for everybody. Billy came to say hi. Hi. Okay, so
just dump them.
So, Doug, have you seen what is going on in our lovely state of Ohio?
I have not.
So, a train derailed with a bunch of chemicals on it. Well, it was like one specific type of chemical, and it spilled everywhere. And then they burned it, and like pets are dying, I guess. I mean, it's like cancer causing agents just going into the air. And honestly, so it's I guess it's a town outside of Cincinnati. So
how far is that from you guys?
Like 3 hours.
Cincinnati is about 4. We're gonna have 4 hours.
Oh, well, I just
so it's not that okay.
No.
So make sure you guys are safe.
And it's weird. I was listening to the radio the other day, and this, the Amber Alert things that'll come over the emergency alert system or whatever will come over the radio every now and then, like for a test. Like it was the middle of the afternoon, maybe later afternoon, and it said there was a immediate mandatory evacuation for whatever town it was. And I'm like, dude, that sounds crazy. Like, that is nuts. What the hell's going on?
And they told people it was safe to go back there, but it wasn't really safe to go back there. It's not safe.
And they don't know what chemical it was.
It was a specific type of chemical. Let me look it up.
The cloud from the smoke cloud was just crazy. Like, I saw the picture, but I had no idea it was in Ohio. And she showed it to me earlier. She's like, "Do you see this?" And I'm like, "Wait, that was that."
I'm pulling it up right now on Google while we're talking. I've got to.
Heads are
Ohio
falling off.
chemical spill. Yeah, because that sounds like how Daredevil was created and how the Toxic Avenger came to be, man. Like it's
Oh yeah.
heads are falling off. I see Stoner in the chat.
Secret of the Ooze, dude.
Again, to see.
Dude, yeah. Oh God, what was the name of the chemical company? TCMY. I think that was the name of the company that made the ooze. TCMI.
For being such a stoner, you got a hell of a memory, dude.
What up,
well,
Hex?
for stupid shit that has no bearing in life, I absolutely remember.
There's
Hex
plenty of room
in
between the ears for that kind of shit.
It's true, dude. Well, also you have to understand, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2 is the first VHS tape I ever got as like in general. It was like the first movie I ever really owned. My uncle bought it for me when it came out. You couldn't buy VHS tapes back then. You could only rent them. So my uncle paid like $89.99 plus tax to the video store just to buy a VHS copy for my mom to get me for Christmas. I wore that fucking tape out. That's why that shit sticks in my head. Secret of the Ooze is like, it's not my least favorite of the series, and it's certainly not better than the first one, but it's a movie that has so much shit that sticks. Like Kevin Nash, for crying out loud, is Super Shredder, Vanilla Ice. Like it's a fun train wreck to watch. You put
it was I remember that. I was a big Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles fan, for sure.
So is Scar. Now she doesn't really like him as much. Grayson likes the blanket.
I actually. He's got a blanket.
He doesn't watch them, but his blanket, since it, like, you know, like every kid like has like that blanket, you know, and that's his blanket, is his turtle blanket. Who is it? Donatello?
No, it's Leonardo.
Yeah. So that's like his blanket. But yeah, he doesn't even watch them. Doesn't want anything to do with them.
That's like the best era to grow up in. When Paul and I were kids, it was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the real Ghostbusters, G.I. Joe, like all G.I. Joe. Shit. I mean, you watch it now. Like I watch a lot of old cartoon, like the stuff that we all grew up on. I watch on YouTube because people put like blocks of it up now, so you could just go back and rewatch. And it's not as good as like I remember, but it's so much cooler looking than the shit kids have now today, man.
Like
Ninja Turtles is so good.
Everything's woke.
Yeah.
Did you see that
South Park?
No, there was like a Disney show or something about like just pushing leftist propaganda, and I'm like, dude, whatever happened to just a fucking kid show?
That's Disney, yeah.
That's Disney now. It's wild. It's funny to make the joke that Walt Disney, his head is rolling in his cryogenic chamber right now. It's so bizarre because I mean, like, I don't know. I don't like the rumors surrounding him was that he always hated Jewish people, that he was this horrible person, like behind the scenes. But at the same time, like when I was growing up, Disney, like when the Disney Channel came out, like it was all geared towards wholesome programming for kids. And now I'm like, wholesome programming for kids is like, yeah, we're inclusive of everybody, which is great. Like the message of inclusivity is a good message. But like when it becomes like an example like She-Hulk, where they just start shoving down an agenda, a certain side, that it's just very see-through. It's insane to me. I think the movie, the woke thing you were talking about is it was a movie that just came out, like a CGI movie, something Worlds or Crazy Worlds or Strange Worlds, I think it was called. Like that was a big controversy.
I saw it on the Twitter.
But cartoons when we were growing up, I mean, that was, that was it right there. I mean, Bugs Bunny.
What was about
Looney Tunes? They're Bugs Bunny's like shooting at some Native American guys, popping some bows and arrows, and Bugs is picking them off with a long rifle, and he's like, "Oh, there's one Indian, there's another Indian," and he marks like 5 of them down, and he's like, "Oh, that one was a half breed," and scratches out half the fucking tally mark. And like that shit we grew up with. I mean,
I remember to this day. And it's not on Disney Plus. The cartoon itself's on Disney Plus, but I think the scene I'm talking about, I think they cut out of it, or Disney cut out of it. But when we were kids, I'd watch the Disney Channel. Our dad had got one of the first satellite dishes, like in the 90s. It was like one of those big satellite dishes, like you see at NASA and shit. And he had it installed in the backyard. And when you wanted to put a channel on, you'd hear it crank real slow, and it would take forever to get to the channel. And we used to get Disney Channel as part of like the opening package. And there was old 50s and 60s Disney cartoons, and there was one cartoon that I specifically remember, and like I said, it's on Disney Plus now, but they cut this scene. It was Goofy teaching kids how to ice fish. It was like a tutorial, like a 5 to 10 minute tutorial cartoon of Goofy ice fishing, how to bait your hook, how to cut your hole in your ice. And throughout the process, he would take out a block of tobacco and just chew tobacco. And it was an advertisement for this tobacco company. And they cut it out of the Disney Plus one. I have it downloaded somewhere, but I remember like, that's the shit we grew up on. Like we were advertised candy cigarettes, bubblegum cigars. Like, I don't know, man. Like it's funny to think about it now with how rapid technology has taken over kids in the world. And everything is so woke and hyper looked at and over contextualized. But like the world we came from is like, yeah, it's, when you look back on it now, like it sounds fucked up. Yeah, your cartoons with characters chewing tobacco and promoting cigarette companies. But I would argue that we came out with a pretty good moral fiber, and the people that came out after us like completely just lost their fucking minds, man. Like, I want to go back to that era. I really do. I remember Paul and I being kids in the summer times our grandparents would fly from Florida to Michigan, and they would stay at this this place called Lake Antoine. That's not that far from Paul, maybe 15, 20 minutes. And they would spend the entire summer. Every summer they'd bring their trailer up, and we would go and spend the weekends in the summertime with our grandparents. And I remember as kids, I don't know if Paul did it, but I certainly did. I would cop my grandmother's well, she didn't smoke Durrells back then. It was Lucky Strikes, Marlboro Lights, and then it was Durrells towards the end. But I would cop her cigarettes at like 11 and 12. Like, you know, like that's the world we grew up in. I remember shitting my pants and trading in. I don't know how I got on that, but picking up 10-cent cans to buy comic books. And like, that's where I was going. Like I shit my pants at the trailer park one summer because I don't know how I got on that, guys. I'm sorry. It's been a week since I've had a beer. What do you expect? And to answer, to comment on Hex in the chat, like, yeah, the Velma spinoff from Scooby-Doo, they just had their finale and basically had her twerk. I'm not even making this up. I didn't watch Velma. I watched the first 15 minutes of the first episode. Didn't watch the rest of the series. From what I understand, from what I've read and from what I've seen, the finale for HBO's Velma, the super woke cartoon that just came out recently, the finale, Fred's mother dies and then Velma twerks over her corpse. That's real. That's not me making that up. Like that's part of that new HBO show.
Are you serious?
HBO Max. Mindy Kaling from The Office, the Indian girl from The Office.
I know about that, but she twerked.
Yeah. Mother's, or maybe it was Fred's corpse, maybe not his mother's corpse, but it was a corpse that's how the
Either
show
way.
ends. Yeah,
And
it's
you
fucked
sound
up.
bad laughing at funerals.
Yeah, we try to keep like Scar away from watching too much of that kind of shit. Like, because even nowadays, like even like the high school type, like what would be nowadays Saved by the Bell almost, you know, are pounded in these kids' head that, you know, your parents are like the enemy. You know, like no matter what, you gotta defy your parents. And we had to tell her, like, how are you gonna rebel against the rebellion? I mean, like, your parents are the rebellion.
But Anna was like
It's true.
offended that she was rebelling against us, and I was like, but to her, like, we're the authority in her life. Like she doesn't really acknowledge the government as authority. Oh, so speaking of, so I taught Scar like a little lesson. I think I told you about it. I wanted to tell Jess about it. I kept forgetting. So I don't know if you know, but we were supposed to take a trip to Colorado this year. To see
That's not
Jess.
happening.
No, because
Oh,
we have this really nice trip planned for Scarlett, and if inflation didn't happen the way it's happening, we could have afforded both trips. And we were so excited because you just got more vacation days like right around when COVID started, so we couldn't even really take like advantage of him having more vacation days. So we were like, there's no way we're going to be able to get our bathroom redone and end up buying a new car and afford like these 2 big trips. So Scar has no idea that the big trip is we're getting a really
Well, don't go too crazy. She could find us.
okay. We'll just say she does.
Wait,
She
what
doesn't know. There, we have
Okay.
a big trip.
She knows what we're doing down here right now, and she knows how to use her phone and get on YouTube and stuff. So definitely don't want her to.
Yeah, she's not stupid.
Definitely not.
No.
Oh, I get
So
you.
she
She thinks we are, but
so she said so since we're gonna go to Colorado, I'm like, listen, we'll still go somewhere. We're just gonna have to go somewhere closer, And so I'm like, we'll just go to Great Wolf Lodge for Grayson's birthday again, right? So we're like, okay, we're gonna book a room for Great Wolf Lodge, and she's all excited. She's like, man, I'm like more excited to go to Great Wolf Lodge than I am Cedar Point. And I was like, are you like fucking kidding me right now? Like, part of the reason we can't go to Colorado is because of what we're gonna do when we go to Cedar Point, and I'm gonna like strangle you right now.
yes, Paul. Yes.
Yeah, we know, Paul. So yeah, but then like we were talking about it, and she's was like, I am bummed that we can't go to Colorado. I was really excited about it. And I'm like, well, listen, just look at it as this gives you another reason to hate the state, because all this inflation, all this crap, like that's there you go, gives you another reason to hate the state. But then I also told her, I said, but it's also a reason to be thankful. Like, you'd be thankful that we can still afford to do something. It's not like we had to cancel all of our vacations. And then I straight up told her, I said, listen, there's families that just flat out can't afford vacations. And then there's families that are too stupid to look for deals. And that's just the truth.
She is going to Slipknot for her 13th birthday, and she knows that.
I did
that
not.
Will be cool.
Listen.
Me and my buddy are taking her to a Slipknot concert.
You don't need. First of all, Alice, you don't need to okay this. Let the girl have her first awesome concert. Like, I don't know if that's her first concert, but that's an awesome concert to go to. I would like to be your daughter right now, Adam, to go to that show. I would wait and bleed. I would literally wait and bleed, and I'm not even a woman. That's
but it's possible.
Slipknot song, Wait and Bleed. Check it out. It's a good song. Iowa it wasn't the first CD I ever bought, but Slipknot's Iowa. I remember buying that at the campus library when I was going to college. I fucking love Slipknot, dude.
What college you go to?
Community college. It was back in the day when I went. It was called Edison Community College. Now I think it's called. Oh, I went for like 2 years. I changed majors a bunch of different times. The only reason I went to college was because my dad said when I turned 18, okay, my plan when I wanted to graduate high school, my plan was I wanted to move to Orlando and go to Joe Blasco's School for Special Makeup Effects to work in movies and do like the prosthetics and shit in horror. I loved horror movies as a teenager. My dad was going to take me one weekend to visit the campus and tour it and all that hell paperwork. And then last minute, he's like, you don't need to go to that. He's like, what you ought to do, what would be smart, is stay here, live at home rent free, and then you go to college. Your mom and I'll pay for college, community college. And I'm like, I don't want to go to community college. I know what I want to do. Hey, Daniel. I said, I know what I want to do, and this is what I want to do. My dad's like, well, we can't afford it. So like either you go to community college and we pay for that, or you stay here and you pay rent, you get a job. And it just like that became out of the concept. So like I went to community college for 2 years just so I didn't have to pay rent. And at some point I realized Florida. And at some point I realized it just wasn't for me. Like I had a lot of fun. I was an intern at a rock radio station. I learned a lot of shit, met a lot of cool people, got a lot of free. I got to see The Cure for free, and I got to meet The Cure. So it wasn't a bad experience, but yep. 2001 at the Dream Tour in West Palm Beach, Florida. It was their only Florida date. It was promoting their album Blood Flowers at the time, which is still one of my favorite albums that they put out. And I guess they still are. Like, that's my favorite band. Like, I've loved The Cure since I was like a teenager. And that was a cool experience. I was an intern at the radio station, and they made me do like my boss, who I still talk to most of the DJs that I worked with to this day through social media. But my boss at the time made me do a lot of dumb shit. I was a 21-year-old virgin. Excuse me. And because of that, my moniker on the radio was Virgin Boy, and everybody in our neck of Southwest Florida knew who I was. Like my parents, people they worked with would start talking like, you got to listen to there's this 21-year-old virgin that they get to do dumb shit. I was like Stuttering John on the Howard Stern show. I would show up for Cinco de Mayo. They sent me to a Mexican restaurant dressed in a quinceañera dress that they had specially fitted for me because I was a fat 21-year-old. I was really fat back then. And I had to wear a quinceañera dress for Cinco de Mayo and I had a basket with Lifesaver candies, and I was handing them out at this Mexican restaurant to people who came in because the joke was if you saw Doug in a dress, you'd need a Lifesaver. So I was handing candies out. And my parents heard about that. And like, I'm the guest. How did I get on this? I feel like I'm on.
No, dude, you're good, man. I asked you about college. I asked you about college.
Yeah, that was college. That was my 21-year-old, my 20s, like just doing radio shit and kind of living at home rent free and realizing college really wasn't for me. I didn't like the structure. I like meeting people. I like the fun of it, but I don't know. College is one of those things where it's like you're paying for an education, and unless you're focused to get that education, the teachers don't give a fuck. The professors, they don't give a fuck about it. They're getting paid either.
That's all it is.
I'm so bad at math, and I say this a lot, but I know how to add and subtract, and I can multiply and divide up to about 3 or 4, but my math skills go out the window. I didn't get algebra in high school. That's how bad I was. And I got algebra 1 when I got to community college. 3 weeks into the course, my professor pulled me aside. He's like, look, if you drop out within 2 days, you can get your money back for this course. He's like, but after that, we get your money. He's like, I'll be honest with you. I don't see you passing this course. So I just dropped out.
I'm going to get another beer.
Grab me one with a friend that I play darts once a week, and you need to know how to add, subtract, multiply when you're playing like an 0-1 game, and I am just so fucking bad at it. And it's weird because like at home, whenever like there's a math equation or problem, about they're like, hey dad, honey, and it's like whoa. So like math, my buddy gets on me because he's like, I call him Rain Man because like, I mean, throw a box of fucking toothpicks on the ground. He's like, 2,996 or whatever. He's
autistic.
and like, I mean, it's almost like as soon as my third dart hits the board, he's already computed my score and then subtracted it, from the team score or whatever. And he's like telling me what it was, and it's like, dude, like I'm not even like on the second number yet. So. But he gets on me about with homeschooling with the kids about math. And my kids are going to be able to add and subtract. They're going to be able to go to a cash register and, hand a bill if it's even, cash by then, and be able to count and compute in their head how much change they're due. Like I delivered pizzas. I had all that shit figured out for however much money they could give me. Versus the bill and what I had in my pocket, they're going to be able to add it. If a kid wants to do math to the point where they're going to pursue a career that requires mathematics, they're just going to be good at fucking math. Like it's like algebra is one of the worst fucking, subjects of math that you could be teaching 15, 16, 17-year-old kids. Like I was a senior in high school taking a freshman algebra class because like it was just so bad. Like me and math like was so bad, and like I don't know. I couldn't tell you offhand how many times I use algebra. I can add and subtract fractions. Like I know how to do the math that I need to know how to do to feed my family. But like, can I do like, tower stacks of like fucking 3-digit numbers and shit like that? Like off the top of my head? No. I might even get it wrong if I use a calculator.
my dad loves to tout how math was his favorite subject. Calculus. It is his favorite subject. Yeah, the same fuck calculus. He used to go on and on about. I remember being in 6th grade and failing a math test that he helped me on. And I remember my teacher, it was Mr. Krantz's class. He used to raise chinchillas and sell them to the kids. I remember this shit. I brought the test home and I looked at my dad. I'm like, I failed. He's like, what'd you fail on? I'm like, the questions you helped me with. Like, he wrote down like the shit next to him, what was wrong about him. My entire life, my dad's always harped on me about math. Like like he loves to go on and on about how like it's his favorite thing in the world, to the point where when I moved back here, like he tried to reteach me how to balance a checkbook. I'm like, dude, I know how to balance a checkbook. I just don't give a fuck about this. Like, it's like trying to teach me Fritz. Some people get it. Some people don't.
Right.
I could break down comic book arcs and I guarantee you most people's eyes would glaze over. But for whatever reason, that and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles too, shit like that sticks in my head. Because it's interesting to me, math, world politics. Like I can riff on shit like that, but that goes over my head most of it.
That's what I'm saying. If a kid, if a student, no matter what age, is interested in like calculus, Hex brought up, and that's actually what me and my buddy got into it about, was calculus. I was like, dude, if she went, and when she's 17 or whatever, and if she wants to learn calculus, I'm sure there's somebody on YouTube that could teach my kid fucking calculus.
Well, not only that, there's like so many college students in our area that do tutoring and stuff.
Or if she wanted to go to the high school for one class, sure, that's still allowed, So like, because he was trying to like poo-poo on homeschooling, and it's just, no, you went to Catholic school your whole life, and it's just showing, man. It's okay. It's okay.
What's interesting because we've been going through all these boxes, and I found some of my old report cards, and I found my old testing things, and the one thing said that I was good at math, and I showed it to you, like that I was above average, and I'm like, but I always felt like I struggled in math. So then I'm like, well, maybe the public school system like really sucks more than I even thought it did. And even watching Scarlett, I don't make her do a ton of math, but I've watched the anxiety of math go away for her. I think for whatever reason, math just intimidates people, even if they are good at it. And I'm just seeing more and more like she just needed space. And what's funny is because one of the reasons we homeschool is because a kid will get a C or a D and maybe do good in the rest of the classes, and then they put them on to the next grade, and then they struggle even more in that subject. But back in the day when kids used to go to school, it was like all different ages and you went at your pace, which is one of the reasons we actually like the Cleveland public school. She actually learned more there than she did here. Yep. And people are always like, wait, what?
Yep. Because it's not that the suburbs, the public school system of the suburbs is a better school system. Really,
it's crime.
It's just safer.
It's just less crime.
I have got so many opinions on public schools, and I'm afraid to share a lot of them.
Go for it. We homeschool for a reason.
The reality is, I don't have kids, so the reality is I really don't have a dog in the fight. But based on like just what I've seen throughout my life, like going from remembering a time in this country where there were teachers who actually, like, I remember being in a classroom where I had teachers that visibly drank and had no problem doing it in front of you with a coffee mug and a bottle in their drink. And I also had vodka. It's fucking vodka. And that was a judge, not a teacher, but very funny reference from teachers hung up and saying, I know, I love it. Because now I want to watch teacher. You put that in my head. I want to watch Up and Smoke. But I also had teachers that I remember who genuinely gave a shit, to the point where like they would sacrifice their personal time and hang out for however long it took to sit with you afterwards and go through shit that you didn't understand. Nowadays, I see the way I perceive it is it's no longer about giving a fuck unless you're interested in fucking the kid. It's no longer about giving personally giving a shit about them. It's a numbers game. It's this kid garners this much money for our district.
The kids to public schools are like just heads of cattle. I mean, it's just a dollar amount. And
I totally understand parents like you who choose to homeschool because of that.
Well, so I had a sit down with Scarlett's teacher. That was the last year she was at this school. The principal, the guidance counselor, teacher, principal, guidance counselor, and myself.
I wasn't allowed to go.
And no, that would have been that. No, I was.
Alice, it looks like
stirring
you're
up.
giving Adam a hand job.
But she like,
I'm just saying.
you're giving me a lot of credit there, buddy. I appreciate it. I mean, this is me, not Hex. But anyway, the teacher was talking about. We were talking about Scarlett, and she's like, "Well, I have kids that do this, this, and this in the class," and I had enough, and I was like, "We're not talking about your other kids. We're sitting here right now in this little corner room, talking about my daughter, talking about how you're just like let her go behind, you know, to keep pushing forward. And if you have kids that can keep pushing forward, then God bless them, because I'm sure there are, because there was when I was in school, you know, like." Then those kids should already know what the fuck they're doing, know what the fuck that they have to do, and know how to do it. So let them kids go and kind of like do their own thing, because odds are they're going to be, you know, doing their own thing later in life anyway. They're going to be the leaders that are leading these giant projects that you have to be a brainiac to do, you know. And I just got fed up, and I was like, yeah, we're not talking about them. We're talking about my kid.
Yeah, she.
You know, they don't give a fuck. They just don't.
No, and that's going back to what we were talking about, the cartoons that raised us versus the world the kids are growing up in now. Kids are growing up with these right out of the womb. Yep. And the more they're raised with this, the more they're going to advance further than we are. And I'm not talking about education or technology, but I'm talking about deviancy, degeneration of morality. Like, I'm not a religious person, but I do have somewhat of a moral code. I think most people who know me would say that. I don't think most of the generation now is growing up with that idea. They're not growing up where like they're getting everything at a lightning fast rate. So right. None of it really matters.
They're getting everything but disappointment at that lightning fast.
There's
consequence
or consequence to it. Right. Like there is the, like, so when I was a kid, when something just sounded like wrong to me. Okay, so like when something I was always curious about was JFK assassination, right? So when I was a kid, what did I have access to? I had access to whatever book was at the library, and I had access to an encyclopedia. Now, kids nowadays, they can go on the internet, they can actually research this stuff, which is awesome. And I do think it's cool that kids can connect with other kids in sometimes safe ways, like in safe ways with people that live in a completely different country, because, you know, that's cool for them to do. But then, yeah, then there's the whole bad part of it. And believe me, as a parent today dealing with it, it's so hard. And it's something your parents never had to deal with. So it's not even something that you're like sure of, because you don't want to completely keep them from it, you know, because it's a part of life, and you almost need to use it for them to be up to par kind of with other kids. But our parents never really had to deal with that. When it comes to other things with kids, you know, if you had, you know, even just decent parents, you like know how to handle it. Like when your kid won't clean their room, it's like, well, I'm taking your shit.
Yeah.
You know, like
that.
Not that stuff's easy, but it's something that every parent has gone through generation after generation. You know what I mean? Like, but every generation has something new, and ours is the internet.
Paul and our dad, I've had conversations with him where he's talked about, like, I did the best I could go on and on about him, but like he's made comments to me in the recent past where it's like, you know, I did the best I could, but like, I didn't know what I was doing. And I'm like, yeah, but like, okay, so I don't have an understanding of it, but I also would think that like, if I had a kid, I would have the instinct that like, yeah, I may not know what I'm doing, but like, I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure that this motherfucker is not hurt in any possible way within my realm.
That's a fine line to toe, because they need to feel.
Yeah,
that,
I don't.
you know?
I don't think he needs.
I
swing. I don't think.
No. I'm not meaning that. Like, I agree with that. Yeah, I mean, in general, like certain things when I hear somebody say like, I did the best I could with what I had, it's like, did you though? Like, what I'm talking about, I guess in my case, like a simple conversation with me, trying to get to know me, that would have made the world. But I never got that out of my dad. And I don't think as an adult now, I don't think I ever expected to, because he was raised by a completely different man not even really raised by my grandfather. My grandfather was an alcoholic. He was abusive as fuck. So he wasn't really technically raised so much as he lived in fear. So he was working with what he had, but simply talking to me, like I remember that being the crux of so many arguments growing up about like music, because we grew up in the 90s where like music was bad to listen to if it had a parental advisory sticker. If a movie was R-rated, you weren't allowed to see it until you were 18. So like there was no attempt to communicate with youth on shit they like. Like I love Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2. I got to turn the volume down because now I hear the echo that Paul was talking about. I remember watching Texas. I don't know where I was going with that. Fuck, I am so far gone that I lost my train of thought when I said I heard the echo. Sorry, guys. Oh, I know where I was going with that. I think that's a long-winded story that I was going down, but the point
Maybe
I was making was a simple
We're
conversation
getting
would
Voyager
have.
points for the Great Wolf Lodge there, so it's
Go ahead, Paul. Or go ahead, Doug. I'm trying to do too much stuff here at once.
I think the point where I was going with that was like, there's a world of difference between my father acknowledging that, he did the best he could versus parents that I see now. And I'm not talking about YouTube, but like in the area I live in the last 2 years alone, I've heard multiple stories, and I know that they're not just stories because I live in a small town and I know the people I live around. I've heard multiple stories of kids in 9th grade and younger trading sex videos. I've heard parents maybe this is the negative to legalizing marijuana, but parents allowing their kids to smoke with them in the sense that, like, I guess it's the idea that like, hey, if they're doing it with us, it's, at least they have context, which
that was
I
my
do
mom's
get that.
process.
And for, you know what? The younger version of me understands that thought process because I grew up when we grew up in Florida. I had three, 2 sisters and a brother, 3 friends of mine that were related that I would give rides home to after school because they were on my way home. And I was the first kid in our friend group who had a license and a car. And their mom and stepdad would let me hang out afterwards, after I dropped them off for like an hour or so, and they would get us all high. And I thought it was the coolest fucking thing. As an adult now who constantly trips up on his own fucking thoughts on live podcasts, probably not the best fucking path to go down, but I think the point I'm trying to make is so many of the stories that I'm hearing now in the area I live in, I'm hearing like the parental guidance that is being influenced on these kids and the action these kids are taking. And I'm thinking to myself, like, I know what this does for me, but maybe this isn't what we should be doing collectively. Like, don't get me wrong. Like you'll never hear me say this on my show, but like maybe legalizing pot wasn't the best thing. Maybe keeping it a dirty secret to have fun with amongst our friends is the best way. And I only say that based on where I live. Well, the first time I tried weed was 17. The first time I started smoking it seriously, I was 30 years old. 30, and I never looked back. So
I was like about my daughter's age when I started stealing weed from my mom and selling it at school.
I was too afraid to do that. I was afraid of
Like my mom was that mom. My mom was the, how you said that, just having a conversation would have gone a long way. My mom was the, and I'm probably guilty of this too, but like I understand that she did what she could do, for me. Like, she was still selfish in some ways. But like I was always good, at least with stuff that I needed. I guess materialistically, like she wasn't really ever there and sober. Like when I was in 7th grade playing basketball, my mom would come into the gym and I could smell my mom. I knew she was there because I could smell the cigarettes and the alcohol on. But that was still my mom. Like, and when I was a kid, like I could call my mom whatever the hell I wanted to call my mom. You call my mom anything, even if you repeat what I said verbatim, we're fighting. Because that's my deal. You know what I mean?
I get that, and I also think I also think they're it's weird as we're talking about this. I'm trying to like find like, is there a good way out of this? Is there a medium that we can all find common ground on? Because I like listen to you. Go ahead.
Where I was going with asking you how old you were when you started smoking weed, like it was illegal when I started smoking. Like it was illegal the first time my cousin, took me and got me baked. Like it. So like it. I don't think the legality of it would really, stop anything one way or the other.
No, you're right. It wouldn't. But I think here, and the reason I say this is because I live in a legal state now, a recreationally legal state, where, yeah, legal or not legal, it's not going to stop it. You're absolutely right. The problem with it being legal, though, is a lot of, and I'm just saying this for where I live, a lot of the parents that I know do this with their kids also work at dispensaries. So and a lot of these kids find a way to get, like, the big thing up here is THC vape pens, live resin, the stuff that I like. Kids are actually getting these and getting caught selling these. And we live in a small area. So I know it wouldn't stop it, but at the same time, like, it certainly made it so much easier to just kind of make it a back end product. Because the one thing I will say about legal weed that I do like is what you're getting. That's the only drawback I ever had to buying it illegally. It wasn't a drawback. I did it regardless, but like, you never know what you were getting. You were getting a hybrid. Is this Tucker? Holy fuck. Fuck you, stoner. Am I Tucker Carlson? God damn it. I didn't mean to be.
Well, no, we can go all Bill O'Reilly and like put ourselves in handcuffs and shit. I mean,
the thing is like, I knew a ton of kids whose parents would smoke weed with them, smoke cigarettes with them, who would drink with them, but my parents never did that stuff with me. I started smoking cigarettes when I was young. I didn't smoke in front of my dad until I was in my 20s. Like, I was in my 20s.
So here's
I would still get up and go in the other room and smoke. My parents, the only time they really, like, when I was underage and they turned their head about me drinking was graduation weekend. Like, my friends and I just stayed up in my room. We didn't do anything stupid or crazy. We just snuck a couple bottles of liquor upstairs. We got drunk. They knew it. We thought they didn't know it. Later on, but like, my parents never drank with me until I was older. Well, my dad never drank with me, but yeah, I mean, I think like, even like with Adam and I will not drink with my daughter or my son until they're at least 18. Because in my opinion, once you're 18, you know what I mean? But yeah, like, when they're young, it's like, and I think that's what made my parents different than like maybe your guys' parents. Like, my parents had open conversations with me about drugs and alcohol. My parents like really talked to me about stuff. Like, they really asked me like how I felt about, things, how I felt about stuff that other kids did. And yeah, like, they had like actual, like, real conversations. And another thing is, my parents apologized to me. Like, kind of, not all
my
that.
Mom hasn't done that. My mom takes credit for how my kid turned out. It's like, no, I'd like to think that I had something to do with it, considering, like, it was mostly me. I mean, like, how I started smoking cigarettes, me and my cousin Steven started smoking cigarettes back in the 80s. Like, our moms would go to the bar and just leave us in the fucking car. Like, it would be like Sunday and like, we'd just be chilling in the fucking car, and they'd smoke them 100 cigarettes. And like, back then, them cigarette lighters in the cars, like, so we'd act like we're fucking driving and shit, like, all while we're, just chilling in a car for 3-4 fucking hours on a Sunday afternoon in July. You know what I mean? I mean,
I could tell you, well, I haven't thought about smoking cigarettes in so long. You guys are still, what do you guys smoke, out of curiosity?
Lucky Strikes, bro.
You do not smoke Lucky Strikes. They don't make Lucky Strikes anymore.
Yeah, we have to quit again though. Like, I quit for longer than he did. Like, I had quit for years. And then like, I kind of started bouncing around with it again.
I was 14 years old when I first smoked weed with my mom.
And then we had quit again in the past couple of years, and we did good for a while on and off. And now, like, once again, I'm like, dude, like,
during the Monday Night Wars,
I hate smoking. I think it's so gross, but I do have to pee.
Back in the 90s, during the Monday Night Wars, like, you'd have Nitro and Raw, right? And then every month you'd have 2 pay-per-views, right? So for the pay-per-views, my buddy, it was like $35 a pay-per-view or something, right? I'd have 6 or 7 buddies come over. They'd each give us $5. We'd sit there for 3 hours smoking a bunch of weed. My mom would make spaghetti, chili, or some kind of like big ass fucking meal. And like they for $5 they got to sit in my house and smoke pot. They got to watch wrestling, and they got to just smash food. My mom's like, I'd rather it be like this than than you out doing this shit somewhere else. But like if my daughter's like right about the age where all that shit started for me, and like if she did, dude, even if my son, it's not just my daughter, like if my kids, either one of my kids like started doing the shit that I did when I was their age, oh my fucking God, man.
That's because you know what the consequences of it are. Kids, and that was my point from before. Kids don't really, they're growing up in a world that doesn't have consequences. When you,
right.
What I was talking about with these parents who work at dispensaries, and the kids are getting the carts and selling them, and then they're fucking and showing everybody on social media. The parents are growing up around this, and they're being inclusive and making the kids feel comfortable and at ease with them, which I get the point of it. But I think it gets a little misguided, and the line gets a little blurred at some point between the two, because at some point this became so much more rapidly fast-paced in how it develops in the hands of a younger person versus you or me, to the point where, like, as cool as parents think they're being, they don't realize what the kids are doing because they don't understand the depths that this thing can fucking work for a lot of that shit. It's a different world entirely.
Trying to explain that to a preteen is like fucking impossible, man.
Oh, I know.
Like,
I remember being that.
Like in discussions or debates or arguments or whatever, Scar will be like, pointing out all the good things of it. Well, I can do this. I can talk to my friends. I can, do this. And it's like, yeah, but like there's a yin and a yang to everything. Like for as good as something is, there's, another side of it that's just as bad. And that's what that's what we're trying to like get through to her now. And like with the consequences thing, man, like there's all kinds of videos and shit up, man. And I don't know, I'm sure some of you guys, would remember what I said if like I was out at a club with my wife and some broad thinks she's going to come up and beat my wife up. Like, I'm not going to let that happen. Like, you'll get 5 across the eye before you put a hand on my wife. But the people nowadays don't fear consequences, that they think that they could do whatever the fuck that they feel like doing, and there's not going to be any repercussions for it. So like what I do, I tell my daughter, like, don't ever put your hands on someone that you're not expecting hands to be put on you in return. Like if you're going to hit somebody for whatever reason, whether it's a valid reason, whether it's not a valid reason, if you're going to hit somebody, you either need to lay them out or you need to be ready to get hit back. Like it doesn't matter that you're a girl, that you walk up to a boy and punch him in his mouth. Like that shit don't matter. You don't want to get hit back. Don't do any hitting.
Paul and I used to talk about that, like how a lot of people talk about it, but I remember having conversations with Paul where like he had said most people should experience what it's like to get cracked across the face. And it's true. I think so many people go through life not wanting to get hurt. And you need to realize that like you need to get hurt because it reminds you that you're alive. It reminds you not to do that, whatever hurt you, to try and avoid that again. But like you need to experience it. You need to understand it. Not to cut you off, because I know it's your show and not that, but Paul in the chat wrote, breaking, the U.S. just closed the airspace over Montana.
What Rip do now?
Huh?
What Rip do now? You shoot another
bear? I don't know. Well, I don't know. Didn't we shoot down today earlier?
So allegedly they shot down a UFO. I know. I can't remember. I think his name was Mike. He said we could call him by his name. Mike said that last night during our weekly wind down.
I listened to that. He was talking about
they shot down like a UFO that was like the size of a car. And then there's like videos, and it's probably fake, but there's videos on like the reels and the shorts and TikToks. Like, oh, this is this thing getting shot down. It's like, so we're going to just go with the theory that these beings came from another universe or whatever. So they could travel the universe, but they're just going to sit there and let a fucking missile fucking hit it. Like it
Like,
doesn't have like, you know, it could just like move like, you know, me like when my daughter tries to smack me, but like it's just gonna let this fucking missile from just, you know, like, I mean, come on, man, come on.
Yeah. Oh no. When you guys were talking about
Plug
that
your
last
local
night,
girl.
when you were talking about that, plug your locals, girl. When you were talking about it last night, when he brought up, I wish it was one of those moments where I wish I was in the room with you guys, because he brought up, did anybody see that Joe Rogan with Tom DeLonge from Blink 182? And I'm like, oh my God. Yeah. In my head, as I was listening to that live, I'm like, I did. I know exactly what he was talking about. Like, because that's what he did. Like, Tom DeLonge, I love Blink 182, and for a long, when he left the band, like he became like the perception of him was like, oh my God, this guy just fucking lost his mind. And then he's right though. He was on Joe Rogan. He's like, they're gonna release all this shit through psyops, and he wasn't fucking wrong, man. Like, you're seeing all kinds of weird shit like that. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab another beer. Thank you for having me. I'm having a lot of fun, and I love you guys.
I love you too. I'm having fun. You guys are gonna leave me on here though.
I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'll leave my mic on too.
I'll just like sit here and look pretty. Oh, Philly's coming to say hi. Say hi to everybody. Yeah. Say hi to Forrest, mommy.
Stoner said, this is my favorite episode of the X-Files. My favorite episode of the X-Files is season 3. It's an episode called Home, and it's where they go to investigate. I think it's in West Virginia, an inbred family of mutants. That's a great fucking episode. But to be fair, X-Files is a phenomenal show with a lot of great episodes that are worthy of rewatch. Oh man, this isn't my show. This is your show. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I'm just kissing my kitty.
He's
so cuddly, dude. He's so cuddly.
Oh, I thought you said fugly. I thought you said he's so fugly.
Right, FM. He's just like, look at him. He's so sweet. And he's Adam's least favorite cat ever.
Man, I just heard a fucking song, a parody song. Look at this fucking cat. All he does is eat and crap.
Nickelback, baby.
Yeah, he knows my disdain for him, and he's just like, yeah, what the fuck you gonna do?
So okay, funny story about this cat and Scarlett's cat. So we got them kind of like right about the same time. So Philly we kind of got accidentally, and then Sweeties we got absolutely on purpose for Scarlett because her cat passed away suddenly and very sadly.
Our neighbor fucking killed it.
Yeah, we're pretty sure he poisoned the cat. But anyways, so we had this like big cabinet at the rental house that we were at the bottom of the kitchen. And Sweeties would get in there and Philly would get in there. And when Philly would get in there, Adam would be like, get the fuck out of there.
I'd like kick the door.
He'd be like,
get the fuck out of there.
You don't fucking belong in there. And then when Sweeties was in there, the little baby girl cat, he would pick her up and he would be like, you don't belong in there. No, you don't. You don't belong in there. No, you don't.
I mean, it's a true story, and that's cool. It's not like I like, pamper my kids and like that. Just the cats.
Yeah, just the cats.
Freedom everything, just not the orange cat.
Well, he does call this cat Ann Cat.
He is an Ann Cat because he just don't give a fuck.
Yeah, he just does whatever he wants.
It's really like nothing. It's nothing like too like. I don't know. Vile's not the right word. It's nothing too. I mean, he's just a pain in the ass. Like
he's the only cat that just will sleep on the table, no matter how many times you take him off. He just gets on the table, like there's times.
Empty pizza box on the counter, and he'll just fucking lay right on top of the fucking pizza box. Like
how many cats do you have?
McDonald's, and he'll just like be in the fucking box and like. It could be the tiniest little fucking cardboard box, and that little fucker is going to try and get in it like a clown diving into a thimble of water.
How many felines do you have? I don't think I ever asked that or
5.
paid attention because you got 5 cats. Holy fuck!
Yeah, we have 5 indoor, and then we have like 2 outdoor ferals that come and go. But actually,
I like the pussy, Doug.
But one of our ferals is. We started off with 4 ferals. 1 died. 2 are still outside, and 1 decided that it wanted to be inside. But yeah, our old cat, we had a cat, the cat that Adam and I got together. It's been a year since that cat died. Yeah, we got a kitty. He was the coolest fucking cat too. He was so fun.
I had that cat run when we first had him. He was like running on the walls, running. We got home from somewhere, and he got into a roll of paper towels. So there was like paper towel shreds everywhere, and I'm like, what the fuck? So I was like running around, like smacking him with it, throwing it at him and shit. And he was like running on the side of the walls, dude. It was so funny. And then like when he'd be like passed out, laying in the middle of the floor. And if you got up with socks on and went walking towards him, he like had flashbacks of paper towels, you know, and he'd get up and bolt. But he was an awesome cat. He was, when we first brought Scar home, he's like, yeah, I mean, he was only 3 years old, maybe.
Yeah.
And he was like, you know, still the youngin' of the house and, you know, whatnot. And he's like, yeah, I don't want this fucking thing. What do you get this stinky, noisy thing out of here?
Wanted nothing to do with her.
Once Chesney died, the older cat that we had, he totally like, you know, so stepped up, so to speak. And he would not let anybody, you know, fuck with Scar. It was quite the transformation to witness.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was like watching your kid grow up.
Yeah.
It's like watching your boy turn into.
I'd be laying on the couch, patting him and stuff, and he bit me once, and I bit him back on his ear.
He never. You know when they're kittens and they like to nibble.
He didn't bite me again.
Just like a puppy, like they love to nibble on things, and it's
and it's freedom over everything.
Sure,
Doug.
Paul and I will. What happened? Oh, the red light. Yeah, the red light. Paul and I I've only ever had one cat in my life. Paul and I, when we were kids, had a cat named Boo. When right before we moved to Florida from here, 95, I think we found Boo was like a feral cat in our backyard. I think we found Boo as a baby, and Paul and I fell in love with it. But when you're kids, a dog, a cat, I had pet mice for fuck's sake. Like any animal was fascinating. Yeah, pretty much, except for Bubbles. I didn't have a cool monkey. I've always wanted a chimpanzee. But you know, when you're a kid, any animal is just, it's enthralling to you. And as an adult, I'm not a cat person, but as a kid, when Paul and I found Boo, we begged our mom, can we please have this cat? And for a long time, she wouldn't let us have it. Our mom would take the cat, we felt bad because it was a feral cat. Our mom put a collar on the cat and put it on our dog's leash. And so when Paul and I were laying in our bed at night, we would hear this fucking cat screaming because it was hooked on a leash outside of our bedroom window, and it was trying to jump out, get away, and it was choking itself. So we begged our mom to get the cat off the leash, and we ended up adopting the cat because of that. And we took her to Florida, and I'm sure Boo got put down or got sent to a shelter because I don't remember exactly what happened to Boo, but I remember we called her Boo because any little noise, you snap your finger, that cat would dart the fuck away. It was scared of everything. So she became Boo. And when we got to Florida, Boo, her personality changed because I remember waking up in the mornings, like on a Saturday, and laying on the couch watching TV, and she'd just come up. After a while, she'd just come up and sit on my belly and would start like doing that paw thing in your fat that cats do, that like comforting, just kind of mashing against clay. And then she started doing that to me in bed, and I loved Boo, but overall I've never, like, it's weird. Like I've known people with cats, but I've never been a cat person. And I think the reason, aside from Boo, is because every cat I've ever encountered has never really given a fuck about me. Like, cats can take you or leave you. I like dogs in the sense that, like, they love you. They want your attention.
You like horse too, so
I like pain.
Dogs
yeah, you're right.
Right?
You're right. I'm the problem.
Think about it. Dogs will give anybody attention, right? Like, you know, if they sense that you're not a threat, they're gonna be like, "Sweet, pet me." A cat's just gonna sit there and look at you and be like, "Yeah, I don't know if you're worthy of, like, you know, touching me."
Shane Gillis said it best. Dogs are the Down syndrome. Cats are autistics. Dogs want to hang out with you. Dogs want to hang out with you. Where you been all day? I got so much cool shit to show you. Let's go have so much fun, cat.
Right. You've been gone for an hour, but it feels like a year. Come on, let's go.
He's right.
We go
Cats
back
are.
out to the next- Let me show you this. Do you remember this? Look how much this has changed. Ah,
Yeah. Oh, well, one of the things that
you just don't know how to earn affection, there, Paul. That's
attracted me to
Paul.
Adam was, so I had this cat, Chesney, which we talked about a little bit before.
I agree. Paul.
And he was just the coolest, chillest, sweetest cat. But he was very selective in who he liked. And in general, the people that I really liked, like he would seem to like too. And then when Adam and I started dating, like my cat loved him. Like my cat would let Adam pick him up, and
he'd jump in my lap, just sitting at the table.
Yeah.
I mean, Mary was pissed.
That's awesome.
Yeah, my mom was mad. She was like, "I do everything for you."
Animals.
But yeah, I mean, and then
Your mom, the one that my brother wore.
Yes. Yeah, we got more over here though.
but we oh, here's a Bentley Boo.
Wore like a.
I would pick this cat up.
Wore like a blazer.
So we have these, like, they're called Forest Norwegian cats, dude, and I'm sure, like, you might have seen them, Doug, but they have like the really big fluffy chests. You know, they're fluffy cats, but their chests are like really fluffy. So we have an orange one like that.
We have two ginger cats.
But the orange one, because of the fluff, he looks like, we call him Little Lion, dude. He's such a good looking cat, dude. He's a really good looking cat. We have some pretty cats. What? Go ahead.
What kind of the cats are the ones that have like a big fat moon egg-shaped head with like a pushed in, not to be rude, but a Down syndrome looking face? Like, what are those kind? You know what I'm trying? They've got the big.
They're usually they're like Persian cats are like that.
Well, I know Persians are the ones that are tall and they have the certain color, like the black face and the tan body, right? That's a Persian.
Wow, you know your pussy, buddy.
I used to anyway. The one I'm talking about
back in the college years.
Back about, yeah, I did. It's been I honestly have lost. I could not tell you. I know I know the last person I had sex with. I just don't know when. I don't know if it was 2018 or 2019. But that's the last.
Next time you come to our neck of the woods, we'll take a cruise down Lorraine Avenue at like midnight, and we'll get you something for like $30.
I'd rather spend a little bit. I would plan it out.
Though?
That cat, yes, that cat. That's exactly what I'm talking. That's a Persian?
Yeah.
Okay. Then I'm thinking of.
I know what you're talking about. The cats you're talking about are like they're an expensive breed.
But like,
Paul, 2019.
Hang on. There's this one. They look a little bit more.
I would not to veer off topic, but instead of Adam taking me down a street, I would just like to. I would like to plan out our next trip to where I could take like a week of vacation time and come and visit you guys, so I could eat at all the places I want to eat at and go see the Drew Carey Show bar.
We will go to the war. Next time you come here, we will go to the Warsaw.
And it'll be fun. Like, not
aside,
I don't say it'll be funner, but I won't be like stressed out because I was kind of.
You weren't stressed out. Well, no, but Paul and I always.
I mean, I was pretty chill, but I was kind of stressing a bit. I was kind of stressing.
You weren't. I don't think you really were. I was more thinking about the fact that like Paul and I had such a limited time. It was only 2 or 3 days. Like I would like to take a long time because I think instead of going down that road you were talking about, Adam, I would like to just spend a little bit of time hanging out with my Puerto Rican princess and drinking pineapple Bacardi.
I mean, we could probably make that happen, but I mean, it's probably still going to be you and Rosie Palmer at the end of the night if that's
fine.
Or
that's
we
fine.
Can get the magazine and hit the back page.
That's true. That's true too. That's a possibility.
I can't go to strip clubs anymore, man. I'm sorry.
The reality, though, is I'll probably drink enough Bacardi to pass up before anything really embarrassing happens. But I don't want to make that drive back, dude. That drive back from your place the next day, I'll be honest with you. I have not been that fucked up in so long. Like your guys' wave hour was the most fucked up I've been since I was maybe 23, 24. I've never gotten that fucked. Even when I was using opiates, I didn't get that fucked up to where like I blacked out and don't remember how I cut my arm.
Your eyes would close before anything. I mean,
It was the worst fucking drive home, like being that fucking hungover. Plus, I was getting sick in a fucking pickup truck. Oh my God, dude. Like, I wanted to eat a bullet by the time we got home.
The drive back from a place just sucks because when you're going to said place, you have all the excitement of what's going to go down and how much fun you're going to have and meet new people and doing this. Oh, sure. And then when, the drive back, it's like, well, I'm going back to fuck home.
Yeah.
And you were hungover.
Yeah.
The hungover part was the worst. I remember Paul and I remember when we woke up and we got ready and got the car going. And he's like, we got to stop at Adam Analysis to get a tent. I'm like, whatever. And I remember vaguely just drinking a Diet Coke in the truck. And I'm like, oh my God, why does this Diet Coke taste so good? I cracked the can and it went down like liquid gold. And Paul's like, you're fucked up right now. And anything in your body is just making you feel good. And then immediately as that Diet Coke made me feel good, it dehydrated me. And I just started drinking water. I'm like, oh my God, water is the best thing in the world. It was the shittiest drive home.
I'm sure the drive home.
But it was also an education.
You could eat something with a bunch of grease, but then, maybe by like Detroit or Ann Arbor, you could have to pull over on the side of the road.
Well, we stopped at Sheets before we left your area. And I wanted to get a fried egg on a burger and they weren't making burgers for whatever reason at that time. So I got like a chicken sandwich. Yeah, it really pissed me off. It was a whole thing. I don't want to go into it. It's going to make me upset. But
I'm really not disgusted right now.
I ended up getting the shittiest chicken sandwich I've ever eaten in my life and a 99-cent hot dog that I took 2 bites out of and tossed in a fucking garbage can.
Oh, dude, them hot dogs are the bomb, though, dude. You get 2 hot dogs with some boom boom sauce and some relish, man, for $1.
Whoever made me my hot dog, well, no, it wasn't who made the hot dog. It was the fact that I let that hot dog sit in a cooler of ice until we got to the.
Oh yeah, you got to eat that shit right away, man.
And that's why it sucked. But we did stop at a Rally's somewhere in Lower Michigan, I think, or maybe we were still in Ohio. I don't remember. I'm fucked up a little bit right now. But I remember buying like 3 different flavors of Faygo. All bought 2 fucking buckets of fries. And like, yeah, that was a really good meal. But like, I was getting sick. So like, I didn't enjoy it as much as I probably should have. But yeah, it was just, the point I was making was an educational experience because I remember drinking the Diet Coke and then drinking the water and Paul like breaking down why I was enjoying each one. I remember thinking to myself, I'm 42 and I'm the most fucked up I've been since I was in my like early 20s and I'm still learning. I'm still capable of learning things.
Paul was just trying to distract himself from counting the mile markers.
Oh, it was a rough ride, man. Thank you,
I
Paul.
bet, man. Driving, like I said, man, driving to a place. When we went to Vegas in 2007, it was like, yeah, hoorah, let's go. And then on the way back, it was like,
Oh, yeah. That's how it always works out, though. And you it's funny because like you want to have fun, you want to feel like a kid again, and then you realize I'm not a kid. I'm 40. I'm going to be 43, and not getting any easier. It's getting fucking, dude. You want to know something? Like, okay, this is how my week went. I got bit by an unidentified spider Monday night when I came home from work. Point of this story is like getting old sucks. Monday night, I got home from work. I was taking a shower. When I was going to soap up my right shin, where my Coheed tattoo is, I felt a bump the size of a golf ball. And when I looked down, my leg had a golf ball hanging, like a tumor hanging off. I've never seen anything on me ever in my life like that. And I freaked the fuck out. And I started pressing it, trying to figure out what the fuck it was. Was it hard? It was soft. It didn't hurt. And I pressed it as hard as I could. Nothing happened. I was thinking maybe I'd get pus or something out of it. The next day I had it looked at and it was this unidentified spider bite. My leg has a giant purple ring around it still with a little white circle in the middle, but it's getting better. 2 days after that, I slipped on the ice, landed with my hand and fucked up my elbow. Okay. So my elbow, my shoulder, my shoulder. I landed on my hand and it fucked up my shoulder. The next day, as I was getting back to work, I hit a patch of ice, slipped, fell backwards like a comet, like a Laurel and Hardy pratfall. And I landed, boom, on my right arm. And I haven't been able to move my arm since. And
this is through a week that you weren't drinking.
This is a week I wasn't drinking. I was sober throughout this entire fucking week. That's why they.
Well, but I gotta agree with Stoner here.
You know, Stoner never comes to our shows, but when he comes to shows that I'm on, like, stick to cannabis. You make me feel bad about drinking beer. I think that's what that comment
Never
is.
feel bad about drinking beer. I mean,
I love beer. I really do love beer.
Yeah,
But the point of all of that
sometimes
was getting
too
old
much
sucks.
beer. Yeah.
All that you fucked yourself up pretty good. See, that's why you should always drink beer, Doug. Like,
Oh no, don't get me wrong.
when you don't drink beer.
you did do a lot of shots that night. What was funny is I was like,
no, we were talking about his week. He's had a rough week.
Oh yeah.
Overall week.
It was just one of those things where, like, every time I fell, like, I remember being a kid laughing at older people who would talk about arthritis and shit. And every time I fell this week, the 2 times I fell and got bit by a spider, I'm like, oh god damn it. I don't want to make fun of anybody ever again. Like, it does suck getting old. Like, when you fall.
When I was in my early 20s, I would bust the balls of everybody older than me, like especially a decade plus older than me. And like, if a 20-something-year-old kid came up and started saying the shit to me that I said to older guys, like when I was younger, I'd probably beat the piss out of them.
I should have peed. We need to get the bathroom in down here, especially so Paul doesn't pee in our sink.
You can use Paul's sink.
Get a bucket. When I was a kid, my dad would take me hunting. My dad took a styrofoam cooler that had those like removable lids that you'd bring with you ice fishing. He would take the lid and he would cut a toilet circle out of it. And when we would go hunting in the wintertime, you'd sit on that and the warmth from the styrofoam would heat your ass and you'd be able to shit into a bag. And my dad would take the bag, toss it. You should get a styrofoam cooler for the basement until you figure out a bathroom situation.
I just use a 5-gallon bucket of just contractor's bag and a little bit of polymeric sand. Or
you and I are different. Yeah, Alice doesn't have a hose between her legs the way we do. It's a lot easier for us.
That's the number 2, man.
Okay, my bad. I was
number 1. Did you see my backyard? I mean,
yeah. Unfortunately,
I like to go outside when it's cold outside. If it wasn't cold out, I would just move that.
It's even I should get even more credit for doing it. It's cold outside because shrinkage.
Well, I was thinking you're outside. I didn't like because it's so open and anybody can see anything. And I remember when I had to piss, I got real fucked up.
It used to not be that way.
Yeah, but nobody's gonna see anything.
Fuck you, dude. I've got a huge dick. We're not on Rumble.
Well, yeah, I'm talking about personal experience over here, man. Like it's like upper 20s out there right now. It's dark in my house. Like the neighbor might have a light that shines over this way, but dude, you ain't gonna see nothing that's gonna. Yeah, I'm not worried about it.
What's your temperature? What do you think your temperature is right now? The low 20s or high 20s?
Actually, looking at it's 32.
I'm checking to see what mine is because today was a really nice day. It was in the 40s.
The sun was shining.
Yeah, it's 34 right now. Today the sun was shining. It was in the 40s. It was really nice. I actually took a walk today.
It was
still icy, but
Thursday was like fucking almost 70. It was like 65, 67.
I miss that weather. I'm so ready for the fucking spring and summer, dude. Like I am so fucking ready to start walking.
Birds around here like chirping like it's like, late March. I'm like, you guys are in for a rude awakening because even the guys that I work with, they're talking about how mild it's been with the winter. I'm like, we're going to get hit. Like we are.
We're supposed to get snow next week.
Storm or something.
We're supposed to get hit with some snow next week, but I don't think it'll be a whole lot. But I don't know. It's funny. Last week we were in negative degree weather. This week we're up in the 40s and the 30s. If climate change is a thing, I'm okay with it. If it means that I moved from Florida to Michigan, got legal weed, and I'm going to have reduced winters and get a little bit better weather, I'm okay with climate change. I'm good with it, man. Burn the fucking planet down. As long as I get that, I'm okay. I miss good weather. I love the sunshine. That's the one thing about the winter up here that I fucking hate is you see so little of the sun and the blue skies, and it really does make a difference on your personality, your day-to-day personality and interaction with humanity. Like being in a positive mood really does affect me, man. Being in a negative mood affects me, and the weather plays into that. It's fucked up how it works. But
it's crazy how the weather can kind of help dictate your mood for sure.
I think, I was thinking about this the other day with the cold. So at first, like I like enjoyed the cold, and I do enjoy Christmas. Like
I love Christmas.
Like Christmas can definitely be rough in ways the older you get because you lose more people and it's hard to be without them. My dad died 4 days before Christmas, but like I also try my best to be happy in those times because I'm like, damn, like my parents lost their parents too, and they didn't give me bad Christmases. So like I enjoy that time of year. I enjoy the fires. I enjoy watching movies. But I just told you I was like about this time of year is when I start to get like because it gets to be too much. The kids being in the house all the time.
The
And
dog being in the house.
yeah, our backyard gets so muddy, so Savannah can't like go out and play the way she normally would. And
Not to
I miss
mention,
yeah.
like, I've worked like most Christmases since we've been together with snow.
It's this time, like around February is about when I start to
Thanksgiving to Valentine's Day. Let's fuck Tony Phil. Let's do like Thanksgiving to Valentine's Day.
I love you, Adam.
What would that be? That's like 2.5 months or something, 10 weeks ish.
Yeah, I mean, there are like really cool things about cold weather. Like, but one thing I don't like is like this year, we haven't really had a snowfall where we could take the kids sledding and stuff. Like it snowed and then it melted right away, or it was so cold, like you would get fucking frostbite within like 5 minutes. So you couldn't even, you know what I mean? But when there's winters where you get like a nice snowfall and it's like 30-40 degrees out, you go sledding for like an hour and you come home and drink hot cocoa, but then eventually it's like, okay, I want to be outside. I want my windows open.
What you just described was okay. My favorite holiday is Christmas, but I hate, as an adult, I don't like the snow. I hate the cold. My bones, the arthritis that I feel now, like it just doesn't mesh together. But what you're talking about though is reminiscent to like, it's fucked up to feel this way because I do feel that. I do remember being a kid and loving sledding and snow days and building snowmen and building snow forts. I remember watching The Simpsons, the episode where I think it was the first or second season, maybe it was the second season, where Bart fails a test and there's a snow day, and he prayed the night before the snow day happens. He doesn't know there's going to be a snow day. He prays to God to give him like a pass to help him pass this test. And God gives him a snow day. It starts snowing overnight out of nowhere and school's canceled. And Bart realizes he has to do his schoolwork, but he looks out the window and watches kids have fun in the snow. And I watch that episode and I think about that when you talk about Christmas, and I'm like, God, that's the version of my life that I miss the most. As an adult, the last time I think when I realized I hated the snow the most was when I moved back here. I think it was 2018 or 2019. I was friends with some people in this town who I haven't seen in quite a while, but I met them at a bar, which is probably why I haven't seen them in a while. And they became really good friends of mine. But I remember one of them asking me, hey, would you mind helping me this Saturday shovel my grandmother's roof off? Because up here, like, this is something I don't remember from as a kid because I never did it. But up here, when it snows real heavily, a lot of people get on their roofs and you have to shovel your roofs off. A lot of you have roof rakes and shit like that. Living in Florida for so long, it was never a concept to me. So I said, absolutely. He's like, I'll buy you beer. My grandmother will make you a really kick-ass lunch, homemade food. I'm like, fucking A, I'll help you shovel the roof off. And I remember being on the roof and being the most terrified I've ever been, my knees being all fucked up like they are in their 40s. And I'm sitting here like pushing fucking heavy snow off this roof that's like 15 feet up in the air, which isn't that high, but like when you're me, it's terrifying. And I remember hitting a patch of ice on the roof and I fell off the roof. And I remember as it was happening, everything just in my head going like, well, this is an interesting way. If this is how you go, this is a fascinating story for people to tell. And I remember landing in a snowbank and being completely okay, but thinking to myself, I don't like this. This is no way. People who pay to live like this, you'd have to be high. And a year later, we legalized marijuana. So it does make sense. You have to be high to want to live in this kind of fucking weather.
Well, I think only one time my brothers had to kind of like get some snow off of our roof, but it was like there was that blizzard back in like 95. I mean, the snow was like, it was past my kneecaps in a lot of places. But yeah, other than that, Yeah, other than that, like it's never been that bad. And then with Adam, I mean, he has a plow truck, so I never have to like shovel the driveway anymore. I'm sure at almost at 43, I would feel
Sure,
much
absolutely.
different about shoveling a driveway.
I don't like shoveling anything.
Alice is an
Yeah,
indoor
doesn't have a
cat.
neat end on it.
What?
What's
What?
the you're an indoor cat, not an outdoor cat, Alice. What's the most snow you guys get these days? Like, how bad do your winters get in Ohio?
It
You mean
has
like
to-
in a setting, like in one event?
Yeah, like Paul, like you guys know, like what Paul, because we talk about it on our show. Like when it snows crazy, when we get like a freak thing of snow for a couple days, where like Paul will come on and be like, I spent literally 7 hours plowing all goddamn night. Like, what do you guys?
So last year we got smacked on Martin Luther King MLK Day. We got smacked. We got almost a foot of snow. Then it took us a couple days. Yeah, just one. And then it took us a couple days to clear it off. It was cold, and then about a week later, we got about another 8-10 inches of snow. That's kind of how it goes. Like with us, with lake effect, it depends with the lake effect. You can get anywhere from a trace to 8 inches of snow, according to our local meteorologist. Actually, one of our first Valentine's Day. It was actually our first. So this was Valentine's Day of 2007. We got hit with some snow. We probably got, I don't know, 16, 18 inches of snow in that time. And like some of the places that I plow, like they just abandoned cars in the parking lot of this fucking apartment building. And it's like, how the fuck do you expect us to clear this building, this parking lot, when you got these cars like just like strolling about like, obstacles? That was rough. It was either the following Valentine's Day or the next year was another situation. Like we don't get crazy snow that often. We might get like 2, 3, 4 inches, and then it'll melt off or whatever.
Yeah, like I said, the last really bad one that I can remember, like really, really bad, was back, in the 90s. And yeah, we had so many snow days at school, and I ended up getting bronchitis. Really
Those
bad.
were the best though, because like I lived in like neighborhoods where houses were like on top of one another, and the plows would come down the street and throw all the shit, windrow all the shit from the street at the edge of your driveway. And then you shovel your driveway and you get the big mounds at the edge of the tree lawn or the devil strip in your driveway. And me and my friends used to hollow out we'd get our hose out and spray it down, get it all wet and cold. And then we'd hollow out the inside of it and like the top of it. And we'd, make a bunch of fucking snowballs, and we'd pelt them at fucking cars driving down the street, man. And then people would stop and pull over and look for us. They couldn't find us.
Me and my brother used to build, like, we would build, like, well, my parents had the the store. So we used to be able to play in the snow plow stuff there. But at the house, we would, in the backyard, I mean, dude, you almost have like an endless amount of snow to deal with in our backyard. So we would like build walls and stuff and yeah, like have snowball fights, and you would like go and hide behind.
Oh yeah, you guys get way more snow.
When Paul and I were kids,
dude, you guys and it gets so much colder where you are. That's why anytime we come to visit you, you will be sure shit it's summer. Oh, Adam was talking about us coming to visit you guys because we went to Traverse City like what, 5-6 years ago now?
It's longer than that. Grayson's gonna be 7.
Holy crap! Yeah, so like 8 years ago,
2014-ish.
Yeah, so we went to Traverse City. We stayed at a Great Wolf Lodge there and a Motel 6 for a night. But we went to like the dunes and like we drove all around and went to those parks and stuff, and it was so beautiful. So Adam was like, dude, we should go back there. He's like, maybe Doug and Paul can meet up with us. He's like, we'll stay at the Great Wolf Lodge.
Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, can you imagine Doug and Grayson running around a Great Wolf Lodge together?
Dude, Scarlett
will be
this would be in a couple of years. Scarlett will be more than old enough to take care of Grayson. we can walk around that fucking place and just get trashed, dude. Just get what we drink a bourbon. We'll be like doubling fucking water slides, dude.
I am all fucking in, man. Yeah, I am all in.
Yeah,
after I got done talking about being old.
The only reason I would want to wait a couple years to do that is because I want to be able to stay there and just stay at the Great Old Lodge, because that Great
They'll leave the light on for you.
Well, that Great Old Lodge is right up the street from a lot of the stuff. But
Clinch Park was great, man. Like every time we go out of town somewhere, I'll generally rock, my Ohio State gear or my Browns gear. And we were walking around Clinch Park. I think this was like before we left. I'm wearing a sleeveless Ohio State shirt. Ohio State was playing Michigan State that following Saturday. And there's this dude like with his caregiver or nurse or whatever in a wheelchair, just like kind of like.
He wasn't all there.
He definitely wasn't all there. And he just kept saying like, yeah, okay, yeah, okay. And when we walked by him, he's like, yeah, okay, Ohio State sucks. And like,
and he just kept repeating it, and I'm dying laughing because Adam, the only person that says anything to him about his Ohio State stuff, ends up being a mentally challenged person that he can't say shit back to. But I even told him, dude, I was like, dude, when I'm walking by myself, and I did wear Ohio State stuff when we were there, but the one day we were in like a high tourist spot where we were like going to all these different tourist spots.
Standing Bear or Sleeping Bear National Park?
Well, no, I had my Ohio State stuff on that day, but I had something, and it was nothing to do with Ohio. And I said to Adam, I'm like, dude, when I walk past people and you're not with me, they say hi to me. But when you're with me with your Ohio State stuff on, nobody says hi to me.
Fuck that Buckeye piece of shit.
Except fucking salespeople at like Sam's Club that'll come up and go, excuse me, sir, who's your cable provider? It's like, dude, can't you see like the look at asshole on my face? And I'm Carrie. Leave me the fuck alone.
And it's so bad because I'm polite, but I just keep walking.
Yeah, no, we're good. We don't. Yeah. I'm just like not fucking interested.
That's because Adam comes from the school of hard knocks, and you come from the school of your way right away at Burger King now. I'll be right back. I got to get another beer. I'm having so much fun. Thank you guys for having me on. I love you fuckers. Oh.
Well, now it's just me and you, honey.
Yeah, so, in the future, we'll try to get like a format, maybe a little bit of schedule, so to speak. I'm sure she'll throw some curveballs at me so I can, rant.
Well, it's hard because we have the weekly wind down on Friday. Paul and Doug do their Saturday night show. And that's like usually a time that you're available. We could do a show after Paul and Doug's show.
No one's going to be fucking sober for that.
I don't know, man. We've been going live for an hour and a half. This is my 5th beer. I think I'm doing pretty good. I think considering we're not doing my show for whatever reason, I think I'm maintaining pretty well right now.
No, I agree, Paul. Not Saturdays. I was thinking like maybe Sundays, later in the evening, maybe when Grayson goes to bed, but then we'd be going up against TT.
Yeah.
Can I talk to you guys about?
I already have a hard enough.
Yeah, we're totally open for suggestions for segments, for talking points. Fuck, man, the name of the goddamn thing. Hex, you better start writing some fucking music, dude.
I got a name for your podcast already. If you guys are willing to hear it,
all ears.
Fornicating with the Forkies, mentally, not like sexually fornicating, but like like socially and mentally. Yeah, Forky fornication.
Yeah, we can get Hex like right. Yeah.
Oh fuck, I love it. Whatever you guys decide to do, I'm fucking in full support of it. I want to do a show with everybody. I talked to Paul about this. Like, I have this idea for a Saturday show, a Saturday morning show.
Curveballs.
8 or 9 a.m., maybe 10, whenever anyone's cool with it, where we go on YouTube and just do like an hour episode of like people having cereal or breakfast and watching 80s and 90s cartoons together. And Paul came up with a name for it. I forget what it was. After these messages,
after these messages.
Dude, I want to do that so bad with you guys, with everybody. I think that would be so much fun. But fornicating with the Forkies, that's been rattling around my head all goddamn week.
Well, like really, as far as like the FMU goes, with like the shows that we have going on, like
take Paul's
Tuesday
comment
nights
off.
is really one of the only open nights, you know. And like, I mean, I got darts on Tuesday night for 3 out of 4 seasons of the year, and I mean, I need my darts, man. I need something competitive.
I need my darts. Something I never thought I'd hear another man.
Like I played softball and flag football for years, and I started like hurting myself.
I you know, it's fun. I shouldn't laugh at that because I in Florida a lot of dudes played darts. I shouldn't laugh at that because where I live now the equivalent to darts is bowling. There's bowling leagues where I live in the small town.
Her and I have talked about doing bowling too. It's just like going bowling's fun. Like I mean, we can go bowling at an open bowl.
You literally just took this off the screen.
Pull some frames, you know, pick up a dog do, hope that it's hard.
And I don't want to like be around that I don't want to be around. Because like you're better at being around people that you don't want to be around than I am. Like I'm
well, it's just because I'm more alpha than you and they just bow down, bitches.
Shut the fuck up. That is so not why.
There's dudes that we play darts with that I can't fucking stand. And it sucks because them fucking homos get in my head.
I was on a bowling league the second year I think I lived in this town. Paul actually, before he moved back up here, or maybe he just moved back up here, came and hang out with me one night while I was doing it. I remember having a lot of fun in the beginning and having camaraderie, but it was also the moment, because this is pre-pandemic where like I was 360 pounds and I had become an alcoholic and I was just eating fat cholesterol. Big? Oh, dude, I was bigger than 360 at one point in my life. Yeah, I'll have to dig up photos and I'll put them up there.
No
but
shit.
Oh yeah, I used to have a big moon face. Dude. Thanks, man. My face used to shrink into my head. What's funny, Alice? Clue us in. What's funny?
I don't know. It's a conversation between her and Skipper. She shouldn't be on her phone right now.
Well, I just
you know, and honestly, this little stream of ours here could really turn into like, you know, the Forky therapy session.
Oh, please. I'm not qualified.
So no, this is funny. Okay, so my cousin, he doesn't use Twitter, so he doesn't know all the stuff going on with She Who Will Not Be Named and people. Stop. And,
can I say something?
And people getting banned. So I was like, dude, it's a really long story and I don't know how to explain it to you. And then I was like, Candace Owens is doing something on it. Just look out for that. And my cousin texted me back about Candace Owens. He's like, I'm just hoping she gets a divorce and an OnlyFans.
Candace Owens? I would love to see her tip. I would love to see Candace Owens.
I've met her. Adam and I have met her. She smells amazing, and she actually is really pretty. And when we saw her, I mean, God, dude, it was probably like 5 or 6 years ago now. She was kind of a lot different. I thought she did a really good job of kind of connecting with people on like a normal level. You know, like there was this part where she was talking when we went to see her, she was talking about her medical bill. She's like, I went because my face was breaking out. And she's like, explain to people, like, this is all the crap they charge you for. And it's all because of like government regulations, taxes, and all this other stuff that they need to make up for. And it was just, I thought she was really good at it. I don't really like her that much now, though. So
yeah, it's funny watching. Here's the thing: like, I don't know. Paul is the one who's more politically of the two of us, so like he tends to clue me into a lot of what's going on. But like sometimes, a lot of the times, Candace, Eliza Blue, all that shit pops up in my YouTube feed, and I watch a lot of YouTube, but I never watch those specific clips because I listen to your guys' stuff. I listen to the Forest Mommy stuff and what we do. So like when I hear people like, I don't want to talk about Eliza Blue, I'm like, okay. But I also, because of that, like I have zero interest in any of that shit. I know Candace. So my my interest in Candace Owens is like, at first I'm like, all right, it's the same with Ben Shapiro. I'm like, at some point I stopped hating this. When I left Florida, I stopped hating Ben Shapiro the way I was told by my friends to hate the guy blindly. And I started listening to him at some point when I lived here. And I'm like, oh God, this guy's got some good points. He's not completely a piece of shit. Maybe I shouldn't be so judgmental.
Reason to hate him.
Exactly. And I felt that way about Candace Owens. And then all this shit with recently between that, Eliza Blue, Tim Cass, all this stuff. I'm like, this is what happens. Like, none of us are perfect. Like, we all find these pedestals to stand on and proselytize to our followers. And like, yeah, like we have good ideas and they have good ideas. But at the end of the day, we're humans, and human beings are
yin and yang, dude.
Fuck up. There's a yin and yang. And I honestly believe, with the exception of Paul's rules, because I do believe in his rules, people should be given second chances. So like this constant online bickering and shaming, and I'm going to post a new video to talk about the crazy shit you said. It serves nothing. Like all the shit that you got, all of the shit that you got your audience into you for, you're now throwing away because you want to be petty about whatever fucking internet bullshit's going on. Just keep doing what you're doing and stop. I don't know where I was going with that. Like Candace, I agree with Alex. Like Candace Owens, I liked in the beginning. Now I'm just like, ugh, all this Daily Wire, Steven Crowder shit. It's like, you guys are just being like, I get I get everybody's position, but it's like, who gives it? Like, I've said it before, like, we're all going to, when you know the outcome of your story, like, what is the point of needless bickering? Like, just fight for the right shit. Like, find common ground. I'm sorry.
The biggest problem with like those, bigger talking head, pundits or whatever, is they're so eager to point out the flaws of others, and not willing to truly accept their own flaws. They might say, oh yeah, I know I'm not perfect, but they don't fucking believe it. They're like, oh, I know I'm not perfect, but look at this person. Look at what this guy did. Like quit acting like you're perfect. The best way to be perfect, like Force Mommy and my wife say, perfectly imperfect. And that's okay. That is something that we have that's really, try explaining that to a 12-year-old little girl, man. Like, it's okay, to have flaws. It's exactly right. Exactly right. No, only
explain it to her. This is how you explain it to her. Take this video, make it into a TikTok, and send it to her TikTok. That's how she'll absorb it.
So we took her phone away from her for a couple weeks, just because like when she has it too long and she's like so like in it, she turns into a different person. And then you take it away from her for a while, and then you at least we're able to see like, that's you. Like, this right now is the real you. You're a very pleasant person to be around. You don't like hate everything, and like it's just weird how like that can like seriously like just cross a circuit in their mind, to where like, they hate everything. And they're just a miserable person to be. I'm like, you're 12. What the hell do you have to be so miserable about? I get this.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I get like, everybody's got problems, right? Just like nobody's perfect. Everybody's got flaws. Everybody's got problems. And everybody's problems are bigger than everybody else's problems because they're your problems.
Exactly right, man.
You know what I mean? And like I used to be such a hard ass at like work. Like when I got my title of like being the boss, like, I kind of like probably took advantage of that a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, and then I would end up getting pissed off at everybody that I worked with. And it's like, why am I letting that dude like ruin my fucking day? You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to get this done no matter what. So like, why am I going to let you ruin my day? And then it was also like, I needed some humbling experiences to like say like, all right, dude, you're not all that. Like, you still need to like tone it back a little bit and realize that the day you stop learning is the day you start dying. Like you need to accept that other people are going to be able to show you different things. Just because you're doing something one way for so long and it's worked for so long doesn't mean like that this guy that's coming in like doesn't have just as good of a way, or even a better way. And you just need to know that shit. You need to be able to accept that shit.
Okay, I want to comment on what Boris Mommy said. I mean,
Sure.
I know there's times we do talk about people, but I think one of the things I like about like the whole FMU universe is we all kind of talk about our own faults and like shit that we do
Well, you
wrong.
embrace them, like Stoner said.
Because-
Embrace it suck.
but
Like
that's
you have to embrace that shit.
Yeah, I mean,
Yep. It's because we live in our head.
But then you get shit like this.
Yeah, this fucking idiot. Dude.
Oh my
give
God.
me-
Paul.
I love him. He is my
Not as-
best
not
friend,
as
but
close
don't get
as
me
my
fucking
dad.
started. Don't get me started. He's my best friend, but don't get me started. Oh, that's
Yeah, but that's. I mean, if you're gonna be that close with somebody, like it's about passion, and it's about, you know what I mean. Like if you're gonna be that close with somebody, you're gonna butt heads. Like there's just, I mean, especially. Well, yeah, but they're like fucking angels from the outfield or some dumb shit.
Yeah, well, I mean, they said they've had disagreements, but they've never argued or raised their voices to each other.
I have hats that say.
Are
I'm
you
the
talking
boss.
about me and Paul, Alice?
What, angels in the outfield?
Is that who you're? Are you talking about? Me and Paul, the angel in the outfield?
No,
Even
her
that-
Aunt Alice and Uncle Dick, who just sadly passed away.
Oh, okay.
Very good.
Aw.
Like I can't picture either one of them like actually mad. Like they're the only people in life that I can't like see like a pissed off look on their face. You know what I mean? Like when you're really pissed off about something, you get that like look, I'm gonna run through a wall kind of look. Like I can't picture either one of them. I mean, they were married for 70 fucking years, man.
Yeah, and they said they had disagreements, but they never argued, raised their voices to each other, or like said foul things to each other. But at the same time, like that's something that makes me tell people like you can't compare your marriage to other people's marriage, because my parents didn't have that kind of marriage, but my parents still had a great marriage. Me and Adam don't have that kind of marriage. We have definitely raised our voices and have said very foul words.
But nobody's perfect, and like
And every marriage dynamic is different. But I think what's like really important, because like with my parents, it's like, yeah, there was some like really bad arguments that happened, especially after my dad got sick. There was bad arguments and stuff. I don't remember some arguments that my sisters remember because I wasn't born. But in general, my parents were a very happy couple and like really loved each other. And you could on a general basis, you could really see the true love that they had for each other. Like, yeah, we're going to go through fucked up times, but you know what? At the end of the day, we're going to stick it out. One of the things that I wrote about them and that was said by the dude that did the funeral was, my whole life, my parents' marriage was like the foundation of my life. You know, when you build something, the foundation is the most important thing. And my parents' marriage was the foundation. Like I always knew, no matter how bad they argued, and even like, God, Mom, I love you, rest your soul, but when you went through menopause twice and you were going to leave Dad like every other week, like I knew deep down you weren't going to, I knew she wasn't going to leave. I knew it was do or die with those two. And they, you know, like, and I think that's something that a lot of conservatives forget, is you should make marriage look fun. My parents made marriage look fun. Like if you're constantly bitching about each other,
You're lucky.
your kids aren't gonna want to be married. If you as a man look at your wife as like a ball and chain and somebody that keeps you from living, and if you as a wife looks at your husband as like,
see, I never understood that about dudes. Like when I was first announced I was getting married, they're like, "Oh, don't do that." And it's like I never understood that, like why you would say that to somebody that's about to get married. You know, like it just,
Well, like somebody said that to me at Burger King when we got engaged. And then that guy that we got the Cavs tickets from, one of my regular customers, said, Alice, when somebody says that to you about getting married, consider the source. Because he was happily married. You know, he was like 40 years in, grown daughter, like happily married with his wife. Like, so he was like, consider the source, you know, like miserable people are going to want you to be miserable. And that's definitely something we had to learn.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. But what we were talking about was content creators thinking that they're perfect, and that was one of my big beefs with Crowder. Was I loved Crowder when we first started, not when he first came out, because he was out for a little while. But
we really enjoyed the format, because while we don't believe in pushing conservative views, we definitely have more of a conservative.
It was more about the balls of the pushback that he had. You know what I mean? Like he but then. He's one of them guys that would be like, no, I'm not perfect, but you know, this is what you should do because I do it. You know, like that kind of shit. That's not being, you know, open. It's being, you know, narrow-minded, one-track minded, and tribal, just like the people that you're going up against. You know, Crowder thinks that people like us are you know, pieces of shit might be a little harsh, but we smoke, you know, we do our thing. We have kids, like, so, like, but, like, according to him, we should be, you know, going to fucking church.
But that, you know, church
that'll never happen.
Not for everybody, and that's okay. We tried doing we went to
Universal Unitarian Church.
We went to a Universal Unitarian Church, and some of it was actually really cool, like to hear people talk about some of their experiences with religion. The band that would play there sometimes, and like they would explain why they were playing a certain song, and some of the songs would be, like one time they played Pink Floyd, but yeah, it just started getting so leftist, and we were like, okay, this isn't going to work either. And we weren't even where we are today as far as feeling the way we do towards leftists, but we were like, dude, this is getting to like be too much. Like at first we thought,
and then they started really coming up with like actually seeking us out, like before or after the service, and be like, you can give us some money.
That's how it always works, man. I'll tell you, I do miss the period of my life where religion, with the fascination with religion, or like the searching for answers part of my life with religion. I miss the aspects of that. Where I'm at now, I believe when we die, whatever makes us up, whether it's the DNA, the atoms, the particles, I believe we just kind of recycle back into the galaxy, the universe.
Ash to ash, dust to dust.
Exactly. I don't necessarily have this grand idea that I'm going to meet all my former loved ones in a pearly gates situation. I was certainly raised in that. I don't know where I'm going with this. I'm sorry.
I think I'm actually like really fascinated by this conversation. This is something that we should like write down. Paul, write this shit down for us. We'll have to bring this up like on another rendition.
Paul should be a moderator.
But like,
I love religion.
I almost believe like instead of like heaven and the pearly gates and you know streets of gold and shit like that, I almost am more partial to believe in like Valhalla, you know, like
that's what I want.
It's more like you know whatever makes you happy. Like if you'd be happier in a sauna with a bunch of fucking you know Asian hookers, then that's heaven for you. You know, if you would rather be you know on a boat fucking catching fish, then that's heaven for you. You know what I mean? I don't know, but I'm not a real religious dude.
I'm not either.
Think that anybody has more influence over what happens in my life than me.
And I'm very much in the similar boat with you. Like I feel like I go to work, I put 110, and I'm not saying this to be a dickhead, but I do. I put all of my effort into my job because I don't want to be undeniable. I don't want people to say you did. I may fuck up once in a while, but people aren't going to tell me that I'm not the hardest worker. And I feel that way. with like you do.
Your work makes up for the fuck ups.
Exactly. But and that's where Paul and I differ. Paul was a little bit more, has always been the more religious of the two of us. But I do remember a period of my 20s where I was working as a projectionist at a movie theater, Regal Cinemas, to be specific, in Southwest Florida. And we had just started renting our movie theaters out to this up and coming church. It was a group of young 20-something kids that came from, I think, Kansas, if I'm not mistaken. And they wanted to, they felt, they went to Bible college, and they felt the calling from God to start their own church. So they moved to Southwest Florida, and they made Next Level Church, which now, if you look it up online, they're like one of the big, if I'm not mistaken, they're one of the biggest Southwest Florida churches. But they started renting a movie theater and just having like 40 to 50 people show up on Sundays before matinees. Yeah, exactly. Now you know what I'm dealing with. And,
more of a favor, not an order.
There'd be a handful of people that show up on Sundays, and I would sit from the projection booth and I would thread all the movies, and I would actually listen to them do their shit. And I was really fascinated by people my own age trying to start their own church. And I followed them for a while, to the point where, like, I felt like in my 20s, like, this is what I needed in my life. I needed to find God. This was God's way of reaching out to me through these people. And I ended up getting baptized for the second or third time in my life, I think. And obviously it didn't take, but I remember one particular guy within this church who became a really good friend of mine. His name was Mike. I had it on the tip of my tongue, and I'm so fucked up. I can't believe I'm forgetting his last name now off the top of my head, but it'll come back to me, and I'll probably put it out on Twitter. I'll probably try and find him again. We're friends on Instagram, but I don't go on Instagram all that often. I just did to promote this live stream, but I'll find him, and I'll tweet this out to him. But because he made an impact in my life. Mike something. God damn it was his last name. Anyway, he's married with 3 beautiful kids now. He was when I knew him, he was a single guy who was looking for purpose, but he felt like God's purpose for him was to be a youth pastor in this new up and coming church. And he ended up veering off and becoming a pastor. And I think he lives, if I remember correctly, he lives in North or South Carolina now, last I checked. But he said something to me when I was searching for answers in my 20s. And he said, Doug, because I was like, it's funny because I think about this conversation now as an adult. Anytime I get stressed out or anxiety kind of creeps in and I get fucking angry, I remember him telling me one day, he pulling me aside because I was getting really worked up about people in the parish that were pissing me off. And because I used to go to Wednesday night book clubs at this coffee store with him. And we would sit for like 2 hours and do a coffee club thing at this local coffee house and just talk about God and verses in the Bible and books that we were reading. And this was one of those nights where he pulled me aside and he said, Doug, you get angry really easy. And he's like, I get it. Don't get me wrong. And if it works for you, hey, Godspeed to you, brother. But I need you to understand, because I don't know if you do. Nobody can make you feel angry but you, and nobody can make you have a good day but you. He's like, you gotta let some of this shit that he didn't say shit, but he's like, you gotta let some of this stuff that really gets to you. You gotta look at it for what it is and realize it's not reality, man. It's gonna be gone, and you're not even gonna remember it. And he was right. He was absolutely. I really would.
That's what I tell my daughter, man. Like. You think you're all miserable and angry, but you're the only one that can bring that on you. Like, I mean, you're the only one. I used to tell her before she would get on the bus, own the day. Don't let the day own you. You need to own the day. You know, and I mean, you know, life's what you make it. You make your own happiness. Like, you know, like that, and you know, if people feel that they, you know, want to have, you know, a spiritual connection with whatever God they have, then I'm totally cool with that. I'm not, you know, looking down on that at all. But like, like what bothers me is like you get the people that like try to change my mind. Like, I'm not trying to change your mind. So why are you going to try to change my mind? You know, her Uncle Dick was a pastor, and you know, maybe he knew what he was doing. Like, he was like, watch this, I'm gonna make this, you know, next to atheist motherfucker pray. Come here, pray. And I would walk over to him, and he would put his arm around me. I would take my hat off, and I would bow my head until the man finished saying whatever he was saying. You know, like, and because that's fine with me. It's not that I like despise it or anything. It's just not.
Well, and you've prayed with Wes.
You're right.
Yeah, and so I mean, I do like one of the things I love about Adam is I do know like some of the respect that he had for my family was partly just respect for me. But over time, I also realized like a lot of those people are just people that he grew to love and respect, just having nothing to do with me. And my uncle Dick was one of those people. I don't believe Adam would just go and pray with just anybody, but somebody like
walking down the street, some dude's just like, "Hey man, will you pray with me?" No, not really my thing. I gotta go.
Yeah,
I'm
like,
the same as you.
but,
You and I. It's funny talk. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off, Alice. This is
but
your
like
show.
my
I can't
uncle
keep
Dick,
reminding myself.
that was somebody that he did, and I mean because my uncle Dick was just he is what a Christian should be. I mean
All accepting. He really was like. His grandson was gay for crying out loud, and he's still, it's not like he's like, I'm gonna go and pray for you to get that queer out of you. It wasn't like that.
You're
it
on
was
YouTube,
like,
Adam.
I'm with,
Gay.
huh?
You're on YouTube. It's gay, not queer. You can't say that word. You're a cis white.
I thought the Q word was more respectful.
No. The way you said it.
But
Yeah.
I'm fucking with you.
But the grandson that he's talking about actually wrote a really nice thing about how my aunt and uncle met his boyfriend and they loved him. And I think the Christian part of them will always kind of think like, like that's not all like not the bestest thing, but they truly love their family. I'll never forget my Uncle Dick said to me when I was 19, I was at my Uncle Jack's funeral, and my Uncle Dick said to me, he was like, people like you give me hope for the future. And then later on, I was talking to my dad, and my dad wasn't at the funeral.
Give me another one, Adam.
And
because I need to get another one pretty soon.
and my dad was like asking me like how everybody was, and I was like, Uncle Dick said that he gives me hope for the future, so I guess like Uncle Dick's going crazy. And my dad looked at me like dead in the eyes, like, no, he's not. And like now, like looking back, I'm like, damn, like, and those are the people that had hope in me, and that's like, I don't think some people realize when there's a troubled kid and they just like don't feel like they're worth a lot. And that's how I felt when people have some kind of belief in them. Like it really does mean something, but yeah, like my Uncle Dick just really, really saw the good in people. Like he was really good. And so is my Aunt Alice. She's like really good. She's really
Paul and I had our grandpa Elmer was like that. He saw the good in every. He's talked about it. We both have talked about it many times on podcasts. But we were. I think we might be you, me, Paul, Adam. We might be the last generation to have relatives who are truly like just wholesome, good-hearted people like that. Like your uncle, like our grandfather. People who like went through life thinking it's not a chore. It's not about making money and paying bills. It's not about a job. It's about living the life and appreciating. If you believe in God, in the stories that we were raised on, it's about appreciating what he created for you and finding a way to move forward. And somewhere, and don't get me wrong, I'm getting a little emotional thinking about it because I'm not a religious person, but I like that sentiment. I like working together and being wholesome and moving forward. I also like having a wicked sense of humor. But
is that really like a religious sentiment, though?
The way I was raised, it was because the religion before moving to Florida, religion was the way Alice was talking about her uncle. It was about finding the good in people, being the way I talk about my grandpa Elmer. When I moved to Florida, I realized different religions were very, very different. Like experiencing Southern Baptism, which was what my father got into when we moved to Florida, it was completely different from like the Presbyterian that I grew up on in Michigan before moving there, where it was just about feeding the homeless, like being a good Christian, being good to your fellow man, just being in service to the best possible person you could be. To where I got to Florida and Southern Baptism was like, yeah, it's about that, but it's also about like getting your dicks. You didn't like, it really did feel like getting your rocks off, making the most out of what you could, like taking advantage of this. Like Southern Baptism was a completely different animal. It was like, I remember going to Sunday and Wednesday service and having, like, I remember meetings where it's like, all right, we're going to plan out this group of people is going to go door to door in this block of the area, knock on people's doors and try and bring people to our church. Like, I don't understand that. Like, to me, if you believe in something and the belief structure is being in service to your fellow man and being a good person, it shouldn't mean like, I'm going to go to people's houses, knock on their door and bother the fuck out of them of why they're not doing the right thing. Like, I don't understand that.
Not want to go to your church even more.
And that's what it was for me. Like, I hated Southern Baptism.
But like, I don't need God to like say, hey man, there's a lady over there that's like stuck in a snowdrift or something, and she's got 2 kids screaming in the back of her car. I'm gonna go push her out. I don't need, like, that's just the right thing to do. Like, I don't think it's got anything to do with like religion. I can understand how like people would this is gonna, lack of a better term here, would come to the conclusion, oh, well, this is what God would want me to do. But I look at it like, if that was my wife, if that was my sister, if that was my mom, I would hope that someone that was able to do so would help, just because it's the right thing to do, not because it's like what some book told them to fucking do. You know what I mean?
That's what I agree with you. 100% agree with you.
And we'll see, like, for me, that's it. And like, I mean, my religious path has definitely been like crazy and interesting and whatnot. I mean, Adam's seen like a little.
Yeah, I see Heathcliff in the back. I see Heathcliff in the background. The trash cat.
But yeah, like I think that, God is the reason that you feel those things. I think the connections we have with each other, the connection that a parent feels to their child is part of God. But like, because I almost think like without that, if it would just be science and we would all almost be like robotic in a way,
Are we kind of robotic though?
No,
we are now.
No,
we are.
I think there's people that do make themselves robotic, but no, like I don't think
waking up every day being robotic.
No, because I think what happens when you don't work, like there's no, not even just that. There's been times in my life where I didn't have a job, and when I didn't have a job, I felt like shit. Like that's just because you're not a
shit comic.
But no, like there's something. Okay, what I do right now, like I don't technically get a pay. Okay, but I don't technically get a paycheck for it, but it makes me feel good because I'm being productive and I'm doing things.
It feels good to have people come
but it's not, but it's like fulfilling because like I know that my family will enjoy their home more, like and things like that. Like I just think we would all be much more robotic without it. But what I was also going to say is it kind of annoys me when people will say like if you want a good woman or you want a good man, like find a man that's like dedicated to God, and like Adam's not dedicated to God. He's a very good man. Like I don't think
that. I'm sorry,
Tell
I
me.
didn't mean to cut you off.
What would you say to that?
I didn't mean to, I would say like on the vice versa, my experience with that is when Paul and I moved to Florida, I was 16 at the time. And the church that our father got us into, our youth pastor, who I called the day my grandfather died to cry to, like, he always told me, like, you can always call me no matter what, like anything, I'm here for you. And he was like, I'm sure if I looked him up, he'd still be there for me today. But fuck, I'm sorry, Alice. I didn't mean to cut you off, and I have no idea where I was going with that. I've had too much to drink, I think. Fuck me, dude. Well, I'm sorry.
Well, I didn't have anything more to say, so you didn't really cut me off.
I did. I know I did. I feel so bad because I was going somewhere with that, and like I looked over and I'm like, have I had more beer or more weed? I can't tell. and I'm trying to be respectful because I know it's not my show, and I'm really trying to be on my best behavior right now. And I was going somewhere with that because it had to do with my youth pastor. It had to do with my youth pastor.
We're just fucking around too, though. But I think we might, because it's like $15 a month for Rumble. I think we're gonna set up a Rumble account, and we just might pay for like.
We'll just get Hex and Force. Like.
Well, no. I'm saying so. Then we can be on Rumble, and
usually it's Paul. Usually is. Oh, and hey, here, let's do that one there.
I'm going to say something to you guys that you already know, but I'm also going to say it because I said it recently to Amit from the Hockett podcast, which my brother Paul was a guest on this week. You should go check it out.
Amit.
Dropped on his birthday. No big deal. I know it's Amit. Thank you. I listened to the podcast last night. It's Amit. Because somebody asked him outright at the beginning of the podcast, is it Amit or Amit? And he's like, it's Amit. I listened to that content. I'm going to be the guest at the end of the month on his show. So I know. I'm trying to be respectful.
So double of 0 is still 0, Paul. I know enough about math, like, to figure that shit out.
What I was gonna say was I'm gonna tell you the same thing I told him. Was he had a Twitter post
always
earlier in the week, or probably the week before, where he said like it was just kind of him venting, like, why does nobody like my shit? Nobody views my shit. And I reached out to him. I'm like, don't give up, dude. I'm like, Paul and I have been Paul and I have been streaming and podcasting in some form since the beginning of 2020 at the pandemic. And we are just now, like, in the last year, met you two and Forrest, Mommy, and Hex in person. And in that interaction, both of us have seen a blossoming in the audience and the interaction with what we're doing. And that's what I would tell you. The same, I think I would tell Amit. And I would tell anybody else doing this or wanting to do this, just stick with it. Like, I don't know why I'm telling you guys that. You already know that. Jesus Christ.
This really, like, this whole thing this evening was, you guys weren't on tonight. We wanted to kind of test the waters with, like, our limited setup that we have. This
was Hockett podcast saying that.
Yeah, last night on the Friday or the Friday night.
So I've been watching some of his stuff, and one of the interviews that stuck out to me was a guy named Drew Logan. So I'm gonna share it right now and tag him.
Yeah,
and get trying.
Don't share the one with Paul.
Yeah, not that one.
No, this is a different guy that I came across listening to his podcast, and I just found interesting, and I ended up watching this dude's podcast. So
it was a really, I've listened to a few of them. He's a good interviewer. He needs to stick with it. He needs to stick with it. He needs to be more confident in what he's doing. Cause I think he's not in the Twitter post that he made, when I'm talking, the origination of all this is you got to be confident in what you're doing. Like, just like what Adam said, like, just get that shit out of your head. Just go with it. Like, I'm in my head constantly. Like, I think I put on Twitter like a week ago after Paul and I did our show last week. This is not bullshit. I spent all Sunday laying in bed in a shame spiral in my fucking head about the night before. And I don't remember. Oh, I'm so glad Amit's with us. Fuck you, Alice. You almost fucked me up. I almost mispronounced his name. It's Amit, right? He's going to say yes, but he got it right because he said thank you. But
Gringo.
I spent the following Sunday after last week's show laying in bed, clutching my pillow, staring at the ceiling for like a good 4.5 to 5 hours. I don't know where I'm going with that either. Like, I guess you get in your head and you've. No, I think what I'm trying to say is, like, I get into my head and I feel I just feel so terrible about, like, some of the shit that I say. And I think what I'm saying is, like what you were saying to me earlier in the podcast is where I'm going with this. Get that shit out of your head. Like, I'm starting to learn, like, I have to learn how to be more confident in what I do and not give a shit. Like, I read a quote earlier in the week, something to the effect of, like, depression is being both the prisoner in the mind and the jailer that holds the key to the prison. And I have to learn how to not be either of those and just be me. Yeah, that makes sense.
Not everybody's going to like you, man. I mean, actually, most people probably wouldn't. But, like, the Santa Clara mountain goat, or Mike last night said, he was like shocked. He's like, I can't believe that there's actually more people out there that think the way I think, and there is, and it's not, you miss 100% of the shots you didn't take. Like Michael Jordan took
Wayne Gretzky, baby.
Huh?
Wayne Gretzky, baby.
I mean,
fuck you, Forrest. I'm gonna go grab one more beer. I'm listening to you, buddy. I can hear you. Keep talking. 100% of the shots you don't take.
Oh man, I don't even remember what you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. And not everybody's gonna like you, and that's okay. I mean, you don't need everybody to like you. You just need some people to like you. I mean, and like you said, you brought up earlier how you and Paul will butt heads sometimes, and it's like, wouldn't you rather have it that way versus like just like you both nodding at each other, like, yeah, that's what we should do. Yeah, that's what we should do. Yeah, that's what we should do.
Totally agree with you.
I mean, you're gonna argue. You're never gonna agree 100% with anybody, like everybody. Like, I mean, her and I don't agree on a lot of shit.
Paul is my best friend. We definitely disagree on a lot of shit. But Paul,
you guys are the same, but you're different. Like, you're different, and that's okay. You're Doug. He's Paul.
But he also, as I get older, as we both get older, I think I wish he was here to have his side, but like I kind of think he relishes sometimes in sticky. No, I mean like
Oh yeah,
audibly
he's stuck in chat. That's the only place he's got.
And I'm so glad that he's stuck in chat. It feels so good to be on top for once, where he's not just. And that's my point. Like, he loves to. I think he relishes it. I think he realizes in his mind, like, my brother is at the point where like he's coasting through life. God looks out for two people, babies and retards. My brother's one of those people, obviously. and I think he relishes in throwing a stone. Like imagine Forrest Gump learning he can run and that's his talent and it's going to carry him through life. And my brother, I think, realizes I'm Forrest Gump, and every now and then to entertain himself, takes a stone and throws it in my path so I trip up so he can laugh at me. And I think that's not true. I don't believe that. I love my brother. It's been a week and I've had 8 fucking beers now. This is so much fun. Paul, I love you. I'm going to shut up for a while. Well, guys, what do you want to talk about? How's the airspace in Montana going on? Is Ape with us?
Well, what's up with some updates, dude?
He's just sitting here looking at the screen. What's up with the updates, bro? Is it Independence Day? By the way, I listened to the Forrest Mommy Hump Day Friday show. I don't remember the name of the show, but
it's Weekly Wind Down. It's Weekly Wind Down.
What the Weekly Wind Down? Thank you. Well, we love you. I love you, John. I love you, Forrest Mommy. I do have to disagree with a lot of people in the chat or on the show last night because I did listen to it while I was working. Independence Day does not hold up. Rewatch it. The only part of that movie I enjoy now is Randy Quaid. The only part.
Wait, what?
Hello, boys.
Yep, I'm back.
Whatever, man. That's an awesome fucking movie.
And Will Smith is pretty good to look at.
Vivica A. Fox.
I'll say this: it's the only one of the very few Roland Emmerich movies that sit through. Vivica, well, at the time she was. Have you seen her now?
Oh, Doug, did you watch that movie, Sibling Rivalry, on YouTube that I told you to watch with Kirstie Alley? It's like a 80s and 90s movie. Dude, she's she's so hot in that movie. And it's so like late 80s, 90s movie. You need to watch that before it goes away.
Okay. The last Kirstie Alley movie I remember enjoying as a kid, besides the first Look Who's Talking, was a movie called Madhouse that she did with John Larroquette.
Yeah.
That was really funny. That I remember being really funny. Anyway, I was like,
I don't think it's as funny as that movie, but it's definitely a good movie. It has shit.
Oh my God, she was also in Summer School. I forgot about that.
I can't remember his name. It has Al Bundy in it. Al Bundy.
Oh, Ed O'Neill.
Yeah, and then there's a
where the beer gives you gas and the Bundys kick ass at the nudie bar.
At the nudie bar. No, ma'am.
Do you remember the chick from the Lost Boys? Do you remember the
yes,
chick from
Jamie
the
Gertz.
Lost Boys?
Jamie Gertz. Of course I do.
Okay.
She's my first
she's in it too. But yeah, it's a good, like, I think it's like late 80s, early 90s, and yeah, Kirstie Alley she's smoking in that.
Yes.
Her eyes were amazing.
Oh, dude, there's a lot. She had a great smile. She had a great nose.
Yeah,
she had a
like,
good
she was a very striking woman. Very striking.
Her voice was kind of.
Yeah, but most women's voices are like that too. Like,
you put
most women can come with a
mute. Yeah, but you don't have like her voice was all like breaking and shit. Like,
not really.
Have you either?
Really annoying.
My absolute favorite thing. I get why she was brought into Cheers. I love Cheers. I get why Kirstie Alley was brought into Cheers. But my favorite Kirstie Alley thing. Have either of you ever seen the movie Summer School with Mark Harmon?
Yeah. Like,
that's my favorite Kirstie Alley movie.
It's over. That is a great fucking movie, dude.
Do you see the background here? Very loosely inspired by Chainsaw. We're gonna have a showing of Texas Chainsaw Massacre at Summer School. Dude, that movie was everything to me as a kid. I love that fucking movie. I love Kirstie Alley in that movie. She was so hot in that movie. It's like 1986, 87. There was also a movie that year that came out with do you guys remember of course you're my age, you have to remember Annette Funicello and who was she married to? She did she did a bunch of movies with her husband, who was a surfer actor, Annette Funicello, and they made a movie in the 80s around this time called Back to the Beach that had Pee Wee Herman and a bunch of the same people from Summer School in it. But it was Annette Funicello. Am I talking nonsense right now? Do you either know?
You're good. We're good, man.
Annette Funicello and what the fuck? Paul, help me out in chat. God damn it! What was her husband's name? Son of a bitch. He was like a famous actor through the 50s and 60s and all the Frankie Avalon. God damn it, I love you, Alice. You're my sister. Back to the Beach is such a good movie. It's such a great 80s movie that reflects on like the culture of the 50s and the 60s. I miss movies from that era. I miss everything nowadays. There's some cool shit. God damn it, most of it sucks.
Yeah. I've been watching The Love Boat for like.
That's a great show, dude.
She'd be like, shut up. I'd be quiet. But when she leave, I'd be talking again.
I love that show, dude. That was such a great show, dude. Do I what?
It was what you were talking about. Love Boat. It was what?
It was just such a great show, dude. And it had like so many different, like, somewhat celebrities
with the fucking correction.
Now, I'm gonna say something real quick because I'm surprised at how well I'm actually together. But I am on motherfucker Paul's
Stoner. Yes, Risky Business is a good one. That's a good one.
God damn it. I was getting ready to this isn't my show, so I can't share my screen and pull up fucking Wikipedia. I'm gonna prove Paul wrong. And no, Paul's right. I'm wrong. I was
fucking Paul.
Damn it, Paul.
I fucking hate it when he's right sometimes. It really bothers me. It really bothers me when he's right. Because it tells you that. Sorry. Go ahead, yeah.
One of my favorite sayings is, I might not always be right, but I'm never wrong.
I'm willing to admit when I'm wrong, but it really does bother me when he's right over me, because like that means
it's a sibling rivalry.
It is a sibling rivalry, but I'm saying this truthfully and honestly. Last night, as I was at work, I was thinking about this. The thought I had running through my head as I was listening to a podcast was how much of my memories I'm going to be 43 in 2 months. How much of my memories are actually accurate? And I started thinking about the arguments that Paul and I've had over the last 2 years on podcasts, where Paul has been proving me right. And it's even, I think, between the two of us when it comes to that shit. Because we've done shows where I've called our parents on speakerphone to like verify shit. And of course they're so old that most of the time they don't remember. But like, it's one of those times where I was thinking about last night at work, where I was thinking like, how much of my memories are accurate? And this is one of those examples where like, holy shit, Paul is right. Like in my mind, I was like, God damn it, Frankie Avalon and Nat Funicello were married. Like they had an entire career together. I believe that. And then Paul said that shit, and it pissed me off to where like I wasn't going to say out loud, like, fuck you, Paul. But I silently looked it up, and I'm like, motherfucker, he was right. And he was. It's one of those moments where I'm like, maybe most of my life memories are fucking suspect, and it terrifies me. Am I really that stoned, or am I a 43-year-old who's on the verge of like early dementia? It bothers me. But
probably both.
And I'm not willing to quit smoking weed to find out, or drink beer.
Either.
So I don't care.
No matter what, someone's got to be right. Someone's got to be wrong. Like no matter what you know, there's got to be a winner. There's got to be a loser. Just because you might lose doesn't mean you're not going to play, right?
Very true, man. You have to wake up and tie your shoes and put your underwear on, or something.
I mean, everybody puts their pants on one leg at a time, except for Paul. He just fucking puts them both on at the same time.
I can't find my mouse on here. I'm looking in the chat at Stoner. I was watching Vision Quest 2, which, by the way, is a great Matthew Modine film if you've never seen Vision Quest. And he wrote, love the Tool and Deftones, but this 80s soundtracks. I agree with him on that. And I don't know if he wrote Stay Tuned. I don't know if he wrote Stay Tuned to like stay tuned to my next thought, or if he wrote Stay Tuned, the fantastic John Ritter movie from the 90s, which I'm on board with because that's a great movie and I rewatched it recently. It's on Amazon Prime. Stay Tuned's good. John Ritter's good. That's another person that needs to be recognized. I watched I feel like I keep taking over.
Nope, go ahead. I was just gonna say John Ritter was awesome. He was like, when I was a kid, Three's Company. I mean, he was like, you know, almost like Jim Carrey before Jim Carrey. You know, like that kind of like action comedy kind of, like, you know what I mean? Like,
perfect.
Not just words, but like mannerisms, actual actions, you know?
You say Three's Company. I'll tell you my absolute favorite John Ritter vehicles. Stay Tuned, which is a great fucking movie worth your time. Stephen King's It, which I bring up because I watch on Amazon Prime and Tubi. There is a documentary about the making of the 90s Stephen King's It movie. And there's a great segment about John Ritter that like rekindled all this for me. And the third John Ritter vehicle that is maybe my favorite is it's the only thing I like Jim Belushi in, because I fucking hate Jim Belushi. I don't give a fuck if he now grows marijuana for a living. I cannot stand him. But together they made a movie in the 80s called Real Men, which is so fucking entertaining. I think that's on Tubi as well. I recommend watching it. Stay tuned if dementia or the devil's lettuce. Either or. Stoner, you need to like be more active in the chat on Saturday nights when Paul and I do shows. It's good to have you around, man. Sling Blade is also good. I forgot. God damn it. I forgot John Ritter was in Sling Blade. Not funny, haha, funny, queer. God damn it. He had the flat top, didn't he? Like the Mohawk flat top in that movie, Sling Blade. I haven't seen Sling Blade since I was like 17 or 18. Oh, Alice wants to leave.
No, I said later, like later. Like I saw that.
Oh, you looked at Adam real angrily, like as you're wrapping your shawl up, like Cruella de Vil. Like, is it almost over?
I didn't mean it that way, though.
I know, but your body said a different thing, Ursula.
Well, I meant it more towards myself, but we're having fun. And this
I'm having a blast with you.
This is been like one of the first chilling nights I've had in a while because I've been working on the basement so much. I wish I could upload the pictures.
Yeah, it's
Are
almost
you
my
in the
turn to start
basement now?
working down here.
Yeah,
You're
I'm
currently in the
making,
basement now.
like it's like Adam wanted me to get the work done because one, he knows it depresses me because I like things a certain way. I get with kids and homeschooling, you're not always going to have that, but I like things a certain way, but the more I'm getting stuff done, now he's like, oh shit, now I'm going to have to get stuff done.
I'm so glad I'm not in a relationship for that reason. The only
I
person
mean,
gotta-
like he always says, teamwork makes the dream work. So it's I have to play my role and do my shit and get my shit done so he can get his shit done, and it's the way it
See,
is.
I envy that. I wish I could meet somebody where I have that same feeling for. It's been almost 2 decades since I felt that way about another female, at least a female human being. Well, I don't feel that way about a dude. Getting off is getting off. But when it comes to where my heart lies, it's I think 26 might have been the last time where I opened myself up to the idea of companionship. Everything since then, it has just been shallow interactions. I remember having sex with a girl I worked with at the movie theater and I didn't have sex with her until after I quit the movie theater because she was much younger than me at the time. I mean, she was 21, 22. I was nearing 30. To me, that's incredibly old. But that's also the era that I came up in. But I remember when we first started hooking up, I was thinking to myself, this is a lot of fun. I'm having a lot of fun with her. And then 2 or 3 weeks into it, she's like, hey, I just want you to know I made you my emergency contact. And less than 2 days later, I told her I think we should break up through text, which is the shitty. I'm not laughing at it. It's not funny. It was the shittiest thing I've ever done. One of the shittiest things I've ever done. But it was one of the few moments where I realized oh, maybe I'm not meant to be an emotional person. Maybe that's just not for me. Maybe the last time I was emotional with somebody, they fucked me up so much that I just don't have it in me to figure out how to work it out with somebody.
Hang on.
Daniel, you and me both, Doug.
Daniel, how old are you? How old are you?
Let's wait and see if Daniel responds real quick.
Well, I mean, I hear a lot of people talk about oh my God, this generation is this generation is that.
34.
Okay,
34.
I actually do I don't feel lucky that I held on
Fuck you, Paul.
Adam, because that's not luck. That's
Maybe we should talk about Congress or something, Paul.
I hate my brother so much sometimes.
Sorry.
I think about how rich I'll be if he goes first, and I'm like, love him regardless.
Now I forgot what I was going to say.
Yeah, me too.
Are you drinking? I'm sorry. Are you drinking Tall Boys?
Those are pints,
No.
bro.
They're just pints.
Yeah, those are tall.
It's a beer and a
my
half.
God, you guys are you're like the hobbits in Fellowship of the Ring. They serve
That's how
pints
we
here.
do it
I'm
here
gonna
in
get me a pint.
I
I love my brother so much that I started drinking out of a mason jar.
That's just because he ain't got no dollar stores to get regular fucking glasses at.
I know he made me feel self-conscious about my Ninja Turtle pint glasses. He's like, I'm sorry I don't have some it was one stream we were doing. I remember him saying, I'm sorry I don't have some fancy Ninja Turtle pint glass to drink out of. And he'd been drinking out of fucking mason jars. And I found this.
Someone's always gonna talk shit about the fine china, dude.
Let me bust out my Nazi memorabilia china and drink beer out of that teacup.
I was thinking about it besides First Shot, who else is married in our group? I mean, Jess, you could pretty much consider married.
How long has she been with Mr. Forrest, mommy?
She's been with him for about 16, because I think we've talked, it's about the
That's
same
common
amount
law
of
marriage.
time that Adam and I have been together.
They're common law married. Let's be real. They don't, and I respect them both. They don't have to. Paul says 13 years. Unlucky. Terrible number. But I agree with both.
Favorite number.
I think if they've been together that long,
Taylor Swift today, because I don't give a fuck.
I love.
I don't give a fuck when it comes to my music. Ask Adam. I don't give a fuck. Like,
You should.
No, she don't.
You should. You shouldn't. You should love what you love when it comes to music. Love whatever you fuck. There's a term.
Yeah.
Go
ahead.
My friend Tony. My friend Tony, who's been on Paul and I's podcast, Shamanic Ape on Twitter. He's a producer of music. I've known him since 6th grade. He's one of my best friends. God damn it, Alice. Now I fucking forgot where I was going with that. I'm sorry. I know where I was going with that. Music is whatever you love. One of his first bands was with another friend of ours, Jason Perdue, called Dulcet. And I remember thinking to myself a year into it, I'm like, what the fuck is Dulcet? Where does that name come from? Because there was no Google back then. And Jay had to explain to me, who's no longer with us, rest in peace. He had to explain to me that dulcet, the definition of the term dulcet is whatever sound is pleasing to your ears. And I think that's what music should be for anybody. It's dulcet. Whatever pleases you, doesn't matter what it is.
Well,
Sorry.
music is a form of art. You know, like we talked about on Twitter a couple weeks ago. Like art is the ultimate form of opinion. You can either become rich as fuck off of an opinion, or you're just some loser fucking artist. You know what I mean? Like it's just art.
Are you talking to me?
Talking to everybody.
Are you talking to me? Are you talking to me? He wrote Pantera. It's on the screen.
Like,
Funny how.
Like, I don't really care for like music snobs, because there's
I have
like,
a lot of friends.
there's cheesy music that I love, dude, and like I
too,
said
babe.
today, I listened to Taylor Swift today.
Ugh.
Now, am I gonna look at that Taylor Swift song the way I look at like a Pantera song like regular people? No, I'm not, but I still enjoy that song. I think it's a fun song. I think it's a silly song. Like, I don't give a shit.
Now we
Like,
got no way to song.
And like, and that's something that like I love about Hex. Like when Hex and I first started talking, he like has his certain kind of music, but he doesn't judge me. And like we're just like, dude, we just love.
Don't do it, Adam. I hate you so much, Adam.
It's like that fucking who's singing that song Werewolves in London? That's a hell of a thing.
Werewolves in London.
You get fucking trash playing a drinking game to that song. Every time you hear you drink.
Adventures of Joe Dirt too. Things are gonna change for me. I'm Joe Dirt. Take a shot.
Test one.
Dang.
Backup mic right here.
Take a shot. Dang. Take a shot.
Dang.
Hey, you know what?
You're my sister. You're my sister.
Oh, Jesus.
It's such a good movie. It's so funny. I love the first
And,
Dirt.
excuse me, dude. Dierte is the proper nomenclature, please.
Dierte. No, we found out later she wasn't my sister.
Okay, so I'm wondering, since Doug is on, and like they always do like top threes, if we could do like a top three right off
No,
right.
it's gonna be really hard for us. We can't rip off anything.
No,
What?
I'm saying like, let's see if Doug will be prepared for this. Doug, if we do top three wrestlers right now, would you be prepared? Would you be able to say it?
I'd be able to do it. I don't know if it would be accurate. I might have to make
Well,
an
that's your
addendum later
opinion.
on in the future. But yeah, I could definitely do it off the cuff of my. Yeah, absolutely. I could tell you what my number one is for sure.
Dang. We're gonna
Dang.
get so busted.
That's a sweet deal.
It's fucking hilarious. Me and my buddies in high school, I took autumn like my freshman year of high school. I was in an off-campus OWA program for troubled kids because I was an asshole. My sophomore year,
It should be available to so many more kids.
I don't even think it's the program's going on anymore. But so then I took small engines repairs. That's how you fucking weed whacker, 2-stroke, 4-stroke engines, small engines. We built a go-kart. It was pretty badass. And then senior year, I took auto mechanics with,
they built a go
with my buddies. And man, we used to fucking we would skip lunch and homeroom because they were right back to back to one another. And we would go off campus. We'd smoke a bunch of weed. We would just eat whatever junk food from the gas station we can get and sit in a bus stop in the middle of wintertime and just for an hour, just sitting there eating microwavable pizza burgers from fucking Sunoco and just chiefing down before we went to, our next class. And all three of us, we had the same fucking edition of the Auto Trader or whatever. Because we're 15, 16-year-old kids looking to get our license and man, this is going to be the car we get, man. I'm going to get me a Ford Bronco. I'm going to cut the back off of it, man. And we're going to be fucking hillbillies here, man. So, the sweet deal, dang, that was the fucking bus stop in the middle of winter.
Dude,
I digress.
Joe Dirt, when I was 22, I was working at a pizzeria in downtown Fort Myers, Florida called Antonio's Pizza. And I worked with two guys who were roommates. One was Italian, one was an Irish guy. They looked like Opie and Anthony. And they lived together in the same house, worked part-time at the pizzeria. And the one dude who was Italian was also a banker for real during the day. He did the pizzeria thing as a side gig just to fuck girls. And they invited me to their house one Saturday. I was just a year into drinking, and they invited me to their house one Saturday when Joe Dirt had come out, and that's where they taught me Joe Dirt drinking games. And that whenever I think of Joe Dirt, it just takes me back to my early 20s in Southwest Florida doing dumb drinking games like that shit. It was so good. I've never seen the second one. I know it's on Crackle.
They made a second one?
They made a second Joe Dirt, and it's a Crackle exclusive, I think. It might be on Tubi now. I've never watched it. I have zero desire to watch it. I think the first Joe Dirt is so fucking perfect, and it for fuck's sake, it has Kid Rock as the bad guy. How do you go wrong with that movie?
Hey, you're talking to my guy all wrong.
I love Kid Rock.
Talk to him again like that, I'll stab you in the face with a soldering iron.
He went a little bit thrifty, but at least he stood by that vaccine shit.
Alice. Oh fuck!
It probably helped us going to Blossom next year.
Let's Go Brandon has become one of my favorite. We the People has become one of my favorite karaoke songs besides SOB. When I've done We the People twice in the last 2 years. No, last year because it's only been a year old. Duh. But I've done it twice at karaoke, and every time Let's Go Brandon comes on, the fucking bar lights the fuck up like you're it's like you just won a senior football game, dude. Everybody loves it.
Don't act like you're not impressed.
Alice, to answer your question earlier before, yes, I have my top 3 favorite wrestlers to go off the cuff. I'm ready whenever you are.
We were at a good
I'm sorry, Adam. Daniel, I just saw the text on the screen. Anchorman 2 was not terrible. It's not as good as the first one, but it's not a terrible movie. There's a lot of shit about that movie that's very funny. Dolby the Shark is very funny.
All right, let's do our top 3 favorite wrestlers, and we'll start with Doug.
My number 3.
Totally ripping off their shit, but that's okay.
No, because
that's okay. No, we're having fun.
Yeah, I know Doug ain't gonna care, but Paul's gonna get up. We're gonna get
Paul
on production meeting emails and shit.
I'm not.
Paul gets sand in his vagina. You just got to let the ocean take its course and wash it out.
I'll send him a jar of peanut butter, and him and the dogs will be more than happy. I'm just kidding, dude. I'm
My-
just kidding. Just kidding.
My number 3, I had to fight with Andre the Giant, but he lost out. My number 3 is The Undertaker, and specifically because I love Mark Calloway's real life story with that character. So that's my number 3, The Undertaker.
Ladies first.
So my number 3 is Jeff Hardy. Like, I think besides Mick Foley, like, wow, really, really puts his body on the line out there for sure. It's hot.
Mine's Roddy Piper.
That's a great one, dude.
Yeah,
Dude, he took that hit from Goldberg, or he punched Goldberg. What? WrestleMania was that? It was like a back lot brawl or something like that.
And
you could actually hear the smack. Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Doug. Your number 2.
Oh, nothing to be sorry about. I'm listening to you. I'm the guest. My number 2 is the best there was, the best there is, and the best there ever will be. The excellence of Executioner, Bret the Hitman Hart from Calgary.
Dude, I remember watching him on Saturday Morning Superstars, like begging my mom and any dude that was trying to get in her pants at that time, like, take me to Saturday Morning Superstars so I can try to get some of these sunglasses. Please, I want some of these sunglasses.
Here's my brother and I have met a lot of really cool people in our lives that have now passed on and are still with us. I've got to meet Mitch Hedberg. Paul, I will say, not only got to meet Bret the Hitman Hart, but when Paul was a kid, Paul went to Green Bay to see WWF at the time before it was WWE, and Bret the Hitman Hart put his glasses on Paul's head as a kid.
No fucking way.
It happened, and he had them. I don't know if he still has them, but he had them. How fucking cool is that shit, dude? Watch him get in the chat and say, Paul's drunk.
I'm totally jealous.
Watch him get in the chat and say, Doug's drunk is misremembering. I'm not, though. He met Brit. It was so cool. I remember him lording that over me.
That is sweet. All right, your number 2.
My number 2 is Shawn Michaels, which is just such a very, very close tie for number 1. He was like one of the first wrestlers I ever loved, and like not just because he's sexy. He was sexy, but like his moves, his love for wrestling, watching him like grow,
like 5'7", 165 pounds.
Watching him, and also
and
like
and that's why he had
grow as a person.
I was that size in 10th grade. I mean, I didn't look like that.
Like definitely for him to like find a better part of himself in his later years. But and yeah, dude, that super kick, I find it, like people will be like wrestling's fake, like, okay. But like I find it so incredible that he could do that super kick
so
and like
clean. And it looked like he straight kicked somebody's fucking head right off their shoulders.
Yeah, I mean, just it was just amazing to watch him when I was younger. It was a wrestler that I continued to love like throughout the years, and he kind of kept going, and he kept it interesting, and yeah, he was definitely good. He was a sexy boy.
He really was. Dude, I love the Heartbreak Hotel segments they used to do on WWF. I fucking love Shawn Michaels. I remember when the pandemic. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Paul. Go ahead. No, go ahead. Finish up, dude.
I was just going to say, I remember when the pandemic started, like I worked 4 hours a day for like maybe 5-6 months, and I got paid for 8. So my entire life felt like it really was the fucking pandemic. I missed so much. It was the best time of my life since I was like 9 years old.
That's the first time I ever heard those words come out of somebody's mouth.
I spent all summer playing video games and rediscovering WWE because Paul had a membership before Peacock was streaming was a thing. Paul, they had the WWE network and Paul had a membership to it and Paul shared it with me. So my summer of the pandemic was PS4, Mad Max specifically was Mad Max and Grand Theft Auto 5 and WWE. And fuck, where was I going with that? Who was the wrestler we were talking about? Help me jog my memory. Shawn Michaels. Sorry, thank you. I didn't realize until that summer that he had that massive accident where his eyes were crossed and Paul had to explain to me like what happened where he fucked up his eye sockets and shit. But I agree with you, Alice. That's a great fucking pick. It's not your fault, Paul. Shut up. He's in the chat text. Fuck. God
My
damn.
number 2 is The
more
Undertaker.
Great pick. He would have been an honorable mention.
And
for
like
me,
seriously,
for
like
sure.
the amount of like I seriously before I said that decided on Macho Man.
That's a great one too, dude. That's a great
like,
one.
I mean, like Macho Man was such a persona. But I remember Undertaker coming out like what was it like the '92 Survivor Series where when he beat Hogan. And I remember I was 11 years old. Like no one's gonna beat the Hulkster, and this dude just comes out and demolishes him. And I was legit scared of the Undertaker for a little while.
Me too.
Like legit scared.
Me too.
Like how is this dude making these fucking lights go off and shit? Like
Paul
like
Bearer.
when you're 10, 11 years old, like you don't know about kayfabe. You don't know about about like that. When I was 16, I almost fought a dude in high school because he was talking shit about wrestling. Like I knew it was fake, but I'm not going to sit here and let you fucking talk shit about it being fake. Like I'll whoop your ass right now. Like
I felt the same way about Power Rangers too. When people started fucking with me about
Power Rangers. Power Rangers, man, it was Cinnamon Toast Crunch and Power Rangers before school in like 7th, 8th grade. Yeah, but I'll fuck you up on the Red Ranger, bro.
I remember George. I'll fucking say his name. I don't give a shit. He'll never know this. He was, but mad respect to him because he was an Air Force mechanic. But George Cutchins, who I went to school with, I remember coming into 7th grade and saying we were in 6th grade. We were massive Power Ranger fans, and in 7th grade coming into, I'm like, hey, dude, they're making a Power Rangers movie. Have you seen the trailer for it? And he looked at me and he said, dude, Power Rangers are for little girls and babies now. We're in 7th grade, dude. Fuck.
Like
fuck George Cutchins.
No, we're in Hellfire now. We're in Hellfire.
Oh, I love Power Rangers. I love wrestling. I don't give a shit. It was entertaining. It made you feel a certain way. It made you feel happy. Well, if it makes you feel happy, why is it so bad?
Wrestling was like such a giant part of like my, I don't know, was it your adolescence? I mean,
yeah, like the golden era and the attitude era.
The attitude era was by far the best era of wrestling there will ever be.
When we're saying attitude era, were we saying like mid to late 90s? Is that what I'm thinking?
Mid to late, like 97, 98 to like 04, 05.
I fell off with WWE in 99. That's where I fell off.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I say it's definitely the
golden
era and the attitude era, because the attitude era I think was Stone Cold, like, and the
that was DX. That was like the start,
there wasn't this clean line of good anymore. And wrestling,
the heels and the baby faces would straddle the line, of each. And honestly, a lot of the drama, like he was a horrible booker and a horrible like match creator, but Vince Russo was a hell of a wrestling writer. He could write up feuds between guys, but it was just like the dudes.
I'm a Jim Cornette man.
Dude, Jim Cornette, like some of his shoot videos that are on, dude.
I listen to a lot,
and it's so funny because he's such a little nerdy fucking dude. Like. He's so nerdy, and it's like,
but he
I love Jim, dude. I would love to meet Jim Cornette, dude. John Cena, yeah, that was like him, like when him and The Rock were started beefing is like kind of like we had stopped watching it before that. But one of my favorite lines that John Cena said to The Rock, you know, when they were doing their little beef back and forth, and Cena came out with a promo, and he had a little purple pinwheel, and you know, Rock's talking about him being a fruity pebble and shit like that. and Cena's like doing his little fucking like monologue promo rap or whatever. He's like, just think of me as a big purple pinwheel, Rock, and picked it up. He was like, blow me.
Dude.
But, like, that was like the end of like the Attitude Era. Like, where like now it's so PG. Like in professional wrestling's biggest obstacle problem nowadays is the internet. Like when we were growing up in the 90s, like you knew it was kind of set up and fake, but like now it's just like so out there that kayfabe is there.
They're making it way too woke, because when you have people that like want to fight and wrestle each other, they're generally saying shitty stuff to each other, which means they're gonna say stuff that isn't woke, you know. And it takes away from
like the shit talking, the shit talking from one side to the other in the feud.
But also,
like that's genuine shit talking. Like that's like shit.
At the same time, back when we were still watching wrestling, there's straight up like there is trans women wrestling there, and like we weren't dealing with that kind of stuff.
Well, we had China.
Yeah, but she wasn't a trans woman. She was a woman. She was.
You also had the great Moolah.
At the beginning, I mean, like she was Roy and
Luna Vachon.
But I'm saying, like, dude,
you had Sable at one time in the WWF is like the top divas in the promotion.
Yeah, I mean,
you're also not taking into consideration that time the women weren't considered wrestling or sports entertainers. They were considered ring pieces. Jerry Lawler, I mean, was it Miss Kitty or whoever was like Jerry Lawler's real life wife at one point, or maybe still is, I don't know. But now women wrestlers, it's like it's actually taken seriously, like Ruby Soho and shit like that. Like,
well, like the diva, the diva.
By some people, it's taken seriously.
The diva platform, like kind of taking over like women. Like you used to get like 160, 70 pound athletic dudes running around the ring, and now it's the chicks trying to do that, because when men they think that men want to just see like big bruisers beat the hell out of each other,
which
so
we
like
do.
Well, sure, but I mean, there's still there's different ways to fight. There's different ways to wrestle. So watching Hulk Hogan and fucking Ultimate Warrior go at it is going to be different than watching Rey Mysterio or Dean Malenko go at it. Where you go? We got to do number one.
Yeah, I was just about to say, or like to example, like watching Benoit and his family. Just kidding. That's a horrible joke.
Dude, Chris Benoit.
Yeah, where did she go?
She went over that way. She's back. Chris Benoit, like back then, like I used to deliver pizzas for a company.
What happened? I didn't hear what you said.
I used to deliver pizzas for a little mom and pop pizza shop around town when I was a teenager, and the owner of this place looked just like fucking Chris Benoit, except like 4 inches shorter. Like, I mean, he was a little Italian dude, had one of the big old fucking Brahma horns that the Italians wear. Like, dude, like he looked just like Chris Benoit. Just like him. And then, like, I haven't seen him since, but yeah, it's just like, man, I hope it didn't turn out like it. All right, so Doug, number one.
If it makes you happy, it can't be. Who sings that song? God, I'm sorry. My number one. Thank you. God damn it. Am I really? I want another beer so bad right now. I'm going to have another beer after I give you my number one. My number one should come as no surprise, especially to my brother, but there's also something I want to talk about in the spirit of wrestling once we're done with all this. Remind me. But my number one is the American Dream himself, Dusty Rhodes.
Dusty Rhodes.
He will forever be my absolute favorite wrestler of all time. Not just because of the various gimmicks he's had, but just his attitude, the blue collar. I love because I'm a blue collar worker. I love the blue collar attitude, the son of a plumber. He's my fucking favorite, dude.
Let me tell you something, Daddy.
American dream. Oh God, don't get me started. I love
listen
this.
to a lot of sports talk when I'm in my car or my truck or whatever. And the morning show, dude's name is Ken Carman. Man, he's a giant wrestling. He's a little younger than we are, but like he knows wrestling. He knows wrestling, and he always like does like this voice over of Dusty Rhodes. Man, it is so spot on. And this dude is a 6 foot, like 5 inch, 340-pound dude. Like it's almost like like he's talking to you himself. Daddy.
You don't know hard times, Daddy.
You know hard times,
like
Daddy.
You don't know what it's like being a textile worker, Daddy. I fucking love it so much.
All right, your turn.
And that's what I love about
mine should come as no big surprise to either one of you or some of our more frequent followers, but it is Stone Cold Steve Austin, of course. And I mean, one of the like reasons I love Stone Cold is it was in the golden era. It was very much like, just a straight line, like good versus evil. And Stone Cold kind of brought that like blue collar, like fuck your boss, type of shit, but he's still kind of a good guy. And I said one day I would marry my version of Stone Cold.
You got him.
But he's put on great matches. I hate that he went through the injuries he went through, but I'm very happy, unlike some other people, that he walked away from wrestling and was able to get back on a good path in life. And I think that's a very inspirational thing for somebody to do. And yeah, and I know I'm sure he does miss wrestling, but that's why I think that's really cool, because so many people have like killed themselves over wrestling. And I think that's really cool on his part. And I ain't gonna lie, he's looking very good for his age.
If somebody wants to send me a skull ring, because that's what Stone Cold wears, like, I'd be more than appreciative.
I'm gonna say, and to my end, to go ahead and dip in my toes into this gold pool. I turned 43 April 2nd. If somebody wants to either get me a new pair of shoes, size 11.5, or Stone Cold's beer that he makes, which is really expensive, I would like a case of Stone Cold beer. It looks like PBR. It's got the skull brew or whatever it's called. I would love to get a 6-pack of Stone Cold.
Well, for as much beer as he wasted, even Vince McMahon would buy the cheap shit. So
I still want to. I would love to have a can just to put in my collection. I really.
All
would.
Right, so my number one
expensive.
Stone Cold as well, obviously, but it was because of when I grew up, not because. Well, and my wife thinks he's hot, so I mean, I don't know what else to say. I think it was, he was a good worker for how unathletic you would think he is just by looking at him. If you were just a dude that was at Home Depot and you saw a dude like Stone Cold, even in his wrestling prime, walking through Home Depot with a pair of fucking, boots, jeans, and a belt, and a flannel shirt, you just think like, you just think like just some fucking redneck, construction guy. Exactly. And like, he was an extremely good worker, and I feel bad. I almost ripped Paul off here, and I should have picked somebody else, so I will. Stone Cold will be my honorable mention because, like, this is an Adam Forkey award is honorable mention, so only I get.
Oh, we're doing honorable mentions.
So no, only I get one. It's Adam Forkey.
You piece of shit! I hate this show. Just kidding. I love it.
But another one, like another good thing about Stone Cold is he was great on the mic. Like he would, even when he would slip up, he would make it work. Same with The Rock. The Rock was probably one of the best on the mic. Like,
you mean the most electrifying?
Rocky Maivia to The Rock, and like the great one. Like the whole you want to go one-on-one with the great one. I mean, like it's just there'll never be another era in wrestling like that.
It was great to watch the golden era turn into the attitude era, and it's kind of like you just so wish it would turn into something else greater, and it just
like the Monday Night Wars. The Monday Night Wars. There's so many times like on the Monday Night Wars that I wanted to. I was like, come on, let's do it. Like let's have World War III here between you fucking two, and it just I don't know, like a testosterone type soap opera. I don't know.
I loved it. That's what made that era so much fun, though. The aggression era and the ruthless aggression era, and what is it, Raw before ruthless aggression? I love that shit. The most electrifying man. Fucking love that shit. Finally,
the mic game between a lot of the heavy hitters from like the late 90s, early 2000s, like even DX. Like I mean, the Road Dogg Jesse James went from like a nobody mid card worker to like putting on a fucking minute and a half monologue that you couldn't have just said the words. It needed the spice. It needed the the mannerisms and everything, and he went from nobody to that, and like, dude, like that's a hell of a life right there, man. I mean,
hey, man,
God bless him. And like, I don't care if it's like scripted or not. Like, I wouldn't want one of them dudes taking me from where I'm sitting right now into one of them fucking rings and like doing the shit to me like they do to each other on a night in and night out basis. Like, I'm good, man. I'm good. I'll watch you and fucking that guy do that shit.
I would who I am.
Love now, Brutus the Barber Beefcake, dude.
That was my mom's favorite wrestler. That was
dude,
my
that
mom's
was fucking. It was
wrestler.
The barber shop that Shawn Michaels kicked Marty Jannetty through. Wasn't it the barber shop that Shawn Michaels kicked Marty Jannetty through that fucking window? The end of the Rockers.
Paul would know the answer to that. Paul would know the answer to that.
Of course, Paul would. I'm not fucking asking.
I don't
Paul.
Remember for sure. I know, but I'm just saying. Like,
yeah, I don't know.
How we're at 3 hours. I'm impressed that I haven't peed yet. I'm impressed that I haven't.
Yeah, she just went pee. We'll probably
on. But
anybody wants to give us some pointers, tips, things you like to see, we'll try and put something a little more organized together for the next time we go. Maybe we'll get fucking Doug back too.
I would love to come back. I'll come back anytime you want me to come back. I honestly think Forky Fornication or something along those lines would be awesome for your title. Fornicating with the Forkies. I think that's so much fun.
I don't know about fornicating with the Forkies,
but something along those lines.
I don't like the chair. Hire Paul. Hire Paul. He said that I got to pay him double what you pay him.
I'll tell you what, you want to know how you can hire Paul for cheap? Just promise to send like ice pack. What are those? God, what's the dry ice?
Double is zero.
Just send dry ice, rallies, and sheets food to us, and that would probably be good for Paul.
Well, I'm bringing Hex up there in November, so that should be good enough.
For double. Yeah, double bucket of fries from Rallies. Paul, I could not believe he ordered 2 buckets of fries from
Forky Funhouse.
That was insane. Oh,
we
were doing our wrestling. I do. Forky Funhouse is really actually pretty cool. I do too. That's a great name. Forky Funhouse.
You hear him first, mommy? He said actually, like, you never come up with good ideas. Like, it's always Paul or something.
Who, me? I said that?
I said, dude, so one thing about listening to your kids talk is you'll realize how you talk. So with Scarlett, one of my first realizations of that was when one of our cats puked in her car seat. She's like, "Oh, dude, that's disgusting." And I'm like, "Oh, holy shit!" She sounds just like me. And then Grayson, he'll be like, "Actually," and I say "actually" a lot. Adam gets annoyed with it.
I gotta say, Paul. I think Paul's pitch is perfect. That is perfect. Put a forky in it.
Oh, put a fork in it. Oh,
That is such a great
I
podcast name.
like that.
That is so
Put
good.
a fork in it.
So when I was like 13, I was hanging out with these dudes that were older than me. The one kid that lived down the street, he was like, I don't know, 4 or 5 years older than me. So, and like I said, I was stealing weed from my mom and selling it. So like I was selling my mom's weed to these dudes down the street. And I went down there with a little bit of weed to get some money. And the dude that I was selling it to, my buddy's buddy, was like, "You should change your name to Adam Fuck Me." I'm like, dude, like I'm 13, bro. Like, which like now, like, yeah, you're 13, you're selling weed. You think that, but yeah, he's like, "Adam Ford, your name's Forky, bro. I would change it to Adam Fuck Me."
Dude, when we first got together, like Adam told me, he was like, "If you can come up with something I've never been called before with my last name, I'll give you $100." So one day we're in the car and like I'm kind of buzzed, and I'm like, "So I used to hang out with this kid back in the day, and his name was Adam Cassinger." And for whatever reason, when we were in like 5th grade, we thought that was really funny to be like, "Adam Cassinger."
Nothing humble about it.
Yeah. So I was like, "Has anybody ever called you a dumb forky?"
A dumb forky.
Like Doofy stayed my name.
As I'm laughing, I feel my bladder pushing against my penis, and I'm like, God,
All right, so
I
we've
gotta
been going
pee
over
so
3
bad.
hours, guys.
No, I was gonna turn the
thank you
camera
for
off and go pee.
coming on.
I was gonna. Okay, sorry.
What, you
Thank
want to
you
keep
for
going?
having me. I was just gonna say,
private. We can
if
go
you guys want to
private.
keep going, I'll keep going. I just wanted to go.
Do you
pee
guys
real
in the
quick, that's
chat
all.
want us to keep going?
Yeah, I'll keep going. I have no problem keeping going. I just wanted to go pee real quick for like 2 minutes. I was just gonna say I was gonna go mobile because I had my phone ready so I could listen to what you guys are saying and comment and chat. But
So wait,
it's
hang
your
on,
call,
let me
it's your
think.
show.
Well, because I was going to tell Adam I want another tall boy, and you know those hoagies?
Me
that they
too.
have?
I want one of those too, Adam. Give me a hoagie. I'll get my own beer, but give me a fucking hoagie, Adam. I'll suck your
Stoner,
dick for
what
a hoagie.
story was I talking about when you put that in? Because I got another one that I probably shouldn't tell, but I will.
Oh, and like a thing.
Oh, okay. So, all right. So so Alice was talking about how she made fun of my name, right? So when I was in like 5th grade, right after my grandma died, are you still gonna be able to hear me?
Yeah.
All right. So
yes, I'll still be able to hear you.
I was getting bused to the east side to go to school. I got bused. I was like one of 3 white kids in this K through 5, K through 6 school. And the curriculum that they were learning was like, so this kid had to get up in front of the class and sit down and name the 7 dwarfs. Like, we're in like 5th grade, dude. And like part of what we're learning during the day is who the fucking 7 dwarves were, right? So he named like 3 or 4 of them, and then he said Forky, Spoony, and Knifey. And all these fucking kids started laughing at me and shit. Like, ah. So here's this little white kid that's feeling all bad for himself because his mom's a drug addict. His grandma just died. His life's turning to shit. So I walk up and right in the middle of everybody, I slapped the fucking snot out of this kid. That was the last time anybody in that school made fun of my name. So there's a organic story for you. It burns as you pee, Doug? That's probably not good. You just said you haven't gotten laid for a while. Yeah, Scar was worried about having the last name Forky, and Alice wouldn't let me give her the advice that I used when I was a kid. But yeah, when people would make fun of me, I just split their lip, and that was usually the end of it. I went to a lot of different schools. And now I'm this 41-year-old softie with a 12-year-old fucking daughter that's going to be the death of me. Toughest thing in the world I'll ever do. That's probably not good. I guess that burn was a little much. I did that to my phone a few weeks ago, maybe a couple months ago. Good thing it was before I sat down. Gotta love that Chinese technology. Bag of rice, right, Stoner? Paper bag, man. Some rice, man. And dude, just don't turn it on, dude, no matter what, man.
Oh, dude. Thank God for iPhone, whatever I got, Plus Pro Max.
What makes a man, Mr. Lebowski?
We still want the money, Lebowski. There's no victim. His girlfriend cut off a toe.
We take some money, Lebowski. I got $4, almost $5.
Have you watched the spiritual sequel about Jesus? The I think it's called Jesus.
No,
the one
Jesus Rolls? No.
Yeah.
That's one of those. That's like Joe Dirt 2 or something like that. Like, I got no interest in that shit. I'd rather rewatch movies than watch something like that. Who wants to hear about a fucking pederast that has to walk around Chino and fucking tell everybody he's a pederast? 8-year-olds, dude.
Plus, I also feel like that kind of character really worked in the context of the Big Lebowski in that small dose. And it's like, why would you want to like give an entire 1.5 to 2 hour film to that character?
I guess John Turturro, what's his name? John Turturro or Turturro? He actually thought when he got approached about doing that part, he actually thought he was going to have a bigger role in it than he did, and it was said later that he was like shocked that he only had that little bit, of a role, but like he like the whole dancing backwards and like all like his finger shit, like that was all him, like the Coen brothers wrote the lines, and from what I hear, the Coen brothers are real big on this is what's fucking written, this is what you're gonna fucking read. How you're gonna do it, maybe we could play with, but this is, So, but I thought that was interesting. That's like one of my favorite fucking movies, dude.
Oh, I know, and it's not my favorite Coen Brothers movie, but it's one of my favorite Coen. It's one of my favorite movies. It's and that's funny, like. Yeah, like they wrote it the way they wrote it, but like he definitely made it his own. He brought life to it. Same way John Goodman brought life to Walter and Steve Buscemi to
right. Like there was nobody else that could have played Walter. Like I mean,
no.
Like there was just no one else. And I love the show Roseanne.
My favorite. It's one of my favorite sitcoms from my childhood. Truly. Up until the last season where she wins the lottery, and then the one where they killed her off.
Oh yeah, then it goes batshit crazy after that. But but before, like it was every time I saw John Goodman, it was there's Dan Connor, But now it's like no, dude, that's fucking Walter Sobchak right there, dude. Shomer fucking Chavez. And you're right, Stoner. If there was a sequel that was going to be made, it should have been about the Maud and the dude's son. Maybe going on tour with Blink 182, bunch of assholes.
I love John Goodman. What do you think of the John Goodman movie from the 90s, Matinee? Do you remember that movie?
I do not. Another good movie. Well, I thought he was pretty good in Fallen with Denzel.
He's phenomenal in that movie. That's a great movie.
That's a great movie, just in general. The premise of it, the plot of it, just how evil translates or not translates, like
Is represented.
transfers, from people to people. Evil's like this thing that you just can't get rid of. It's always going to be there.
Yeah. You cannot have the light without the dark. You can't have
Exactly,
the light without the dark.
dude. And it sounds like such a simple concept to grasp, but like I'm seriously, that's like shit that I've been talking to my daughter about. Because she just wants to see good in things or bad in things, and not, the flip side to it. And it can get frustrating trying to explain it to her. But then I got to, remind myself that I'm talking to a 12-year-old, kid that
In a different world.
right. It's just I've said it before, dude. Like raising a daughter is gonna be the toughest thing I've ever done in my life, man. Like with a girl, you got to worry about all the dicks. With a boy, you only got to worry about one. I mean,
You hope. Let's be honest.
right?
A lot of the gay men I've met in my life are whores. Fucking whores.
Touche. And if that's what they grew up to be, then whatever. But like, it's almost like more. Well, I can't say that because Grayson's almost like a multiple personality disorder himself. But I guess we kind of all are, right? I mean,
I was
right?
gonna say. So who is it, man?
I
love Grayson. Grayson's one of my favorite human beings that I've ever met. He is just so pure, just him. Poop water, poop water, poop water. Oh, I love that kid.
One of his biggest attributes is also one of his biggest flaws, and that's just how fearless he is. That could get you out of a lot of shit or can get you in a lot of shit.
Yeah.
That's his willingness to not back down is impressive, except when it's me that he's not backing down from. And like I just want to smack the shit out of him.
Who?
Grayson.
Look at Stoner.
But that's where you come in, because that fearless is going to come in. It's going to come to his advantage when he's an adult. That's the one thing I don't have. It's the one thing that I'm constantly, we were talking about earlier, I'm constantly in my head about, is that I don't have confidence. I'm going to be 43 and like I have zero confidence in anything I do. I'm constantly like in my head and depressed. To have a kid that is fearless but I agree with you. It's a scary thing to have, especially if you're the father of that kid. But it's also a good thing because that's going to benefit him in the future. That will being fearless, I think it's good to have a very balanced dose of reality and fear, along with knowing that you are strong enough to overcome that fear. And to be fearless at his age, I think that will pay off in the long run. I think that's a good trait to have. I agree that it's terrifying for you, but that's where you come in as a man.
Yeah,
that's
I don't know if I should
need
start a savings account for like a lawyer retainer or like bail money.
Probably a little column A and a little column
or like
B.
an insurance policy, but he reminds me a lot of my little cousin that actually grew up and joined the Marines. Anyway, they're a lot alike,
Yeah, the first time I met Adam's little cousin, we were standing in the dining room, and I looked over, and this kid was on top of the stove, and he had the stove like totally taken apart.
Butter knife,
totally taken apart, and
the top panel for the electric housing.
Yeah, he had everything taken apart.
He was like 4 years old,
and I'm like, he has like the stove's taken apart. And when Adam and I got into the car, I'm like, I don't know, maybe he'll be an electrician or something. I don't know. But he's such a good kid. And we're not gonna lie. We're not gonna lie. We're kind of sad that he joined the Marines, but we're so proud of him and the like man that he's definitely becoming, for sure.
Now, see, with something like this, if something like this was ever to take place, like the chest chick daughter would definitely be the brains, and Grayson would just be, the runt muscle. Like, yeah, let's go. I got this.
When you say chest chick, are you who is you referring to Scar?
But Stoner calls Grayson Boy King the Boy King, and actually, it's
I
really
know.
caught on. Like I find myself saying that to like.
Oh,
people
I
in
know
my
that
everyday
one.
life. But
I know that
got
one.
Oh, we were vacation, and Adam's like, the Boy King will have a chocolate milk, please.
and I guess the chest chick daughter's, you know, Scar.
Does she play chess?
No, she can be
I was-
cerebral though. She thinks that she's smarter than everybody. And
Oh, like
it
Professor
sucks 'cause,
X.
Like I have to constantly tell her that she's not.
Yeah, it's a constant lesson that you learn throughout life. You're never.
You know, and
the
it's like
smartest person.
how right was my mom? Like my mom was way different as a parent than I am.
When I
You know, and I
For sure.
totally fucking played her for an idiot. But like so how long did it take for me to actually be right about that? Like, was it when I was 16? Was it when I was 10? You know, like because I had to tell her a couple weeks ago, I'm like, you need to stop treating your mom and I like we're dumb, because the only thing you do when you know do that is just show how not smart you are. Like your mom and I are not stupid. Eventually you could probably outsmart us about stuff, but that's not going on now. You know, like nothing you've done, nothing you could say is really gonna like shock us in a way. I don't think I have one.
how old is she now? Is she 14, 15? I don't know how old she is. I really don't. Your daughter, your kids. I don't know either of your kids how old they are. I really don't.
Scar will be 13 in August, and Grayson will be 7 in May.
Okay. Wow, 7?
Yeah,
I have no concept of time or
and he's
age.
still like this
Wow,
big.
I
Like
really am fucked up.
he is such a little dude, man. You know, like and we call him Bubba, and he's got like this fearlessness to him. It's like Debo's name being tiny. Like, you know, like we're gonna call him Bubba. He's gonna be like 5'6", 135 pounds. You know, but he's gonna have like this set of balls that he's dragging in a wheelbarrow behind him. You know, like it just.
I miss being around that kid already. When he'd get in my face.
Because again, he's so fearless.
Wait, well, he first met us like the first day.
Scarlett was really tiny too, but now, like she's fixing to be taller than me.
Yeah, when we're at Cedar Point this summer, I'm probably gonna have to like give some mean mugs to some fucking horny adolescent teenagers.
Oh,
I'm
already
thinking-
had to do that at the mall.
You were talking about Grayson being loud and fearless. I was thinking about like literally the first day when Paul and I got in there and we met him and he was like really animated, and then he just got in my face at one point. I remember him getting up close to me and getting my face going, ah! And just screaming at me. I'm like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
That's what I said.
He's gotten better with personal space. Like I know that was a big thing with him was running up and just getting in people's faces, but he's gotten better with personal space.
It truly entertained me.
Speaking of the Boy King, he is in bed, but he's in bed with your phone.
Of course he fucking is.
Is he watching us right now? Hi, poop water. Sorry.
No.
Damn it. It'd be so much fun if he was.
Hey. No, he's just playing freaking Roblox, dude. And it's so crazy. Like, they'll want you to help them play these games. And it's just like, dude, I don't know.
Like, bro, this ain't fucking NCAA 94. What the fuck you want me to do?
What is Roblox a phone game? Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah, Roblox. It's like it's a.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's fucking weird.
It's weird, and it definitely takes like a lot of coordination to do for sure.
His version
of hell that he raises every fucking day.
Oh, you know what I want to say? So, like Doug, Like, do you remember when we were growing up, like our teachers would be like, "Oh, like playing video games is not going to do anything for you, right?" I'm
Fucking
pretty
idiot.
sure. I'm pretty
Idiots.
sure playing Tetris helped me clean this basement. I'm not saying.
Can I tell you?
I'm just saying.
I'm gonna say
Some
something.
of those video games might have helped. Am I wrong?
From
I'm
2000,
not wrong. I'm never
from
wrong.
2000,
Never wrong. When have
you're
I
not.
ever been
You're
wrong?
absolutely not wrong on this one.
My guess
From
is when you're not talking.
From 2006 to 2017, I worked in the Lee County Schools maintenance. District warehouse, and what that means is I would load box trucks up with paper goods for kitchens, school custodians, and school offices. We were a warehouse that carried paper goods, pencils, paper, paint, shit that you would think schools would have. We carried everything for all departments, and we would load it on a truck, and I would take that truck and I would deliver it. Why did I start talking about? God damn it, Doug! You are.
Talking about video games 06 to 17.
Before that, what were you guys talking about? It was Alice that triggered this.
Shit.
Fuck.
Talking about how teachers said playing video games would never amount to anything. And then you said something about from 06 to 17, loading up trucks for Lee County schools or something.
Oh, thank you, Adam. God, I love you. Thank you for being the reasonable father in this group.
What I'm here for.
3 years into my job loading trucks, I got so good that my boss asked me, how the hell did you figure out how to load a truck so efficiently and so compactly?
Tetris.
And I remember saying Tetris. That's exactly what I said. I'm like, Tetris was the mind-numbing game that I played on a Game Boy as a kid, and it was something that paid out when you're loading a truck with paper goods, with boxes of lunch trays, with cases of paper and pencils. Like it's a real life version of Tetris. Like games do have a purpose. Like maybe not some of the most ridiculous ones, but games like Tetris, fuck that fucking paid off in dividends in my later life. Truly.
Yeah.
Shut up, Stoner.
Like I said, I organized the basement with that shit. You're learning how
It
to
does.
fit stuff.
Tetris is such a fun game, and it really is that's a game to give to your kids. It really is. Like chess. Tetris and chess are the two games you should teach a kid, because Tetris teaches organization, chess teaches how to fight, how to make moves, how to live in society amongst the villains, if that makes sense. Chess is really good for that.
I agree. Well, I just really like video games though too.
I do too. I'm currently in the middle of God of War Ragnarok on my PS5. It's got Opie from Sons of Anarchy plays Thor, and it's the real Greek mythology version of Thor, where he's like overweight but just gigantic and fucking menacing. Oh my god, it is so good. Ragnarok is so good. That's probably what I'm going to do. After we're done here, I'm probably going to kill 4 or 5 more of these and just play God of War Ragnarok. I'm going to be 43, and I'm single and have no kids. I'm
going to be 44.
Yeah, but you look amazing. You look so hot. No offense, Adam, but you're like Adam is Bam Bam Bigelow. Alice is fucking Luna Vachon. Paul probably appreciated that comment. Wait a minute.
Bam Bigelow, man.
Oh,
Is
Daniel's still here.
Daniel Romano, I'm not familiar with completely, but he wrote last video game I played, Super Smash Brothers. Super Smash Brothers GameCube? Because that's my last Super Smash Brothers. Sorry. Shut up, Stoner. Don't make me feel self-conscious. You're one of us.
You said that you had mentioned that Tetris helped you stack trucks with boxes and shit. That's funny because like when I got a job, like, and they gave me a hammer and told me to rip shit down, they asked how I got so good at it, and I said Donkey Kong.
That's a good one. That's a good answer.
I thought it was good.
I love Donkey Kong.
I definitely
do you like? Oh yeah, you're talking about
What,
the
Doug?
original Donkey. He was talking about the original Donkey Kong, the arcade Donkey Kong. I was going on a stoner thought because I was like, because I also love Donkey Kong Country and Donkey Kong 64. They're also really great games. I was getting ready to go on a nerd rant.
What the hell do you want from me?
You're on YouTube, Alice. Be careful. You're not a Rumble or Odyssey. You can't be X-rated.
Yeah, woman, get us on Rumble.
Yeah, why aren't you on Rumble?
We either need
You got to talk to my producer about producing Paul.
No, we either need 100 subscribers on Rumble, or
Just have X retweet us a couple times.
we have to pay $15 a month.
It's on like Donkey Kong, Stifler.
I think that's exactly what I was thinking. Biatch. I love American. I think that was the fourth. American Reunion was the fourth in the series, if I'm not mistaken. And I liked the first four. I thought they were.
I guess that's kind of a more recent like series of movies that actually did pretty well. Usually sequels suck, but
those were pretty good.
The American.
Did you see they're making a fucking
Yeah.
with Grease? They're
What?
like remaking like the Pink Ladies of Grease. Yeah.
Why?
Well, because we can't create our own shit. That's why. So we have to like recreate the Pink Ladies, and I don't even fucking know, dude. But it really irritates me. Like,
Can I say something?
I don't really like that. Just saying.
I agree with you. I don't like it either. I'll be honest with you. I love Grease, the film. I could give
Just
a fuck
watch
less
it with Scar. I just watched it with Scar for the first time.
I genuinely love that movie the same way I love The Outsiders for the same reason, for the time frame, the era. It's fucking Outsiders.
Yeah, I think she's about ready to like watch her. Like, I haven't read I don't know if you guys can tell, but I'm not very well read. Like, I haven't read too much in my life that hasn't started with Deer Penthouse Forum. But like, I was talking to her. I was talking to the wife earlier that like, Lord of the Flies is actually a book that I read, and I think I want her to read it, just because it's really a lesson about consequences to actions.
Absolutely.
And sometimes like that kind of harsh reality, or that harsh way of putting it is interesting. But getting back to like the Grease, you want to have an uncomfortable feeling, just sit next to your daughter on the couch while Grease Lightning's playing.
I agree.
Go Grease Lightning, go Grease Lightning.
Yeah, something talking about like all the girls are gonna cream or something while your fucking 12-year-old sitting next to you. Yeah.
But that's what I loved about
at dinner about what's her name? The vagina girl? The vagina.
No, all I said was
we were talking about what we were going to talk about tonight, and she said Congress and
and I said vagina.
Scarlett lost it.
Like Scarlett couldn't even control herself. I'm like, dude, you're just as badass as the boys on the live stream. But like, we all refer to her as vagina, dude. And I mean, it's whatever.
So I like tried being like stern dad. I look at her. What are you laughing at? How's that funny?
Like Tony Soprano talking to AJ. What the fuck are you laughing at? Fucking
what the fuck you laughing at? That fucking funny, huh?
It didn't go.
God damn it! I want to get another beer. Can I get another beer? Do you guys want to keep going?
Get another beer. I got.
What are you drinking, Adam?
And then
Twisted Tea.
And then after this, Adam's gonna go get me another beer and a sandwich and a salad.
Oh, God damn it! If I was there, Adam,
drive to the store and get me some more beer and another sandwich, or another beer and a sandwich.
If she's making you work that level, why not just fucking have like Grub Cab? Do you guys have Grub Cab? Just deliver it. Have it delivered. Get some sheets. No. If I was with you guys, I would have rallies and sheets to fucking deliver.
Right down the street.
Yeah, I'm really not even that drunk, so it's cool.
I am
Yeah.
fucking hammered.
Number one.
Even in the condition I'm in on a Saturday night, I would ruin a fucking cop's night if they pulled me over.
Yeah.
The only
like,
thing I wish I had was a bag of chips right now. I wish I had some sour cream and onion chips. I don't.
Doug, next okay.
I mean, what
This,
else can be said?
this is my plan for next time you come because like
Sure.
dude, I love to bake and I love to cook food.
So
and
we'll go
I
to
like-
Warsaw and get trash, and we'll come home and eat the wife's food.
And I love to cook food and I have like so many dips and like baked goods and I'm gonna cook the fucking shit up for you.
The
So I
only
cannot
thing
believe that we have had between like 6 and 9 viewers this whole fucking time. That's
I
crazy.
know.
let me go grab another beer. I'll be right back. But to
First, I was beginning to think you were like
First.
Ohio and not real. Goodness, dude, where the fuck you been? It's a maiden voyage, and we've lasted longer than the Titanic.
guys, I hate to break up the party. I want to let everybody know watching right now, because I know it's put a fork in it. I'm gonna start calling you guys put a fork in it. That Paul fucking nailed it. That's a great fucking title for this show.
That's actually really good.
Because I'm
really good.
These are my last two beers in the fridge. My last two Busch Lights. Now
Says who?
let me say something. It's my last two Busch Lights. That said, I still have a case of 24 Miller Lights in the fridge that we could clearly open up after these two are gone. So, Adam, Alice, take it away. Put a fork in it.
I think he's telling you that you really have to go get me food from the Speedway and a little
Yeah,
bit of beer from the
Got
Please
the
don't.
food for
I don't want to eat.
Well,
Watch
yeah.
you eat
you. Some of
delicious-
this Northeast Ohio tube steak, you know?
I just want some regular
Whoa,
or-
dude.
I want some regular food before I have the sausage.
Spicy.
I
That
would
was-
kill
that
for a fucking
Hey,
burger with fried
that
egg.
was very dirty turkey of me, right? Though.
You really were. You're a whore. You're being a whore, Alice.
Blasphemy.
You're being
What's next? You
slutty.
gonna tell me you're drinking fucking clear liquor?
I have a bottle
No,
of peach
that's
schnapps
good.
in the freezer.
First shot. That is no. That's a good thing.
First shot's been coming at me
can
on
slim
Twitter.
down very quickly and just kind of balance out your diet when you do
Beer will
things
make you
like
be
that.
even bored.
Beer what?
Probably sits down when he pees too.
First shot? I agree. He's been coming at me hard on Twitter, and I don't appreciate. I don't know if he's like trying to be like an older. Well, he's younger than me. A younger brother, just like trying to come at the throne. But he's been fucking coming at me hard on Twitter, and I'm telling you what, man, you're like turning me into a heel. You're gonna make me the Bobby Heenan to your
50
Jimmy
pounds? You want to lose 50 pounds?
who first shot?
First shot,
You're
you
not
lose
fat, dude.
pound.
Dude, like I could lose 50 pounds.
He's not even
No.
fat. He's a good-looking dude who's in
First
shape.
shot.
What the fuck is he talking about? He's good looking. What is he talking? He's a moron. First shot, you're in good shape. You look good. You're married. You're
He's
a
just
moron.
trying to get hard.
I mean,
You don't need to lose
if you want to start lifting some weights and stuff, but no, first shot. Like,
I found out
I
that 12-ounce curls really work well.
don't think you need to lose 50 pounds at all.
Dude.
Six pack. Why do you want a six pack? You can have a keg, dog.
Is first shot around our age, like late 30s, early 40s?
Yes.
Am I correct? Assuming that, okay, you're never going to get a six pack. We are past the age of ever obtaining a six pack. The best you
better
can
start
do
taking
is
a
be healthy.
testosterone supplement, dude.
You could have a six.
He's
pack if
43.
you
He's
tried.
my age. He's my age.
Just-
You, dude, for 43, you look way
you
better
do
than
that
I do.
kind of work.
Challenge
Talking about
accepted.
no fucking six pack.
First shot doesn't have
Six
tits.
pack hasn't done it for me since like high school.
Dude, it's weird to feel tits. When you're a man with a dick and balls, it's weird to feel your own tits.
I can
It's
still
so
see my
weird.
dick, so I'm all right, dude. I ain't got one of them there, Dickie.
I can still see my dick too, but I've got a set of tits. I can still see my dude. I shave my dick on a weekly basis. I can see my dick, no problem. But I have tits. I lost a lot of weight. I went from 360 pounds to 245 pounds. I have a lot of loose skin, and part of that is having a set of tits. Unfortunately, it's depressing. But they're a nice B cup. Whenever I'm really in the mood, I just oil them up and jerk off with like my right hand, and I use my left hand to cut my nipples on my left tit.
Cup your own titty. You give yourself, as long as you ain't giving yourself a reach around. Well,
I give myself a stranger. I sit on both my hands for a half hour, and then I start using both. Sorry, it's your show.
That's all right, dude.
Drink up, dirt, drinking show, drinking game. Doug just admitted it's your show. Fucking stoner. I hate him so much. I love him. He's got to be a guest on our shows, on all of our shows. He's got to come on. I love Stoner.
Yeah, Stoner, what's up with an appearance, dude?
Yeah,
Let
dude.
you look.
I
down, man. Get some of them edibles.
He puts his photos
on, and let's rock and roll, bro.
Fuck yeah, dude. He puts his pictures on Twitter. He's a good-looking dude, long hair, long goatee.
The rest of them, although it doesn't really matter. You guys can have all the other pussy in the world, just not mine.
I would love to eat. I'll tell you what, if I ever eat pussy again, it's got to be, and I'm capping it, 25. It's got to be a 25-year-old or 25 to 35. I'm not going above that. I don't know why I got on that. I guess I miss eating pussy. It's been a long time. Mazel tov.
Mazel tov.
It's force
sub 175. I mean, dude, that's like, I don't know, man. That's too light in the britches, man. That's too light in the britches. That's first. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm a little mouthier in like real life, but like, if you're gonna try to move me, you better be able to move fucking a fighting back 210 pounds.
I've realized, I've come to the acceptance that I will never not have tits. I'm going to be 43. I've lost over 100 pounds.
That's crazy, dude. How long ago did you weigh that much?
2020. I'll be honest with you. I'll look it up online and I'll post it on Twitter. I'll take a screenshot, but I can go back through my Instagram when I started this entire thing. My doctor, the beginning of the pandemic, I went to my doctor appointment, my yearly doctor checkup, and he looked at me. I remember him looking at me and be like, "Look, I don't want to scare you, but if you don't start changing your life, you will be dead within a year. You're that far gone." And I went home from that doctor appointment, poured out all the alcohol I had in my freezer, threw away everything in my fridge because all I had was like fucking processed foods, frozen pizzas, processed turkey, ham, all that shit. And I went out and I bought turkey breast, skinless, boneless turkey breast, fish, and romaine lettuce. And that's all I ate for like a year. And I lost all the weight by that and walking. How did we get on this, Adam? Start me off.
I just asked how long ago you weighed that, because I'm just blown away.
3 years. Well, I've fluctuated though. Like I weighed that much also in Florida, and then I got hooked on opiates, and being on opiates like suppressed my appetite. So like I just lost weight as I got high. But then I moved here and I wanted to meet people. I didn't know anybody. I was trying to get my shit together and get clean. And I started hanging out at bars, which developed an alcoholic habit for me with specifically vodka. And that is what packed the weight on. I got so depressed within such a little time of getting clean from opiates that I would sit at home. I realized it was cheaper to sit at home and drink 1.5 liters of vodka every 3 nights if you bought like Heavenly Hill, like the cheap shit for like $15 a half. I realized it was just easier to do that. And I just drank myself into being fat again. And then 2020, the pandemic happened and my doctor kind of scared the shit out of me. And I just kind of started working out and eating healthy. Paul and I started doing the show, and that's where I started bringing alcohol back into. And I put a little bit of weight on, but like I would wager that I've kept it pretty well. Like I go overboard sometimes with beer, but like I keep it pretty reasonable. Like it's not where with vodka. When I talk about alcohol,
There are bars at strip clubs, sir. Thank you.
Bar's an interesting word for a strip club. Where are we at right now? It's been a while.
Well,
since I've been...
like I think it's awesome, dude. Like, because you mentioned before about your the situation you had with opiates and you kicked that shit, which is a lifetime achievement in itself, and then you go and lose all that weight, dude. Like, I mean, that's fucking awesome, dude. That's awesome. That's two things that on their own have taken down other people in this world, like those things alone have taken down other people, and you've conquered both like relatively consecutively, I guess.
I've known a lot of people, not a lot of people. I've known a good amount of people who've definitely overdosed. I myself have almost come close to death 3 times that I can acknowledge. I've never actually really talked about it. I think I've talked about it once, one particular time on a podcast with Paul and on Brothers from Other Mothers. But I have come close to death 3 times because of opiates. And I'm glad I'm not on them, but I'd be lying if I said that, like, if my doctor said, hey, man, you've got 3 months to live, you've got lymphoma cancer, this is the story. I'm sorry to break it to you. Like, you could try this to stave it off, to give you time. I would absolutely fall off the wagon, and I wouldn't just fucking go in for opiates. I would just start fucking doing heroin. Like, it's a shitty thing to say out loud, but like, having experienced that kind of high, like I remember getting clean and thinking to myself, I never want to go back to the point in my life where I feel like I have to use just to get the pain to not be in. Because after a while, when you're using opiates, it's not about pleasure. It starts out that way, but it quickly becomes maintaining withdrawal and pain, because your body, when you use a certain amount of opiates, the muscle fibers, your all of that, your senses, all that shit, it starts to atrophy. That's what it does to your dopamine system. And you start to use just to maintain from going into withdrawal. And it's very painful. Knowing that if my doctor told me I was going to die in 3 months, I'd fall off the wagon, because I also remember I'm a human being with somewhat of a consciousness. I remember how good that felt. That's what got me into 12 years of using. It was because it felt so good. It not only felt so good, but it was a way to just not have to deal with life. I think I know I have talked about it on podcasts, but when I moved back up at the end of 2017, I got clean. It's February. We're at February 11th right now. Here's a good fucking trivia for your podcast, Adam. For put a fork in it, I'm going to call it that till the day I die. I don't care.
We might have a winner. We'll see how I feel about it. It's a
great fucking name, Paul. It really is a great name. We're on February 11th, 2023. February 23rd will be my 5-year anniversary of being clean from opiates. That said, knowing how much of my life I've wasted on that shit, if I was told I was going to be dead in 2 to 3 months, I would have no problem falling off. Opiates are that enticing. It's a fucked up thing to say, and I hope to God nobody who's watching has ever done it and will ever do it. Or if you're the kind of person who can maintain, I know people who can casually do opiates as a party drug and be completely fine. If you're that kind of person, great, cool. I'm not that person. It is my Achilles heel. It is the one thing
when it comes to it. I mean, I get it.
I threw my entire life away from. I threw away a prospect of having a family, of having kids. Like it became everything to me, man. Like and like I said, after a certain time, it didn't become about getting high. It became about not being in pain. Did Alice literally go to get food because you didn't?
No, I don't know. She's upstairs doing something. I don't know. Whatever.
I'm sorry.
It's the quietest it's been in 4 hours.
Put a fork in, Adam.
But that's all right, because she'll hit me and I'll be like, what? And she'll be like, what you said last night. And I'm going to be like, what?
Dude, I really miss Paul right now. I'd be lying if I said I didn't miss doing Sibling Revelry, but I'm so glad that you guys are doing your show and that I got to be the first guest on it. This has been so much fun doing it with you.
We'll have to get a little more organized with it. Like I said, it was more about, our little spot down here. She really kicked ass down here in this basement, dude. Like there was, and it was something that she had to do because if I would have been down here doing it with her, I would have been like, we throwing this away, we throwing this away, we throwing this away, we throwing this away, we throwing this way. You know, and I get she wants to go through shit, and I get she wants to be, you know, thoughtful of anybody else's stuff that might be here. I'm to the point where, like, you know, it's been this long. You guys have known that this shit's here. If you wanted it, you know where the fuck it is. So obviously you don't want it, you know, and she's a little more organized than I am. I got to do some digging on the outside of the house and waterproof and insulate outside the house to stop water from coming in. And eventually I'll get a drop ceiling in down here and some actual fucking walls instead of these foundation walls.
Dude.
But
I never actually, when we came to visit, I never went to your basement. I know Paul, excuse me, I had a huge burp. I know Paul went and it's just the running joke that he pissed in your basement. I never actually walked down to your
you got
basement.
a credit card
So
for me first?
To install a basement bucket toilet. What the hell does that mean? Like, are you in China? Who pays?
To pee? But when these girls go to pee, that's like the highlight of his night.
Okay, so first of all, I can hear like everything that you're saying upstairs. Second of all,
I guess noise cancellation is going to be imperative.
second of all, I was feeding the dog.
I already fed the fucking dog.
You fed her? She's up there going nuts like she hasn't been fed. Well,
All right, I'm going to the store. You better stick around for another 10
It's like
minutes.
that. I've got
Oh,
another
are
beer
you-
in
are
me,
you
buddy.
gonna give
It's like
me
that
a-
Will Ferrell.
If they have hoagies.
Adam,
What about like a little salad or something too?
Dude, this
Before
is
Adam
fucking
goes.
Speedway we're talking about.
Salad's
Adam
there
goes.
too.
do you remember the golden era? Not the golden era, but the era, the last good era of SNL when Will Ferrell was a cast member and they did the commercial for like Blue River dog food, and it was Will Ferrell going like, I'm going to coach your dog on how to be a good, obedient dog. And he was feeding the dog and he was taking the food away. And he goes, you behave or you don't get fed because you're a fucking dog. That's what it reminded me of. As you were there. Goddamn,
Man,
Savannah's
just
up.
like, I'm sitting here all pretty. Give me my food.
She is really pretty.
Go get food. I've got, after this Bush Light, I've got 24 Miller Light. So we're good, buddy. I just wish I
All
had
right, I
frozen
need 10
pizza.
minutes.
Go for it. While we're talking-
Like beers and food.
You know, you're
Just
supposed
like
to pay your
beer
rent every
and
month.
food.
Paul, what does that mean? Are you trying to be a piece of shit to me right now, or talking to me, or talking to somebody else? Because I've got my rent already paid for the next 2 months. Thank you very much. And I'll have you know, because he asked it on the Friday follow-up for us, mommy hump thing that you guys do. I can't remember the name of the Friday that we all do. Sorry, I'm fucked up. But to answer the question that was on last night, I'm going to have my taxes done finally this coming Friday. So I don't know why I said that. I'm sorry. But we were talking about wrestling before, Alice, and I want to tell everybody watching, and you as well, if you don't know, coming February 25th of this year, I won't be able to watch it live because Paul and I will be doing our show. But there is an organization out of Tennessee, Pigeon Forge, Tennessee, called the Micro Wrestling Federation. And what it is, I follow them on Instagram. That's how I found them. I follow them on Twitter now, too. And I will be buying their first pay-per-view. Micro Wrestling Federation is a group of, I'm not going to say the M word, but they're dwarfs. They're American dwarves living in Tennessee who've created this thing for the past couple of years online on YouTube called the Micro Wrestling Federation. And they all have their own gimmicks and their characters. And it's very reminiscent of WWF from the 80s and the 90s. There's Jamaican Joe and Andre this kid called Andrew the Giant, who's a fat little dwarf. and there's a whole bunch of them. And they all have, there's actually two brothers. There's one brother, I forget his fuck, I can't think of his name off the top of my head. It's called Big Show or Little Show, and his little brother is called Baby Jesus. But that's the point of this entirety is that they're having their first pay-per-view on February 25th this year. You can go to microwrestling.com/pay-per-view to order it. It's like $9. I've already pre-ordered it. I'm going to watch it after Paul and I do our show. But the two brothers, that's the main event, is the two little dwarf brothers fighting each other. It is awesome because it is so old school WWF, but with all dwarves. And I'm not like making fun of the dwarves or laughing at them for being dwarves. It's just a fun, fucking cool throwback to what we grew up on wrestling wise. Microwrestling.com. I cannot recommend it enough. It's so entertaining. Hey, poop water.
Yeah, it's okay, but he's sad because he just realized Daddy left.
Oh, buddy, it's okay. Daddy will be back. It will be. He will be back, buddy.
Really?
I promise you. Not only do I promise you that, I promise you that tomorrow, go Birds. The Eagles will beat the Chiefs, and the Cavaliers have nothing to do with it. And I love you, buddy. I miss you. Poop water, poop water, poop water, poop water.
What water?
Well, most importantly, Daddy's going to be back. Okay.
I promise
He just
you.
left
he
for
will
a
be
couple
back.
minutes.
Well, what
He
is
just went to
it?
go get a look. Your daddy just went to get a loaf of white bread and a pack of smokes for mommy. He'll be back in no time.
You should be sleeping.
You
You know,
said
sleep. Sleep.
Great, Grayson. How things going? How you doing, Grayson?
that's a living.
Yeah,
What?
Daddy's left, but he's gonna come back.
Hey, Grayson. Do you know that tomorrow during the Super Bowl, they're going to release the first official trailer for the Flash movie, which includes Michael Keaton's 1989 Batman, as well as Ben Affleck's Batman and Christopher Reeve's Superman and Michael Shannon's Zod? It's going to be so cool, buddy. Batman and Superman and the Flash.
Very good. Yeah, that's Paul.
Well, no, that's First Shot saying, hey, at Paul. That's not Paul, but he's
Well,
close.
no, he was just reading over here. He saw Paul's name. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
that's
I'm looking at the
Paul.
screen.
What the heck?
What
Everybody's
the heck?
happy to see you, the Boy King. That should be in bed, Grayson.
Yeah, Grayson, you should be in bed, but you're the Boy King, so you're allowed to decree whatever you want to decree.
My birthday.
No.
When's your birthday?
Yeah,
When's your
May
birthday?
24th.
May 24th.
Grayson, how old are you going to be? Are you going to be 8 years old on May 24th?
No, I go to be 7.
You're going to be 7? Well, guess what? Your birthday's after mine on April 2nd. I'm going to be 43, but you're going to be still way cooler than me, buddy.
What? You 24?
I know I'm old as fudge.
Oh, boy.
I know. Oh boy.
Oh,
I know.
No.
I know.
Oh, no.
Dude, I know. Dude, you don't even know. I went poop tonight, Grayson, before the show. I pooped and I had blood when I wiped my butt. I had blood in my butt. You don't even know what it's like being this age, man. Appreciate being 7, buddy. I wish I was 7 because I don't poop blood. That's probably a bad thing, though, right, guys? It was just one swipe. It was just one swipe.
Probably.
It might be a hemorrhoid.
Yeah, go to bed. Come on, give me a kiss. Give me a kiss.
First
All right.
shot, your wife's never going to. Actually, I have a question for First Shot.
Love
I know
you.
he has one kid. Do you only have one kid? That's my question for First Shot. How many kids do you have? Because I know you said you had one daughter. Do you have any other kids? That's the only question I had for First Shot. 2 kids. First Shot's got 2 kids. Okay. Alice isn't paying attention because we're both drinking. It's okay. but I'm watching the.
No, I
the-
was paying attention.
I know.
One
Same.
no, one of his kids has medical issues, I believe.
Oh man, I hope I don't offend any. I feel bad for saying the R word. God damn it, Doug, you stupid dummy.
No, I don't think it's like that.
Okay, cool. Diabetes. Paul's got diabetes. Fuck, that's not retarded. Okay, we're good. It's my favorite word. Retarded is my favorite word. I'm tired of people telling me I'm not supposed to use that word. Fuck off. I love retarded. It's the best. It's such a fucking word. It's as good as faggot. Faggot's also a great word, and I'm tired of people telling me I can't use that word. I've had a dick in my mouth and I've had a vagina on my tongue. I will say faggot till the cows come home. I'm so glad Grayson's not in the room right now, but I really want a Rally's burger.
Oh, I hope Adam brings home some like a good hoagie and like a
Where's he
salad or
going?
something.
Where'd he go to?
Dude, huh?
Where'd he go to get you food? Did he say?
It's just down the street at the gas station. Yeah.
Sheets? Circle K?
No.
7-Eleven?
No, it's just what the
Isle-
fuck is that? Speedway. There's a Speedway down the
all
street
right.
from it. Yeah, it's nothing big. It's nothing important. Yeah,
Thank
but
you,
I
Dan.
mean, like, usually, like, I'll make me and Adam like hot turkey sandwiches and stuff at night, and
God, that sounds so good
lately,
right now.
lately, they have like no turkey at the store, and it fucking sucks.
I gotta say, first of all, number one, hot turkey or hot ham and cheese is what on sourdough is one of the best fucking sandwiches ever.
Oh
Number
my
two,
god, dude. It's so good.
it really is. Number two, Stoner in chat says there goes any chance of monetization. We are over 4 hours now, so that shit is out the window, brother.
Oh my god, it's 12 o'clock.
We are 4 hours into a podcast. There's no way it's the first 5 minutes of YouTube streams. You're not supposed to curse. We're well beyond that, so fuck them. But if I do get you demonetized, you only have 13 subscribers, so I don't think you are monetized. But I apologize. I love you, and it's good to have Adam back. What'd you get her? What'd you get her? Wow, that was quick as fuck.
We got snacks.
What is that? Cheese or a sandwich? I can't tell. I'm fucked up.
Bud Light Stiffies. Folks. 24 ounces of Twisted Tea. How much did that cost?
If I'm had to guess, I'm going to say $40 to $50.
I guess I'm being fucking. That was $18.
Okay, well, I live in Joe Biden's America, and I also don't pay attention to mathematics, so I don't know.
Doug, Ohio is in America too.
I'm sorry, but I'm guessing. I'm messed up
But it's
right now,
not
and I'm
real.
teetering on.
But Ohio's not real. We don't even exist.
Cleveland rocks, though. You know, King Tech, the pro wrestler that I follow on Twitter, posted a map of like what would happen to the certain areas of the United States map if we were hit with like an atomic bomb. And at first, when I was really fucking high when I looked at it, I'm like, oh man, Paul and I are going to be okay. And then I re-looked at it when I was sober. I'm like, oh man, we might be in for a tough fucking winter ahead. So I don't know where I was going with that, but yeah. Assuming Ohio is real, Paul in the chat. We've been there, you asshole. You know we are. I'm looking at 3 Fagos that came from Ohio as we talk. 324-ounce Fagos. God damn it. I wish I had a place that sold Fagos regularly here. I'm in the mood to open
That
up
is
one of
the
those
question
Fagos.
first.
Fago first. It's a question as a stoner, as a human that I've asked myself my entire life. Do we exist? It's the age-old question. Is consciousness real? Is what we do matter? Do you have 2 kids? Is reality just based around like raising those 2 kids and instilling that? Like, who knows, man? I don't know. I'm high and drunk most of the time, As long as I'm not
Yep.
fucking myself up with opiates, I feel like I'm okay for the most part. But I also don't have kids. So I don't have a. Let me explain. I had one animal in my adult life. I had an English bulldog named Puddin. I've only said this to my mom. I've never said this to Paul. I don't believe I've ever said this out loud to Paul. He knows I've had a dog. That's not what I'm talking about. But I've said this to my mom out loud. The reason I don't have a kid, not the reason that I don't have a kid, but one of the reasons why I don't have a kid, and the reason why I don't want to get another pet, is because I had an English bulldog when I lived in Florida after Paul left. After he moved up north from Florida, I had an English bulldog named Puddin, who was my best friend, my absolute, my dream dog. Ever since I was a kid, an English bulldog was the only dog I ever wanted as a kid, as a human. And when I lived in Florida and Paul left, I worked with a guy who bred them. And he had a female English bulldog that he used as the breeding dog, and he had her fixed. And they wanted to have another litter of puppies with the male dog, but they didn't want to have her around. They didn't want to make it, you know what I mean, like awkward and shit. So he told me, he's like, look, I know these dogs go for like $2,000 to $4,000, but she's had a couple litter of puppies. I've got all the paperwork. I will give her to you for $400. And I said, fuck it. At 23, 24, I bought my first dog for next to nothing, but it didn't matter to me because it was my dream dog. And I fell in love with Puddin. I changed her name, which is a shitty thing to do, I admit. Her real name was Diamond. Her birth name was Diamond. And I changed her to Puddin because when you look at her, it was an English bulldog. If you've ever Googled an image of an English bulldog, their face looks like a bowl of mushy pudding. You know what I mean? Like it's all mushed together. And I fell in love with her. I took her everywhere. And when I bought her, I was starting to become addicted to opiates. And this is a shitty thing to admit, but it's a real thing to admit. She died. I came home from work one day and she was dead on the floor in a pool of her own vomit. I'm not trying to bring your show down. I'm just trying to give context to why I am who I am and why I don't have kids and why I don't want another animal. Because I'm scared. I came home from work one day and she was dead on the floor in a pool of her own vomit, and I buried her in the backyard of my home, and I was in my 10th year of being an addict, and I honestly believe that at some point being in love with opiates was more important than being the companion that she should have had.
Right.
And I think to this day, I think there's not I know when I die, I'm going to have to answer for a lot of shit. And that's that's at the top of my list is her death. And it's something I carried with me. And it's not something I'm trying to bring everybody down with, but like, I'm trying to explain, like, I feel like if I wouldn't have been a junkie, she might have died in a much better way. She might have died around life instead of by herself.
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons why I don't ever want to have another pet. So I don't want to have a kid. I'm afraid that I will fuck that. Knowing that I fucked that up, like I don't ever want to fuck up another life. It's I'm sorry. Take over, Adam.
It's a scary thing, dude. Like I've actually told Scarlett that my biggest, and it really is, man. Like, you know, people could say it's all macho or whatever, you know, persona that I put on, but like not a lot scares me. I really feel like there's like nothing that I can't take on, right? But it's different when it's just me taking it on versus me and those that I'm responsible for taking something on. Like it's a scary thing, dude. You know, and I told Scarlett, I was like, listen, like everything that we go through in life, like from the day you were born to, you know, tomorrow, that's going to be my first time too. You know, like I've never been through this before. I've never dealt with this before. I straight told her that my biggest fear in life is fucking her up, because just because you're a dad that's there and an active, you know, participant in their life, you know, you can still give a kid daddy issues, you know, being there, you know. Sure. So like I told her, I was like, my biggest fear is fucking you up. So right now, slate clean,
That's
air
a good
clear.
fear.
It like, do you think I'm fucking you up? Because if you think I'm fucking you up, I want you to tell me how I could do, how I could do better, because I've never done this before. It's
Sure.
it's a scary thing, dude. It really is, and that's why I drink and stay high.
I remember. Excuse me. I remember laying in bed one. I'm not going to give the address out, but I was about to give my address out in Florida that I lived at for almost 20 plus years, because I like just the way I referred to it, as I would always say that the address number as a joke. But I remember sitting at that house like many years prior to her death, where like her and I would sit and like, she was the coolest fucking dog. I would take her with me downtown, not downtown, down to Fort Myers Beach, Florida, where there was a bar at the time when I first got her. It was English something. I can't think of the name of it off the top of my head, but it was run by a guy from Britain. And I remember the first night I brought her down to the beach with me, and he looked at her and he fell in love. This guy with this big fat British guy with this thick English accent. And one of the big things on the menu was a Scotch egg. I remember that. And I know that because Paul and I had a recent conversation where he made Scotch eggs a couple of years back in his apartment, but it's what jogged my memory. But I brought her to this restaurant, and I remember him coming out with this big fat British guy with this thick accent going like, "What a beautiful creature." Like, I remember her being such a positive light in my life and my best friend, and just thinking about that shit. Like, it's like opiates, like it really did. Like there was a point where like that became more important. The high and maintaining the withdrawal became more important than giving a shit about the reality of who this creature was. Like it does stick with me, and I understand what you're saying. Like too, like that's, I don't know where I'm going with this. I'm not trying to.
Yes, you're absolutely right, and yes,
it's
Paul,
very true.
You are absolutely right. That's a fine line to walk. Like, you try to tell your kids like how what they're thinking, because like they might play it off like you don't know, but when you're speaking to them, you can see it on their face. They're like, "How the fuck did he know?"
Yeah,
like you don't want to give your tells away. So like all I can tell her is like, later in life you will understand. Later in life, you're going to come to a situation like this, and you're going to be, yelling at your kid or whatever, and then you're just going to stop and be like, "Damn, my mom and dad was right. Son of a bitch." And it's going to be, and like they think they know everything and they don't. And you're right, Paul. When I was fucking 13 to, I don't know, 27, like, yeah, I was right and everybody else was wrong. Like there was just no changing. There was no changing in my mind. Like,
dude,
it just,
you just said something that hit home hardcore. Like, I was right and everybody was wrong.
and then there comes a time later in life where you're like, holy shit, it was the opposite. Like, I didn't know what the fuck I was talking about, and then you're like, man, I wish I could have handled that differently, and I wish I could have handled this differently. But I tell my wife, dude, like, and it's not just like, hyperbole. Like, I would go through everything that I went through in my life. It wasn't the worst, but it wasn't the best. I would go through everything over again if I knew that at this point in time right now, I would still have what I have. Because, like, I mean, I never in a million years could have imagined, dude, I never wanted to be a fucking husband. I never wanted to get married. I never wanted to be responsible for other lives. You know what I mean? Like, it's just who I was 25 years ago, 25 years, like, totally different dude. Totally different dude.
Hey, same. I remember being a kid who believed in God, being in youth group before moving. This is before the year before moving to Florida. Being in youth group, and the conversation in my youth group was brought up about like what would happen if you like teen pregnancy, like what would you do if you were involved in a teen pregnancy? And I remember saying out loud in that group, well, I like to think that the person who I am, the character that I believe it, like my moral compass, like if I knocked a girl up and I shouldn't have, I like to think that like I would take care of the kid. And I remember people in youth group, the kids in my youth group laughing at me. Like, you don't know what the fuck you do. How would you pay for the kid? You're fucking 14. But I remember that being my mindset. Now as a guy going on 43, like I'm completely opposite of that mindset. Like, get the fucking kids away from me, dude. Like, I have no desire. But I also understand and acknowledge why it works for some people. Like, I'm just not one of those people where it works for. Like, it's not in my future. It's not in my cards. I get it, you know. I also know that the world needs to keep going on, and people need to have people seem to need to have like this like thought, like if I die, like I need to be carried on. Now I don't have that thought, but I also understand the need for that thought. My father had that thought, like you're the future. And at one point my dad said to me, like, I realize you and your brother are never going to give us grandchildren. And he's right. Like, I can't say he's right. Paul might knock somebody up. I don't know. He fucks more than I do. I know I'm never going to give my parents grandkids. It's just not who I am, you know? I have no idea where it's going with that. We're going on 2 hours and I've had a lot of beers and a lot of weed. And Alice is back. Alice, carry us.
I'm sorry. I was cleaning out the litter boxes because my thought was
What the fuck? I'm tired of dealing with Adam and Doug shit, so I'm going to start dealing with my cat shit.
Well, I was like, I mean, I know how they are, so I'm like, dude, if I just clean it out tonight, I'm not.
She was upstairs stuffing her face with a turkey and cheese hoagie.
I did not.
That sounds good, dude.
When I was up, that hoagie is not eaten. And when I was upstairs,
Okay. I'm sorry. Jesus Christ. This isn't
kitchen.
supposed to be stick a fork in a marriage counseling session.
Stick a fork in a marriage. That should be a spin-off
That's
podcast.
actually that's a really great name.
It is. I think we got a winner. Now we just need Hex to
Great. Now Paul's gonna
Yeah,
fucking go on and on and on and on about it. Paul's gonna fucking endlessly go on Twitter and podcasts about like I named Scissor Me Timbers and I named Put a Fork in it.
I know. Paul is gonna be on his high horse
I'll stick
now,
a fork
man.
in them timbers, boy, I'll tell you what.
Because it's really true. Like Adam and I
Oh,
can
I love
stick
my
a
brother.
fork in a lot of things. Like we really can.
Oh my god, it really is the best name for your podcast. Put a Fork in it is so good. Paul is fucking I hate him sometimes, but I love him. He's so fucking good. He's so good, dude.
You should gain 50 pounds then first. Show her who's boss, bro.
Wind down and sibling rivalry. As Paul's recruitment officer would say, he's a genius.
Son of a bitch.
You didn't tell me you were a genius, Paul. he is good at it though. He's so good. No, that's true though. That as much as I love to fuck with him, that part I can't fucking deny. He is a little bit of Jack Ryan.
Oh, we got to get all technical, huh?
No, I'm not saying.
Well,
You just misreading.
that's what happens when you drink water, huh, Paul? Yeah, fish fucking that shit.
Fish Called Wanda, another good movie. Fish Called Wanda.
It is a good movie. Birdcage is actually. I'm sorry.
Fucking Stoner. I'm sorry. No, it's Stoner made me laugh. I'm sorry. Paul is fucking Stoner wrote diabetes made Paul funny. It is so
Taking over
funny
for
to me.
Wilford Brimley, huh?
Oh, fucking.
I got diabetes.
I love Stoner so much. Oh, that's funny. Oh, fuck.
Oh, that was
Diabetes
good,
made
Stoner. Oh, dude, Jamie Lee Curtis is a hot and a lot of stuff. I'm pretty sure she
True
was
Lies.
probably on the Love Boat.
True Lies.
True Lies, she's
Everybody's
so
been
hot.
on the Love Boat.
That's what I said, Paul. Just like Beavis.
No,
So
no,
I have to give it credit where it's due. That's an Adam Forkey award too. Well, Adam Forkey. I
What's
think
that,
that's something that
Jamie
we should.
Curtis
I think that's something that we should do. Like at the end of one of our shticks should be handing out Adam Forkeys for the week.
I like it. I like it. I'm all for it.
honorable mention.
No, Adam Forkeys.
That's the version of honorable mentions is Adam's Forkies. I like it.
Would Elijah Douche be like somebody?
That's
Elijah
cool.
Wood?
That's
No.
cool.
No,
From
I don't know.
24.
I don't know who you're talking about, Adam. I don't know. who
She's
you're
talking about Eliza Dushku from
Yes, Stoner.
First
Yes,
Season.
Stoner. Yes, Stoner. I
Who is
believe
Yoga?
the original. It was she wasn't there a nip slip from her in that movie? Trading
Which
Places.
one? Yes,
Jamie Lee
yes, there
Curtis,
was.
Trading Places.
Yes, there was. Nip slip, absolutely. But I would argue she's sexier in True Lies. Like the Brom Patty's dance scene with when Arnold Schwarzenegger and the tape
Well, yeah.
recorder, that is
Doug,
so
you know
hot.
why? Because she's a mom, and she's like,
Yes, it's very true. Moms are hot.
God damn it!
What are you doing?
Yeah, that's Paul. Take the credit, Paul. Take the credit, Paul.
Toot there, Paul.
Dude. Beep, Richie.
You're gonna make me get all computer savvy and shit, aren't you?
Yeah.
Would you like to play a game? Thermonuclear war.
For sure. Like, you make me sad about your wife, though. Like,
Why? She hate him?
well,
She not-
She told him to lose
Why
50 pounds. He's like 205 pounds.
just
Dude, that guy's one of the. I wish I looked like third
feel
first.
A little bit sad for first shot.
I wish I had his physique, dude. He looks good.
I know. I mean,
So the whole honorable mention thing, dude, I think has been like hilarious. I think it's a great inside joke that we got going on. I never took offense to it, and I think it's fucking hilarious.
I agree. It's one of the things I've always enjoyed in like our group chats and that like people giving you shit about that. Okay, Mr. Honorable Mention.
Right. Like, I mean, it was great, and I have no problem riding my wife's coattails. It's totally cool. Like, I mean, it's totally cool. Like, I think another thing that we're gonna do on our deal is like she's just gonna find like a story or a video or something, and like get a blind reaction out of me from it, because that's kind of like how her thought of us doing something started, was because like I'd come home from work and she'd be like, "Hey, did you see this?" And she'd tell me about it, and then I'd go off on a tangent about it, and she's like, "I just got to film you doing this shit one time."
well, yeah, and I would be like, dude, we should do a podcast, and Adam would say like, no, like we're not doing a fucking podcast. So then I'm like, dude, I'm just gonna
This fucking
record.
cat is nuts.
I'm just gonna record him, you know. But then
Okay.
Paul was like, you guys should do your own channel, your own shit.
He's right.
And I'm like,
He's
and
right.
then Adam's like, oh, we should do our own channel and our own shit. But yeah, because
Paul was right again.
Paul,
because
look, I fucking hate him, but he is.
Yeah. like when I'm at home, like I'll turn something on in the morning before the kids get up and shit. 9 times out of 10, I'm up before the
Yeah.
kids.
Put it on the screen,
but-
Adam.
Yes, first.
So I'll get up before the kids
The next one.
and I'll put on whatever podcast, whatever little snippet or whatever, and I'll just start listening to shit, and I would play it for Adam, and his reactions are so fucking.
I put it on the screen for Adam. I told Adam, I say, come and look at the computer, Adam. I got to show you the screen. Sorry.
Oh my god, Paul. Oh, this is so funny.
Can I ask you guys a question, honestly? And you
Okay,
don't have to go in depth.
Paul, funny. Listen, look at what he said. Okay. So, Paul, funny story. Even when I'm not drinking, like my eyes are so squinty, like get to the point where when I get my driver's license photos, they have to take them.
All right.
And
What's your question, Doug? I'm excited about this.
Adam gets really annoyed about it.
Fucking Paul. Hello, everyone. Welcome to 4 hours of Put a Fork in It.
And no, it's no.
Sorry,
It's
Sam.
no.
I'm so sorry,
not
Sam.
saying.
I'm so sorry, Sam. But I gotta go with the joke. I gotta go with what's funny. My question was, and you don't have to answer if you don't want to, but have either of you had filmed yourselves doing it and for your own personal gratification later on?
No.
Yes or no?
No.
Yes or-
I don't
Liars.
think so.
Fucking liars. Fucking
Like
liars.
I guess the closest thing to that was when we went to Vegas. She took a picture of herself laying on the bed in our hotel room. There was mirrors on the ceiling, but it was like it was.
I don't blame her. I don't blame her on that one. That's pretty
It
fucking
was
cool.
a really classy.
It
photo.
was because like there was like wood trim going through the mirror. It wasn't just one big piece of glass. There was like wood trim going through the mirror. So like it was like the wood trim in the picture was covering up, like left a lot to the imagination.
I'm sorry. There's part of me that wanted to have like a serious discussion of that. There's another part of me that's thinking of my brother going, "Hello."
Yeah, bro.
Stoner,
That was before children, Stoner.
it was
Oh.
it was a very tasteless photo.
Oh.
It was a
Have
very
you-
tasteless.
Alice, Adam, have you ever filmed hardcore pornography for each other?
Wow.
I'm
No.
kidding, obviously.
We're kind of lame.
I'm kidding. That's okay. There's
Well, I
nothing
mean,
wrong with that.
if we're standards of filming hardcore porn, yeah, we're pretty
You ever-
fucking lame.
Adam, have you never taken a shit on Alice's chest or vice versa?
No,
Aren't you glad you asked me to be your first guest?
I'm more of a home court advantage kind of guy. Like I much rather poop on like my toilet.
Scarlett, if you're watching this, please don't think any less of me. I'm a good human being. I love you, and I love your mom and dad. Same with
Until
you,
you
poop
lose
water.
50 pounds first.
Oh my God. Scarlett is like literally upstairs right now.
Stop.
I know. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Holy fool. We
Starting to
too
realize they have-
low.
Fuck you, Paul. Fuck you, Paul. You wish we were this good on Saturdays, you son of a bitch.
Paul,
This is the best I've
did we not make it clear that this was just like a mess around?
No, Paul. We're not comparing this to like aviation like disasters. We're talking maritime disasters with the Titanic. All right.
Oh, god damn it. That's so funny. I love this. I love all of
Yes,
you guys.
Stoner, we're working on them fucking content right now. You all right over there, Alice?
I was reading Stoner's comment.
Okay. Guess the camera's different. Whatever. Look like
Chill
you were
out.
looking over there.
Squeeze out
Not
a
like-
steam loop.
Looking over here.
Well, fuck, man. I can't believe we went over 4.5 hours, dude.
Guys, I had a lot.
At least you
We
didn't have to
ending?
watch fucking sidekicks.
Hey, first of all, that's one of my favorite Chuck Norris movies, actually, if I'm being honest. I love Sidekicks. It's a good
Fucking
movie.
Chuck Norris.
Can I tell you something? I actually work with a guy. I don't work with a guy. I do work in a building that a guy oversees who is also a part-time, this is true, is a part-time, I forget the name of the martial art that he teaches, but on Tuesdays and Thursdays where I work, he teaches the youth in this style of martial arts that he knows. And he was taught, excuse me, he was a Vietnam veteran who was taught this particular martial arts by Chuck Norris in real life. Like it's fascinating. I actually like, I love to shit on Chuck Norris the way I love to shit on Steven Seagal, but I actually genuinely have good fond memories of Chuck Norris movies as a kid. I love Chuck Norris, and I love Sidekick.
We don't know what day we're going to be going on. So I have a question for you there, Douglas.
Yes, sir.
Total hypothetical. Real fight. Chuck Norris, Bruce Lee. Who wins?
Both are frauds. I mean, I love both, but both are Hollywood. Both have skill. Bruce Lee died. What year did Bruce Lee die? What age and what year did he die? Because I would argue that Chuck Norris would be the one that would defeat Bruce Lee only because Chuck Norris lived longer and came and learned more in a more ruthless era of life. I think Bruce Lee, if I'm not mistaken, Bruce Lee died like in the early 80s, late 70s. It's been a while.
Somewhere around there, yeah.
I would say Chuck Norris. If I'm going off of just like knowledge and length and time, I'd say Chuck Norris. But if it was Chuck Norris, young Chuck Norris versus Bruce Lee at his height, he'd probably be Bruce Lee, but who knows?
Walker, Texas Ranger, all the way.
I'm so glad I said Chuck Norris at the beginning.
The quarterback is toast.
Invasion USA. Chuck Norris and Charles Bronson were Canon Film Group's moneymakers for so long. Like when Chuck Norris wasn't doing good, it was Charles Bronson. When he wasn't making money for them, it was Chuck Norris. Like, God damn it. I have so many good memories of Chuck Norris and the fucking 80s in general, dude. Like shit was so much better the era that you and I were growing up in. God damn it. 2, 4, 6,
nowadays,
8,
movies
10
are
years.
getting remade, rebooted, or like people just can't come up with their own shit, you know?
Dude, first shot in chat said Death Wish. Let me ask you a question. Because I do love Chuck Norris Death Wish. Or not Chuck Norris, I'm sorry, Charles Bronson Death Wish. God, I'm a fucking idiot. Have you ever seen the Eli Roth written and directed remake of Death Wish starring Bruce Willis in the Charles Bronson role? Did you ever watch that?
No.
I recommend it wholeheartedly. This is my only chance to get to recommend it because I know not a lot of people even know it exists. But Eli Roth, who made the movie Hostel and Hostel 2, as well as Cabin Fever, made him directed the remake, wrote and directed the remake of Charles Bronson's Death Wish a couple of years back with Bruce Willis in the Charles Bronson role. It is worth your time. It is so fucking good, dude. If you like action movies and like fucked up, like revenge, like father getting revenge on rapist movies, dude, you will love the remake of Death Wish. It's so good.
I'll check it out.
Oh my God. I've had 10 beers and I want to have an 11th in the worst way, but I know it's probably the smartest thing. I'm so fucking hammered right now. Is she taking a poop? Is she pooping?
No. My shirt's still on.
Oh man. Oh, that's right. Thank you. Sorry. shit on the chest.
Oh, apparently we're doing a shot.
I figure we could land this plane.
Hold on.
Well,
Hold on.
We're gonna dock this
Hold
boat.
on. Wait. I have literally one of those tiny 99-cent shot bottles that you get at a liquor store. I have one of peach schnapps in my freezer. Let me go grab it. We will do a shot together. Please.
Yes, sir.
That's a lot of beers that fell over. God damn it, Doug, you moron. Dude, I just knocked over like 6 cans of empty cans of Busch Light. But I in fairness, I got my 99-cent peach schnapps. It's 99 proof peach, whatever the fuck they call it. I'll do it with you guys because I love you guys. And I'm already fucked up, so I don't care.
Amen. Here's to the maiden voyage. Thank
Yeah.
you, guys. Thank you, Douglas.
Thanks for helping.
Thank you for having me as your first guest. I love you both so much. You have no idea. Oh my God, it tastes so bad.
Yeah.
Right there. Oh, sorry, that's a little
just puke?
dramatic, but God,
Was
no,
that
but
bourbon?
I'm
Did you
no,
do bourbon?
it's
Yeah.
I just did a
You
shot
did
of
bourbon?
99.
Yeah.
Oh,
That a
geez.
girl?
No.
What kind of bourbon? What kind? What kind?
Maker's Mark?
Oh, that's a good bourbon. That's a good bourbon. Alice, it could have been worse.
Been
It
a
could have been a
while.
99. It could have been a 99-cent bottle of peach shit, whatever the fuck that is. It just says 99-cent proof peach liqueur. And it is so gross. It tastes like bubble gum, like cheap 10-cent bubble gum.
All right, guys. Well, we're gonna land this plane. This-
Fuck you, Paul. Fuck you,
In the
Paul.
thing, the Paul thing.
But Doug,
Fuck him, Paul.
we
Yeah, we'll be in the Hudson, motherfucker.
Doug, we can be private for a little bit.
Can we talk shit about Paul in private?
Absolutely. Let's do that.
I'm kidding. I'm totally kidding. I'm
We would never do something like that. Dude, Paul, listen, man.
I love my
I
brother,
got-
man.
I got your
genuinely-
tripod for your fucking camera right here. Your extension cord is in the garage. You know, like, I mean, if you were a true friend, you'd come back and get the shit out of my house, taking up all this space. But, yo.
Don't tempt me. I will tag along. I will tag along with them just for gas money, just so I can get rallies and sheets and give you guys a hug.
I'll fill
Don't
your
tempt
tank
me.
up with you guys. You guys come here for a weekend trip. I'll fill your tank up.
Paul, look at me right now. I know I'm fucked up, but I'm telling you, when I'm saying this, if you want to take a weekend trip to visit them, I am all fucking
Go to
in.
Warsaw,
Even if
heck
it's a
out of
shitty
the way.
I'd love it if you guys came here for
You
even
guys show up on
longer.
Friday, take off on Sunday or Monday, whatever you got, whatever. You got a place to stay, you can stay here. The basement is clean. You have your own bathroom. I mean,
The basement's clean. You have your bed. Paul, you could pee in the sink or the toilet. That's going to be soon to be announced.
yes, Stoner, we will review this show next year.
Would you
It
rub
just
it?
probably won't be done before.
I fucking hate my brother. My brother's funnier than me. That pisses me off. God damn it. Would you rub it?
All right.
Rah,
everybody.
rah.
Well,
Sorry.
I want to thank everybody for joining us on our first live stream. I want to thank everybody. I just want to thank everybody for the support for not only us, but for the FMU in general. Just the support for Sibling Revelry and the support for us and Hacks, all of us. Like, it's awesome. But thank you guys for being here on our first night together. Love you guys. Mwah.
Douglas, thank you. Thanks for popping our
Thank
cherry with everybody. Peace out,
Sincerely,
Girl
thank
Scout.
you for having me. Thank you for giving me something to do on a Saturday night that we were taking.
Yeah,
a break.
let
I
you
love
watch
you guys
Sidekicks
so
all night.
much.
Love you guys.
Don't forget to promote your locals, bitch.
SiblingRevelry.locals.com. Forest Mommy. I don't forget the Forest Mommy one locals, but Forest
Yeah.
Mommy always. Forest